Okay. Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency and Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, October 17th, 2023. Please join me in standing as we play a video of the national anthem and then remain standing and we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance together.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Now's the time for our moment of solemn expression, and tonight we are very fortunate to be joined by and led by Pastor Monica Cosaro from Fairview Church. Pastor Monica, you have the floor.
Thank you. Greetings, friends. You know, usually when I come in do the solemn moment, I have to shake it up a little bit, but today I'm a little solemn, and so I brought a picture that was taken in Tel Aviv, and there's a dark-skinned hand and a light-skinned hand and a kind of mocha-colored hand. The dark-skinned hand is a Muslim woman from the United States. The light-skinned hand is a Christian from Germany, and the mocha-colored is from an Israeli of Sephardic. His parents were from Morocco. I just want us to remember that we all are children of God. Let us pray. Loving and gracious God, we thank you for this place and this space, and we especially thank you for the city of Costa Mesa. We are made up of descendants of indigenous peoples. We are made up of descendants of the people of Alta California. We are descendants of refugees, of immigrants. We are descendants of Christians, of Jews, of Muslims. But most of all, we are Costa Mesans. So, as you discern tonight the policies of Costa Mesa, may we remember that we are all citizens of Costa Mesa. We are lucky to be here, glad to be here, and so proud that we are able to have discerning conversations and never worry that we are going to have violence acts in these chambers. Let us protect this democracy, protect our city, and protect each other. In your loving name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor, very much. Beautiful words. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let the record reflect that the mayor and all city council are present.
All right. We are indeed. So before I'm going to ask the city attorney to do a closed report in a second, but I just want to let people know, even if you're on Zoom, but people in the audience, that over here to the side, I'm pointing to the left, it's over on the lawn. We have some resources tonight, and we're going to have those at council meetings going forward, and they're going to be here till 7 o'clock. It's Community Legal Aid, Mercy House, and Families Forward for people that need legal assistance, especially pertaining to landlord-tenant issues, for people that need rent relief, either families or people that are single, or then those resources are there for you. So they're going to be here only for another less than an hour. So I wanted to make sure I brought you up to speed on that. With that, City Attorney, do you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Direction was given on the items on the agenda. No reportable action was taken in closed session this evening.
Thank you. This evening we have 3 presentations. The first is for 2023 Domestic Violence Awareness Month. October is annually recognized as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. This month is a crucial time to acknowledge those lost to abuse, celebrate survivors, and raise awareness for change. Domestic violence programs in California provide essential, life-saving services for survivors, their children, and communities. For the last 40 years, Human Options, a nonprofit organization, has been at the forefront of a collective countywide response to those threatened by abuse in Orange County. Joining us tonight is Human Options Prevention and Community Education Coordinator Jacqueline Ortiz. And Ms. Ortiz, if you could come on up to the podium, and then you could say a few words, and then we'll take a photo. But I want to read a few excerpts of the proclamation that we're going to provide you before we hear from you. So domestic violence affects all people of all genders, sexual orientations, ages, races, ethnicities, cultures, social, religious, economic groups in the United States and here in California. Although progress has been made toward preventing and ending domestic violence and supporting survivors and their families, important work remains to be done. California has higher rates of domestic violence experienced by both men and women when compared to the national average. All survivors deserve access to culturally responsive programs and services to increase their safety and self-sufficiency. Human Options is igniting social change by educating Orange County to recognize relationship violence as an issue that threatens everyone, advocating for those affected by abuse, extending a safe place for victims, and empowering survivors on their healing journey. The City of Costa Mesa recognizes the vital role that all Californians can play in preventing and hopefully one day ending domestic violence. Now, therefore, I, John B. Stevens, the mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2023 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I urge Costa Mesa residents to become involved in efforts to prevent and respond to domestic violence and recognize the impact of domestic violence on our community. And so, Ms. Ortiz, you have the floor, and one of the things you'll probably cover, but if you don't, I will, because we're having an event. You got that in your remarks?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, great. You have the floor.
All right, well, first off, thank you so much, Mayor Stevens, for recognizing this month as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. For those of you who may not know, domestic violence truly affects everyone. We see that it's 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men who will experience an abusive relationship. And so with Human Options, it is our mission to really provide that awareness and bring that education surrounding this issue. And so we are so honored and so thankful for our partnership with the City of Costa Mesa, as well as Costa Mesa PD. They are continuously supporting us in supporting the proclamations, as well as hosting events with us. So as mentioned by Mayor Stevens, we'll be having a walking vigil this Thursday, October 19th, over at Lions Park from 6 to 7 p.m. So we would love love to invite you all to join us to recognize relationship violence as an issue that affects everyone and also show your support to survivors. We'll be having survivor stories posted throughout the walk. We'll also be hearing from Mayor Stevens, Councilmember Reynolds, and as well as our CEO, Marisela Rios Faust, who will be sharing some words and really offering just some time for reflection and support for survivors. And so Human Options, we offer a variety of programs and services for survivors of relationship violence. We are in various family resource centers throughout the county, and we also provide a lot of intervention support. We have an emergency shelter, transitional housing, walk-in services, and prevention education, which is where I come in, and we provide presentations and trainings for the community. So thank you so much. We're so honored to be here, and we look forward to all the more amazing things that we can do and collaborate on.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Let's hear it for We're gonna take a photo with you, but I want to just make sure. So you said the 19th. I have it on my calendar for the 23rd.
I apologize. I am thinking of another walking vigil.
Okay.
It's definitely going to be Monday, October 23rd. I'm so sorry. We have 2 walking vigils coming up, so my apologies.
No,
I
it's
didn't mean
okay.
to throw you off. But yes, Monday, October 23rd from 6 to 7 p.m.
All right, thank you. Let's take a photo, Council. Okay, our second presentation tonight is for 2023 National Crime Prevention Month. The month of October has become the official month for recognizing the practice of crime prevention. It's a time to improve personal safety initiatives in your family, home, and community. People of all ages must know how to prevent themselves and their families, neighbors, and coworkers from being victims of crime. Residents and the Costa Mesa Police Department work together to establish neighborhood watch programs. Currently, there are 47 neighborhood watch groups around the city to reduce crime in their neighborhoods. Tonight with us is our very own Costa Mesa Police Chief and my neighbor, he's on my neighborhood watch, Ron Lawrence. Chief Lawrence. And while he comes up to say a few words, I'll read from the proclamation we're going to present to him and others from the police department. Crime destroys our trust in others and civic institutions, threatening the community health, prosperity, and quality of life. Successful crime prevention involves more than vigilance and caution. The City of Costa Mesa is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in, attending school, working, and visiting our great city. The Costa Mesa Police Department partners with residents in meaningful ways, including promoting and hosting several community events such as Coffee with a Cop, chief listening tours, school bike rodeos, and participating in Walk to School. Our police department engages in community outreach to residents needing resources, and a gang unit with 3 school resource officers in Costa Mesa's high schools who conduct youth-specific outreach events to bridge gaps between at-risk youth and law enforcement. Effective crime prevention programs succeed because of partnerships with law enforcement, other government agencies, civic groups, schools, faith communities, businesses, and individuals, as they help to nurture communal responsibility, and instill civic pride. Now, therefore, I, John Stevens, the mayor of the great city of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2023 as National Crime Prevention Month. I urge all residents to invest in the power of prevention and work together to make the city of Costa Mesa a safer, stronger, and more caring community. And with that, Chief Lawrence, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to share with you on behalf of the men and women of the Costa Mesa Police Department what an honor it is to serve this community in partnership with you. You mentioned that I'm your neighbor. We have Deputy Chief LaPointe in the audience. She also is a Costa Mesa resident, and we in our department really truly care about our community and preventing crime in the first place. And so the best relationships we can have are trusting relationships with our neighbors and people that we really are honored to serve. And I have with me Roxy Fiat. I'd ask her to say a few words. She supervises our crime prevention unit, who really tries to get out the information to our residents and our businesses to develop these positive relationships.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens and esteemed City Council for this recognition. I also want to thank City Manager Farrell Harrison and Chief Lawrence and Deputy Chief LaPointe for always supporting the crime prevention efforts that we take. Jeanette Martinez is our crime prevention specialist who could not be here today. She's wonderful, very well known in the community, maintains 47 neighborhood watch groups, and just goes to a lot of community events. And it's just a great partnership, and we just all work together to get the message out. So thank you.
Thank you. And Deputy LaPointe, Deputy Chief LaPointe, we just made an offer on a house in your neighborhood, so who knows? Maybe it'll be accepted. All right, let's take a photo with our chief and police officers. Okay, our next presentation is Optima Health and Medi-Cal renewals. And boy, what an honor it is to invite up to someplace, to the podium, I suppose, our supervisor of the great District 5, Katrina Foley. What can you say about her? But she's my friend, and she used to sit right in this chair and give me the floor. So now I'm giving her the floor, and she's going to introduce Cal Optima Health's COO, Young Kim, and Director of the Social Services Agency, and Trans. So, Supervisor Foley, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. It's great to be back in the City Council chambers right here in Costa Mesa, my home. And tonight we have a presentation. As you know, I'm the Orange County Supervisor representing the 5th District, which includes Costa Mesa, but I'm also, we have a partnership at the county with Cal Optima. So I'm here tonight to introduce Young Kim, COO of Cal Optima Health, and An Tran, who is our Director for the Orange County Social Services Agency. Agency, and they will deliver a really important update on the status of Medi-Cal renewal in the city of Costa Mesa. It's very important for Costa Mesa because out of about 112,000 residents, you have 30,000 residents who are Medi-Cal and Cal Optima members. And so very important to get the information. We have a couple of projects with Cal Optima, and as many of you know, housing is healthcare, and so I'm really proud of the work that we've done at the county in partnership with Cal Optima, in partnership with the city of Costa Mesa for the Project Home Key, as well as recently Cal Optima contributed $4 million towards the Orange County Housing Finance Trust, of which I chair now, and we are putting out $100,000 loans for people to build accessory dwelling units. So those are amazing ways that we partner with Cal Optima. And as we mentioned, 27% of the residents of Costa Mesa are members, and these residents make up some of the most vulnerable residents in our community. Many of them are young people, under 20, many of them seniors and some unhoused. We're here to make you aware and that many of your constituents are at risk of losing their Medi-Cal health coverage if they miss the deadline to renew their insurance. So that's part of this. We're going to different cities in the community, especially where they have high numbers of coverage, to make sure that you know, and we can partner together to make sure people don't lose their health insurance. So I hope you'll work with Young Kim and Antran as they look to partner with the city of Costa Mesa on this issue and other important initiatives. And at this time, I will turn it over to them for their overview on the Medi-Cal renewal program. It's great to see everybody. Nice to see you got a full house. What's new? Costa
Thank you.
Mesa, right?
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to just, on behalf of Cal Optima Health, just share our greetings with Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, Council Members Mar, Chavez, Gameros, Harper. I would also like to extend our appreciation to the police chief, not just on today and this month for National Crime Awareness Month, for every month that they are protecting our residents and our community, and also just a greeting to our city manager here, Farrell Harrison. It's a pleasure to meet you and be with you today. I am Yoon Kim, Chief Operating Officer for Cal Optima Health. I want to especially thank Supervisor Foley for the partnership of her office in the work that we do for our Medi-Cal members and for the residents of Orange County. It's an honor to be here today. So again, thank you for the invitation to join you. Today, Director Antran and I will present to you on the Medi-Cal renewal process, what you may have heard of as Medi-Cal redetermination. It's kind of a mouthful. But before we get to that, I wanted to share a little bit about Cal Optima Health and our role in the community. We start with, kind of what Cal Optima Health is about. Our mission here is to serve member health with excellence and dignity, respecting the value and needs of each person. This really is at the core of what we do. We do this for 990,000 Orange County residents today. That is 1 in 3 of our community's members. That includes nearly 40% of our community's children who receive their health care through Cal Optima. Cal Optima is the largest health insurance plan in Orange County, and we are dedicated to serving our members and our residents who have the most needs and are working with the least resources. So as I mentioned, we provide healthcare to about 990,000 of our community's members. We are a large organization, $4 billion to provide that kind of healthcare to our community's residents. And we do that through 3 programs: Medi-Cal, Medicare, and PACE. So again, wanted to just share with you that our funding comes 90% from the state of California for the Medi-Cal program, and about 10% of our funding is from the federal government for the Medicare program. We receive no funding from the County of Orange, but we do partner very strongly with our county partners. And now, who provides health care to our nearly 1 million members? They are the same doctors, hospitals, and other providers that you and I I go to when we need healthcare. Orange County, and we are, as a community, very fortunate to work with such a diverse and rich group of providers, of medical and health professionals in Orange County who care for all of us, including Cal Optima Health members. Before I go to a couple of highlights for our programs, I just want to again highlight what Supervisor Foley said. Who are we talking about today in our communities here in Costa Mesa? Again, out of 112,000 residents, 30,000 residents here, neighbors and families, receive their health care through Cal Optima. I just want to share a little bit about what that means in terms of resources. Qualifying for Medi-Cal, that means that if this is an individual, a single individual, that person is making less than $21,121 per year. For a family of four, that is $41,400 for an entire year. That is not a lot to work with for a family or for an individual. That is who we are trying to assist today. That's who we are trying to make sure don't lose access to health care, access to doctors, access to hospitals. I want to highlight a couple of initiatives that we have beyond the traditional medical care that you see health insurance plans doing. We're really proud that Medi-Cal, Cal Optima has been able to expand what we do in our communities beyond traditional health care. As Supervisor Foley said, we believe that housing is health. We believe that food is health. We believe that connections and support are health. And we are able to provide many additional benefits that are priorities for really some of our most needy members, in addition to their health care. One program I will highlight is our street medicine program for our unhoused members. We launched this program in one city, in Garden Grove, in April of this year. And so far, we have reached half of that city's unhoused residents and enrolled them in a program that provides them with stable health care where they are. We are really proud that we are now working on expanding this program, and we have a notice of intent, a notice of interest out to cities for 2 additional cities for us to expand street medicine by next summer. We are also working on quite a few projects that will expand the housing opportunities for our members, including not only supportive housing, but also affordable housing. So this is one of the projects that Supervisor Foley also mentioned. This month alone, this past month, our board approved $52.3 million in grant funds to, again, create over 706 housing units across Orange County, including an $8 million project here in Costa Mesa that will support up to 87 units in the near future. So with that, I will turn it over to Director An Tran on the process for Medi-Cal renewal and how you remain insured.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Stephen, council members, for inviting us here to talk about this important process. And it's important because it potentially can impact 1 in 3 Costa Mesa residents. And as you may not know, but for the last 3 years during the public health emergency, we were forbidden and there were protection in terms of looking at benefits and not being able to discontinue certain benefits. However, those protections are ending. And we have to start the process of renewal for Medi-Cal, and it requires every member to renew their Medi-Cal within the next year or so, or else they risk losing the Medi-Cal coverage. I'm here to talk about 4 easy steps that residents may take and remember in order to ensure that they are able to keep the Medi-Cal coverage. The first step is to update your contact information. As I mentioned, for the last 3 years, we've taken no negative actions, and we were not required to redetermine Medi-Cal eligibility, but now we have to. The first step that our agency will take is to see if we could redetermine the Medi-Cal eligibility automatically. And we will take it upon ourselves to see if there are all available information to renew the Medi-Cal for an individual in order for them to continue the Medi-Cal coverage for an additional year. However, if we do not have sufficient information for us to make that determination, we would need to contact the beneficiary and be able to send them information on how they would need to take the step. So that's why it's very important for them to report any changes to us, including their name, their mailing address, their emailing address, and their phone number so that we're able to get a hold of them. They could do so in a number of ways, and they don't have to come into the regional offices. They could do it online through a new statewide portal, benefitscal.com. This portal started in April, and it allows many of our members the ability to go in, look at their eligibility information, communicate with their worker, as well as submit their application and submit documentations online. Or they could call our call center at the number you see here. And of course, if they want the more personal touch, they could definitely visit one of our regional offices. The second step is to create and check their online account. And of course, I'm encouraging our residents to go into the new portal that was rolled out in April in Orange County, benefitscal.com. They do need to create a new account. And with that information, they'll be able to check all their information, update their information, including their contact information, as well as submit any forms and required documentation. This portal also allows them to look at their renewal month, because not everyone will need to renew at the same time. This portal will allow them to see what month that they will be required to renew their information and act accordingly. Of course, they could make updates on the portal as well. The third step is to check their mail. They will receive one of two letters in the mail. If my agency is able to automatically renew an individual's Medi-Cal for an additional year, they will receive a regular envelope notifying them of such. It would let them know that we've been able to determine the eligibility for an additional year and no additional steps are required on their behalf. However, if there is not enough information for me to redetermine the Medi-Cal eligibility, they will receive a yellow envelope. It's very important. They will receive a yellow envelope in the mail with an application along with instructions on steps that they need to take in order for them to renew their Medi-Cal coverage. So please do not throw away the yellow envelope. If you receive a yellow envelope, please act accordingly and contact us if you need help. And the last step is please complete your renewal form. And you can respond in multiple ways. Online through benefitscal.com, there's a complete portal that individuals could submit the application electronically, as well as any required verifications. They could call us through our call center, and we'll be happy to take the application and work through their eligibility with them. They could come in person in one of our regional offices, or they could fill out the form that they received in yellow envelope and mail it back to us. But we encourage all of your residents to act as soon as they receive that information. We're receiving a large volume of paperwork, so the faster that they act, the faster that we'll be able to redetermine the eligibility. And if there are any missing information or we require additional clarification, we'll have time to be able to contact them and get those worked out before the benefits may be impacted. And we ask them to do this no later than 60 days upon receipt. So again, these are some of the resources that your residents could take in order for them to get help. We're here to help. Both Cal Optima and the Social Services Agency are partnering to make sure that we minimize the impact to our community. The phone numbers that you see here are as such with Cal Optima customer service, in which we will have a warm handoff, and they'll be able to answer a lot of the eligibility questions. We also have the Social Service Agency. You call us by our phone number, or also we're encouraging everyone to visit benefitscal.com. And with that, I will turn it back over to YK.
Thank you, Director. I'll be brief. We have an ask. We won't leave here without an ask for this, for the city of Costa Mesa and for all of you. Our ask is, I think the first step we've already taken. I think we can be very proud in Orange County that we work so closely together between the health plan, the county social services agency, and cities to get the word out to all of our residents, to 30,000 individuals in this community, to help them keep their health care. They might be in the middle of care right now. We would hate for them to, again, lose coverage and have to start again somewhere, or not know where to go. So the first step is, I think, the meeting today. So thank you so much. I know that you have received copies of our flyers to promote. We are asking you to join us to promote this, to remind your neighbors, remind your friends and your families, just as Director Tran said, to look out for the information, to call if anybody needs help. We want every single person to keep their health coverage. We have a toolkit on our website, which you see here. We have provided that to all of our community partners. The idea is let's just have the same message out there. We've already created it, so we are asking everyone, let's use the same message out. So it's a partner toolkit, so we ask that you help us distribute that, use that. And then lastly, we have been doing events throughout our community to help people in person with the renewal process, as well as with CalFresh enrollments. And so if there are opportunities here in the great city of Costa Mesa, we are here to partner with you. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks to both of you. Council, do you have any questions? Can I ask a stupid question? Do people have to pay a premium to be in Cal Optima?
There is no premium for Cal Optima.
Oh, okay, good.
Mayor, I have a quick question. So thank you so much for the presentation. It really does seem urgent that we're following up on everyone who needs to go through this renewal process. Is there, and I'm fully confident that our staff will be working with you on getting that information out. Is there a way to help the process for us to know, or do you at the county have a plan to sort of track who hasn't responded and really try to pursue? I'm assuming that the supervisor has a plan for that, but I see you nodding. So or how does that work? And is that something that you would ask the city to be involved in as well in more targeted outreach?
Yes, we have been working very closely with the County Social Services Agency to identify who is getting their mailing or their outreach this month. And we are working closely on outbound campaigns. We are sending text messages to remind those individuals, you look out for something in the mail, look out for that yellow envelope. We are also sending out text messages after the due date has passed to say, hey, it looks like we didn't hear from you. Do you need help? So we are doing some campaigns. We are also specifically targeting some of our residents who might have a harder time responding, such as our elderly. Director Tran, do you want to add anything?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the first step is roughly about 60 days from when they are required to renew their Medi-Cal. What we do is we engage with the state into the automated review of the case to make sure that we're able to automatically renew those cases. Then the remaining cases, they will receive a letter in the mail and then followed by the yellow envelope. We've been working with Cal Optima to take a look at those, to send them reminders and text messages in order for them to encourage them to send those application form. Now, the good thing with this is that the state was able to get a great waiver in which we have a 90-day cure period even after the case has discontinued. So if an individual comes in after they've been discontinued, they have 90 days to resolve the issue, turn in the application, and we will rescind the case to make it eligible as if it has never closed in the first place. So with those, after the case is closed, we do send another reminder letter to them, letting them know that they have an opportunity for them to cure that. The state is also taking a look at that. I know DHCS, the Department of Healthcare Services, has hired a marketing company to see how we could better message to clients and put out communication for our residents in order for them to take this seriously and to make sure that they're on the lookout for the yellow envelope.
Yeah, and I'll offer, thank you for that. I think we all have been part of multiple campaigns where we know that sometimes it takes knocking on someone's door multiple times to help make people aware. We've got a number of community organizations that I'm sure would provide volunteers if that was a valuable resource in terms of doing some of that door knocking. So if we get to a point where there's a little bit of population left that we really need to reach, I'm sure we can help with that as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council? All right, good. Well, thank you very much. Okay, now's the time for public comments. So on public comments, everybody gets 3 minutes, and you're going to hear a beep and I think a light too at 2 minutes. So that gives you 1 minute to wrap up. Once you get to 3 minutes, your mic will cut off. The ground rules for public comments are you can talk about anything that's not on the agenda. If there's something on the agenda, you have to wait till that item comes up, and then you'll get 3 minutes. You can also talk about items on the consent calendar. We first go to people that are in the chambers for public comments, and then we'll go to Zoom, and the same rules apply on Zoom. So, ma'am, you have the floor.
Hi, I did provide a video tonight. It was taken at 9:15 this year at 12:03 p.m. It's okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead. Get that heart rate up. Completely audible, correct? Everybody can hear it. You know, we hear it for hours every night, like I've told you guys. So we're gonna go through a list of how in the last almost year and a half I have tried to get the gym to shut their door to where we can't hear the instructor, and then they open like a little door that's like hidden back behind buildings, and you know, anyways, so number one, I come to you, Mr. Harlan. You've emailed me once, never talked on the phone, been trying to get a meeting with you for months now, still haven't gotten a meeting. Two's gonna be code enforcement. Now they direct you to Mr. Drapkins, who's talked with me on the phone once and emailed me twice. So the police. So the police told me it was a regular business hours and there was nothing they could do. Asked me to call the gym. So we're supposed to call the gym every day, ask them, please shut your door. You know, we're tired of you screaming every day out the door. You know, the fire department, this blew my mind. Any business can prop open a fire safety door or any door at all. No problem at all. No, there's no risk at all. So the county doesn't want to mess with the failures. That would be the failures of the city of Costa Mesa and not protecting our community from the constant boom, 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 boom. Woo! Just whatever they want to do. Before we left, it was, and we go up, and we go down, and we go up, and we go down. Do you want to hear that screamed on an intercom in your community? Absolutely not. Nobody does. Okay, so number three was the county and state, you know, they don't want to mess with it. Planning Commission said it was that they're not breaking any rules or violations, you know, because they changed the whole zone to bring the gym in. So now they're not breaking any rules or violations. I understand that there is very loud helicopters above us, but you know what a helicopter looks like on a decibel reading? It's just straight boom. There's no, it might make a little jagged, but there's no boom, 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 like I've obviously given you guys evidence of. But anyways, I'd like to ask when the last time Planning Commission, or not Planning Commission, but the code enforcement went out and talked to my neighbors since the doors had its door open for months, yelling into our community, and still nothing's being done. I just clearly showed you evidence. So why does the gym get to open its door at 8 o'clock and close it at 8 p.m.? Would you want this in your community? Would you? No, nobody wants it, but yet it's allowed. The lawless gym in Costa Mesa. The lawless Costa Mesa. Have a great day.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is Keith Scheinberg. Despite my youthful appearance, I'm actually a 25-year homeowner and resident of Costa Mesa. I wanted to talk to you about something that I know is not in front of you tonight, but probably is going to be in front of you pretty soon here, and it's the CBP moratorium and potential stopping of the CUP processing. Just really quickly, I applied for CBP 4 minutes after the portal opened. I did it the way it was supposed to be done. I did not use a strawman Measure X component, which a lot of current open stores did, and now don't have that Measure X component, but we're allowed to get processed 30 days prior. I did it the way it was supposed to be done, just as you explained to us. I've been waiting for almost 2.5 years. I've got $300,000 invested in this, almost my life savings. We found a very dilapidated property that would probably never get redone in the city of Costa Mesa, which we're going to put a lot of money into. And I just feel that I put the effort into living in this city. I wanted to have the opportunity to open a CBP location. I feel that if the CUP applications are ceased to being processed, it puts an undue burden on us that have put a lot of money into this. And I think there's only about 8 to 10 to 12 people in this little bucket of people that we have a pre-application already processed. The city's already come out, approved the site. And I just, after a couple of meetings ago, got a little nervous that I could lose my life savings in this if something happens where they don't approve. I just want my chance to get a CUP. I just feel the more that's put out, I do believe in over-concentration. I understand the problem that you guys are gonna, that the Planning Commission is gonna have to deal with. I do also think that the more money has been put into some of these buildings, for example, Conroy's Flowers, that would ever have been put into that building. That building would have been Conroy's Flowers for another 10 years. They've got a better location. What'll happen is, I know this is a kind of off the side argument, but if you have a little bit over concentration at first, it will equal out because the bad operators or the people that can't do business won't be in business. So you'll now have this very highly motivated property that has millions of dollars invested into it and and a new retailer will be put into that place. So I'm just, my question or my concern, I guess, and I guess I'll be in the next meeting when this does get brought up, but if you do put a moratorium, I request and really strongly request that a homeowner exception be put into it. So if there is somebody in this bucket of 12 people that are a homeowner in Costa Mesa or a business owner, that they're exempted or grandfathered in from that moratorium. Because I put my time into Costa Mesa and I want an opportunity to open a business.
Okay. Yes.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Juana Trejo
My name is Juana Trejo,
y soy una promotora de salud del condado de Orange.
and I am a health promotora from Orange County.
Y estamos representando a más de 35,000 familias a nivel condado de Orange.
And we're representing over 35,000 families at the Orange County level.
Hoy solamente quiero venir a agradecerles
Today, I just want to come to thank you all
por las ferias de recursos que están organizando en diferentes lugares de Costa Mesa,
for the resource fairs you're organizing in different places throughout Costa Mesa.
los testimonios que hemos tenido de la gente, creo que se sienten contentos
The testimony that we've gotten from people, it seems like they seem happy
porque muchos de ellos están conociendo a sus representantes públicos.
because many of them are getting to know their public representatives.
Y creo que eso está ayudando a que ellos expresen sus necesidades,
And I think that's helping them to be able to express their needs,
pero también se empiezan a sentir incluidos que forman parte de esta ciudad.
but they're also starting to feel included, that they're a part of the city.
Entonces queremos agradecerles el trabajo que están haciendo
So we want to thank you for the work that you're doing,
y también para el Departamento de Policía
and also thanks to the police department,
que por estar haciendo acto de presencia en algunas comunidades.
because they've been present in some communities.
Creo que eso es algo bueno para que la seguridad de nuestras comunidades estén mejorando.
And I think that's something good so that the safety in our community continues to improve.
Gracias, Dios les bendiga.
Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. Recently, at a council meeting, a member of the public got up and suggested a good thing for you to do was to reduce parking standards. And we all know the old camel's nose in the tent and precedent setting and what have you. And while the comment was based primarily on commercial property, we all know that people try to use every change to affect other properties like residential. And I would hope that you all would keep in mind the permanent impacts that happen when, in fact, underparking is done. We all know the neighborhoods throughout our community who the only way they can park in the neighborhood, they can park at their house, is to, in fact, have a parking permit program. And I'm not saying that that's the solution, but I am saying it is a clear indicator of the problem of underparking projects throughout the city. So please, keep that in mind when you, in fact, look at changing the parking standards for this community, because it will have an impact of substantial nature for us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Carmen Ramírez y vengo del Distrito 2. Soy miembro de un grupo que se llama Costa Mesa Unidos. Estamos respaldados por nuestra organización Resiliencia.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Carmen Ramirez, and I'm coming from District 2, and I am a member of Costa Mesa Unidos that is backed by our agency Residencia.
También estoy aquí para hacer un eco a las palabras de la señora Juana, que gracias por todo lo que han hecho en nuestra comunidad. Me gustaría también, así como la policía va al Distrito 3, me gustaría que también fuera al Distrito 2. No hay tanta violencia ni pandillas, porque creo que nosotros los papás siempre estamos afuera con los niños y tal vez eso respetan un poco ellos.
I also am here to echo the words of Ms. Juana and to thank you all for everything that you've been doing in our communities. And just like the police is going to District 3, we'd like them to come to District 2. There isn't as much violence or gangs, and I think that's because parents are out there with their kids, and I think they respect that.
También quiero dar las gracias a la señorita Ibis Torres y a Sergio Escobar por todo su trabajo en nuestra comunidad. Ibis Torres, Sergio.
I also wanted to thank Ibis Torres and Sergio Escobar for all the work that they do in our communities.
También quiero dar las gracias al concejal de nuestro distrito, el señor Gameros, porque hizo un cambio en nuestra comunidad, donde ahora los niños después de escuela que quedan a jugar soccer con otros niños, y tenemos al departamento también de la ciudad que está ahí los lunes, y eso es algo muy bonito, que se pueden sentar las familias ahí mientras los niños están jugando.
I also wanted to thank our council member, Mr. Gameros, for the change that he's brought about in the community. Now kids, after school, when they want to play soccer, they play with other kids. And it's been really nice because we have the city department there on Mondays, and it's just been nice because families can sit there while the kids play.
También quiero dar las gracias al concejal Manuel Chávez, que caminó por nuestro distrito número 4, que somos vecinos y estamos unidos. Él vio las necesidades de la comunidad, caminó con ellos, estuvo con los niños, y creo que eso es muy bonito, que nuestros concejales estén con nosotros.
I also want to thank Council Member Manuel Chavez for coming to District 4. We're neighbors, and we're united neighbors, and for coming and walking and figuring out the needs of the community and walking with them and being able to see. I think it's really good for the council members to be with us.
Y a cada uno de ustedes también que están sentados ahí, que han hecho un cambio para nuestra comunidad. Estamos muy agradecidos con ustedes de sentirnos partes de esta comunidad también.
And to all of you who have made a change in your community, we're very grateful to feel like we're part of this community as well.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. So would anybody like to come up, or are we good with the, yeah, okay. Mr. Israel, you have the floor.
Good evening, council members. Wasn't really planning on speaking, but these are kind of difficult times that we're going through as the world is. Been in Costa Mesa residents for over 37 years, but just want to come in and put a little spin on this thing. Born and raised in Israel, came to the United States when I was 13 years old. I embraced this country. I'm not sure where we're going. Just a point, we've got a lot of foreigners among us. They're all welcome. Being raised in Israel, we have allowed different ethnicities to live among us. And on the 7th of this month, we've seen what that has brought us. Israel will deal with this. It's what we do. We're Jewish. we stand strong. The Holocaust will not happen again. I feel as though this country is on a similar path. We have a lot of individuals coming in, asking for help. We've given help. We've supported. We're continuing to support. City, county, state, federal, on every level. City of Costa Mesa have purchased the Motel 6 to the tune of about $40 million by the time it's all said and done with. You can spin the numbers however you want it. I've gotten some of the paperwork on it. That's $500,000 a door. I'm a general contractor. I build custom homes. I can build them for less than that. Not in Orange County because of the property land value. We're on the wrong path here. There is so much that the middle class can do to support the rest of the upper class and the lower class. I'm not sure which direction the council is going in. There's many discussions being made. But on the same token, if I was in any other country and I couldn't speak the language, I would not get the benefits that I get within the United States. I came in at the age of 13. I spoke third grade level. By the time I was a senior at Fountain Valley High School, I was at College English 4. I embraced it. Please make.
Good evening. My name is Patricia, and I just wanted to start off saying thank you guys. This weekend, Scarecrow Fest was, I think, a success. It was great seeing the kids enjoying themselves. But now I want to talk about a situation where we have children that are in a situation that it's bringing their social and emotional well-being down. And I hope that you guys can recognize that there's services that we could be providing the children as well as the families, that way they can be well-rounded and be going to school, not stressed out, not being depressed because of the situations that are going on in adult levels. Also, I wanted to say thank you to Sergio and Evie because they have been very great at helping us in this everyday situation that we're going through, and to everybody here that is listening to us and trying to help our situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hola, buenas noches, alcalde, Mayor Stevens y el concilio de aquí de la ciudad de Costa Mesa. Mi nombre es Víctor Valladares y estoy aquí de parte de la organización de Resilience Orange County. En primer lugar, me da mucho gusto siempre estar aquí hablando con un concilio que sí escucha a la comunidad. Gracias a todos aquí el concilio, a los trabajadores de la ciudad, por estar escuchando a las necesidades de la comunidad. Y he estado leyendo el lenguaje sobre la proposición o propuesta o la ley que posiblemente van a estar leyendo para incluir aquí en Costa Mesa. Sabemos que tristemente en el pasado Costa Mesa no ha tenido un futuro bonito. Nadie, ninguna ciudad ha tenido historias perfectas. Nadie es perfecto. Pero estoy bien orgulloso del progreso positivo que escuchan los miembros de la comunidad aquí, los representantes como ustedes. ¿Verdad? Me da mucho orgullo que estén escuchando a miembros de nuestra comunidad marginalizada por varios años, especialmente en la era de, de los previos, concilios de aquí de la comunidad anti-inmigrante. Aquí este concilio son inclusivos, que es una cosa muy bella. Y la razón que estoy aquí, estoy hablando para tratar que ustedes, por favor, escuchen y incluyen en la posibilidad de esta nueva ordenanza que van a estar hablando al rato, de esas personas que han tirado su corazón, su alma con ustedes, que los han escuchado, los los han escuchado, los conocen, son sus vecinos, vecinas, amigos, amigas que han venido aquí por años. Y otra vez, esto no es nada negativo, esto es algo positivo. Y ojalá lo tomen en consideración en su corazón, porque todos aquí tenemos corazones, somos empáticos. Y ojalá incluyan a las mismas personas que han hablado desde el principio, que han estado aquí en el concilio. Y por eso estamos moviendo esta proposición para posiblemente ser una ordenanza permanente. Pero aunque estén escuchando, si no ponen ese lenguaje que incluyen a la comunidad indocumentada, todo eso no va a valer nada. Eso va a dar mucha tristeza. Y yo sé que ustedes, todos tenemos una historia inmigrante, aunque seamos documentados o indocumentados, todos somos humanos. Y por favor, además les suplico que por favor agreguen lenguaje. Siempre hay una manera para incluir a la gente marginalizada.
No, you caught me off guard.
Give me a second here. I just need to, your mic's on. Okay, good.
I'm sorry, again. So greetings and good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Victor Valladares. I'm here with Resilience Orange County. I want to thank every single one of you all that have been talking to residents, community residents here, since you all have been elected, talking, walking, listening to stories, listening to the neighbors, that residents of Costa Mesa, these folks may be your friends, neighbors, friends and families and neighbors, or their constituents, their people. I love where this new council for several years now has been going in the right direction, the correct direction of inclusivity. Because we work with community members that have, unfortunately, for a long time, have been marginalized and not listened to or taken under consideration of any proposed ordinances that affect their daily lives. No city is perfect. Every city has their history. Costa Mesa personally has also had their bad history, right? And I know you all are doing something very positive to be inclusive, something that was forbidden back in the day. Now we have a more local control with district elections and actually getting to know your neighbors. And I truly do love the fact that a lot of the people that we talk to are walking neighborhoods. You are listening. You are walking and listening. These families are pouring out their hearts and souls, right? And it would break my heart to see any language that excludes those same people that have poured their hearts out for many, many, many years. And I know for a fact there's a lot of folks around here that have been coming and speaking for many years. And know some of you for years and the previous, elected officials here. And I know we all have hearts. We're all compassionate. First and foremost, we're human. And I seriously and wholeheartedly hope that with this new reading of a proposed ordinance of eviction protections and this language that y'all have been drafting and are going to be reading, that you include those marginalized people, the undocumented people. First and foremost, it's not even about that. It's all about just being human, regardless of party. We're all human. We're all human. We're all human. Let's be inclusive.
Thank you, Victor.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es María Teresa López, soy del Distrito 4. Y primero quiero agradecerle al congresista del Distrito 4 que nos haya escuchado, que en el momento en que nosotros le pedimos, llegó, ahora sí no se negó, estuvo al pendiente de todas nuestras necesidades que tenemos, ya sea en las calles como la reparación de calles, más luz. Muchísimas gracias por esa atención que nos ha dado. También quisiera yo que hubiera más feria de salud en español y que hubiera otros métodos como, por ejemplo, Facebook o tirar flyer. Nosotros podríamos ayudar para que la comunidad esté más unida y sepa de todas estas necesidades que tenemos y ayudas que podemos obtener. Muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes y a todo el público. Gracias. Con permiso.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Teresa. I am from District 4. And first of all, I'd like to thank you all. Thank you to our District 4 council member for listening. Because when we asked him, he didn't refuse to. Also, thank you for being up to date with our community, our own needs regarding the streets, fixing the streets, getting more lights. So thank you all for all that you've been doing and being very attentive. Also, would like to request for more resource fairs in Spanish and also more methods, maybe through like Facebook or passing out flyers. We would be able to help to be able to get the community more united and for them to know what the needs and resources and help that we can get them. So thank you all for all the work.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Juana de la Paz. Yo llevo 33 años aquí en Costa Mesa. Creo que mi corazón está con Costa Mesa siempre. Quiero agradecer a Manuel Chávez por cuando yo le he llamado, ha acudido a mi auxilio en la limpieza de mi callejón donde yo es mi vecindario. Y es muy satisfactorio para mí que él esté aquí representándonos como hispano, porque habemos muchas personas que no entendemos mucho el idioma de inglés, pero yo estoy muy agradecida con él. Aparte, yo quiero pedir también que como indocumentados tengamos derecho también a esto del control de la renta, porque nada más hay ayuda para los que tienen el modo y nosotros como indocumentados no lo tenemos. Eso es muy triste para nosotros, que también trabajamos con el sudor. Yo soy una persona que he trabajado para mi ciudad, donde yo me vine como inmigrante a trabajar. Jamás he robado, jamás para tener una vida segura para mis hijos. Es lo que yo pido, una comunidad buena.
Good evening. My name is Juana de la Paz. I've been here in Costa Mesa for 33 years, and I say that my heart is always with Costa Mesa. I want to thank Manuel Chavez because every time I've called, he's come to help to clean my alley and my neighborhood. It's very satisfactory for me to have him there as our representative for Hispanics because a lot of us might not understand English, so I do want to I'm very grateful to him for that. And I also want to ask that even for those who are undocumented, that we have some rights for rent control because there's only help for those who can get it, but not for undocumented folks. And that's been very difficult for me because we also work. We put our sweat and tears into this as well. And, you know, I've came here as an immigrant to work. I've never stolen anything in my life or taken anything, and I just want a safe life for my children. So that's all I ask, so for us to have a good community. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for everybody in the chambers. Now we're going to go to Zoom for public comments. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Kim Hendricks, please.
Ms. Hendricks, you have the floor.
A presentation?
Yeah,
I don't know if it's set up.
It's up. Yeah, it's being
Okay.
going forward. Yes.
Okay. Here is Fairview Park in 2003. Soon after the vernal pools were discovered in the 1990s, 1995. Next slide, please. This is in 2005 when it was graded, the watershed. Next slide, please. And then in 2009, it was expanded and a second cement winch line was added without following legal process by HSS. Next slide, please. And there is endangered San Diego button celery found right there, found nowhere else in Orange County. Endangered means that they're almost gone. Biodiversity is good. The endangered fairy shrimp are there, and they're not being protected properly. Next slide. The launch site is not to exceed 1 foot in width and 600-foot string. Now there's 2 launch sites, and it's 92,990 square feet, which exceeds what the Fairview Park Master Plan says. Next slide. As you can see, they just keep desecrating the sensitive habitat. Next slide. And there's Mr. Garcia telling Mr. Dalton what will be done next. Next slide. There are more trails. That's going right into a vernal pool. HSS has disregarded any limits, and when I've asked the city about it, they're afraid to do anything because they were scolded at the May 2nd meeting, 2023, by Mr. Chavez for doing their job. Next slide. And more trails desecrating sensitive habitat. Next slide. And even more. Next slide. And this is what Christine Medic from U.S. Fish and Wildlife said May 4th. And I hope that you read it because she does not think that any flying should be done in Fairview Park. She doesn't say about the vernal pools. She even says it kicks out the birds. And I've been there and I watched the white-tailed kite and the red-shouldered hawk. You know, they wait in the trees near, waiting for them to leave. Next slide. They can't hunt. And Mr. Nurhus, the city biologist, said that it should be a great deal of birds are foraging, so you should really conserve as much, and nothing's being conserved. Next slide. And they just go right into the habitat, and they're actually not very nice. And Mr. Garcia has said more information.
Ms. Hendricks, that's your 3 minutes. So who's next on Zoom?
Next speaker is phone number ending in 613, please.
613, you have the floor.
Yes, hi. I'd like to first raise some concerns about what was done.
Please, sir, hold on 1 second. It's super hard. Let's start his time over. You're very muffled, so we can't hear you. Can you try again?
I would first like to raise concerns about what was done to West 19th Street between Pomona and Monrovia Avenue. It's being portrayed as an enhancement, which it's not. I don't get why we're taking away perfectly good lanes for vehicles to travel down. This seems to be a theme of the council that they don't make very good decisions. We look at our permit parking program. There was a recent post by Council Member Reynolds who's upset with the program that she was part of creating. The previous program was just fine. I don't know why we needed to fix something that's not broken, which is something that we could say about West 19th Street. I don't know why we tried to fix something that wasn't broken. I also think we could describe what was done to West 19th Street as mistaking activity for achievement. I have not seen a single bike use that lane. I wonder what it connects. I mean, to me, it seems like it's just a waste of money and you're creating issues for residents. This council was supposed to be the response to the previous terrible developer council. And I'm so disappointed that I stopped paying attention because this council has done nothing but been a complete disappointment. Measure K was just an absolute kick to the gut to the residents of Costa Mesa. Your friend, the governor, When he gave us our RENA numbers, it said Costa Mesa, you need 11,000 plus units. You know how many units he required of his city? 0. Rules for thee, not for me. That should have been a signal that we should have fought this, you know. And the fact that you guys undid Measure Y, I mean, it's mind-boggling that you had the nerve to do that. 2-to-1 residents approved Measure Y. The effort it took residents to get Measure Y put on the ballot and passed is absolutely tremendous. And the fact that you favored our governor who doesn't do what he asks us to do, and this isn't the first time he does that, you sold us out. And then I wonder, you know, did you guys do any studies about all the small businesses you're going to put out of business when these businesses get torn down and redeveloped for property? What's the homelessness rate of someone who loses a location to work and can't move to a new location? What problems are you creating? You know, and then we have this magical idea that we're going to have this never-ending amount of electricity. We're asked to conserve our electricity. You guys are about to approve a 1,050-unit apartment.
Excuse me, sir. That's your 3 minutes.
Next speaker is calling user 1, please.
Call in user 1. You have the floor.
This past week or 10 days, Sacramento passed a ton of new laws, of which many were related to Newsom's mandate that every city in the state build units per the state RENA numbers. Some of the laws include punitive action by the state toward these cities who do not march to Newsom and Wiener's visions. The ability for individual cities to plan and fulfill their own community needs are out the window. Instead, we have a glut of laws that are punitive in nature and that some will invoke fines on those cities that cannot or will not meet the specific criteria set up by Newsom. The community has been on an information blackout. What is Costa Mesa's status? Do we have a housing element? Why not? What are the state actions that we could be facing? Could our city attorney update us, especially on 2 laws that just jumped out, which are AB 434 and AB 1485. These appear to have some pretty hellacious reactions that will befall our city. Can you bring the residents into the light on how, as a city, we will be affected by these laws? We don't ever get any updates. It's just crickets.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Mark Vucevic, please.
Mr. Vucevic, you have the floor.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I just want to echo the previous speaker that I think it's time to have the yearly update from the Costa Mesa City lobbyists, towns and public affairs, and all the state legislative updates. It was a great point from the previous speaker, but I'm actually calling because right now I'm at the Chuck Marone's Strong Towns event, OCC's campus right now. We have a full room of, I think, over 60 people right here right now. You know, Chuck Marone, founder of Strong Towns, is speaking about how to create a more resilient city, a more safe city, and improving the safety of our city streets. And so I wanted to, highlight that event that's going on right now to council. I know you guys can't attend because you're doing your jobs right now. And just highlight the priorities that are coming out of this, which is the safety of our street design, like the street designs that are happening on Placentia and West 19th and other places, and the resilience, the economic resilience of our community. So thank you, City Council, and I hope you have a good evening.
You're welcome.
No further speakers.
Okay, so we'll close public comment, and now we're going to go on to the section where we have council member comments and committee reports and suggestions, and we're going to start in District 3 with Councilmember Marr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick. Thank you for all of the comments tonight. I really really appreciate the diversity of them. I think also for the couple of speakers who spoke to some of the strides we've made with our more underrepresented communities. That has been a focus of this council. Translation during council meetings is not something that we traditionally did, for example. And so we are trying to make the chambers themselves more inclusive, our government more inclusive, and we will continue to work on those things. I was a judge for the Orange County Sustainability Decathlon at the fairgrounds. I don't know if any of you were able to attend, but there were houses there from colleges all over the country. Unfortunately, a few of them couldn't make it due to shipping challenges, but it was still a really inspirational event where we saw young people work together to create sustainable homes, use sustainable materials, think really hard about energy efficiency and what the built environment will look like in the face of climate change and extreme weather. So if you were looking for some hope for the future and things that give inspiration, it was a wonderful event, and I was excited to help judge the engineering and construction capacity of those homes. So I don't have anything else. Thanks.
Thank you. So next is from Councilmember Reynolds from District 5.
Great, thank you. Maybe I'll build first on the sustainability decathlon. If you didn't have a chance to get out there, my understanding is that one of the homes will remain in Costa Mesa for a little bit to be displayed at IKEA. So if that all works, and thank you staff for jumping on that unexpected plan. It looks like you'll have a chance, maybe starting in November, to visit one of the homes at IKEA for a few months, even after that contest is over. Okay, so I wanted to share a couple updates from committees, and then a couple other thoughts. So as you know, I'm active with the Active Transportation Committee. There's a lot of really good work. I'm excited about the projects that we're seeing. I'm hearing a lot of positive feedback, seeing a lot of people use those amenities. I've personally used the additional bike lanes as well. We have some exciting things coming up on education about both how to use bike lanes safely, and we've also had some really good discussions internally on education for drivers. So as we continue to do research about what are the real safety issues in our community in terms of using the streets, a lot of it comes down to driver awareness and driver behavior as well. So I'm looking forward to the public safety education campaigns around some of the new amenities and strategies that we're employing in the city to slow speeds on our streets and make our streets safer, and also public education for drivers to drive more safely and keep your neighbors safe in Costa Mesa. One thing that I understand is coming back to us before the end of the year is our outdoor dining ordinance. Gosh, it seems like not that long ago that we keep extending that ordinance. I think this council has been clear on our interest in continuing encouraging outdoor dining. I think the ordinance expires at the end of this year, so I think we're going to see it again. And I just want to put my support behind an ordinance that not just allows outdoor dining, but really encourages it. I think in all of the areas that utilize that outdoor dining ordinance and have kept it, it just creates a really enjoyable space to both be in, but also just to see. It activates our streets in a really positive way. Sorry, going back to active transportation. So I did a little experiment that I shared a couple weeks ago, that I was doing this national campaign called A Week Without Driving. Since I do bike around the city a lot, I challenged myself to not rely on my bike, but really try to rely on the bus. It was the first time that I had used the bus in Costa Mesa since being an elementary school student, actually. So I learned a lot, and I want to thank the mayor for joining me on a ride. Thank also our transportation manager and active transportation coordinator for going on a ride with us. Lots of takeaways that I'm still digesting from that experience. But one was really positive feedback from the community. People sharing their stories of using the bus, both for fun and out of necessity, stories from fellow council members using the bus as well. But one of my key takeaways of many is really the amenities at bus stops. There were sort of striking differences around the city and the conditions of some of those amenities. Many stops don't have benches. Many stops don't have shade. Several stops were pretty dirty. So I know our public works team is not here today, but I'm going to be looking into opportunities to very quickly improve the standards of our bus stops, which we do manage as a city, and look for opportunities to improve amenities, especially shade. Just one more thing, I'm going through the report that the Resilience OC team shared with us. I really appreciate the work that they've been doing, canvassing through neighborhoods in Costa Mesa and collecting feedback from residents. This is some of the most powerful information we get. Hearing from our community is the most important and powerful information we get here on the council. And I've been looking at the recommendations from this report, addressing housing insecurity, providing a rental assistance fund, providing a legal defense fund, and it's I'm really proud of the work that this council has done. We're doing a lot of what this report is telling us the needs are in Costa Mesa. One thing the report also shares is interest in a youth fund, which is something that I don't believe we've done that yet. And I know we have a lot of resources for youth, a lot of different programs. Oftentimes there's a cost gap, an access gap for residents who don't necessarily have the funds to play club soccer or to be part of the tennis club, for example. So I'm interested as we're looking at budgeting for the next year or have extra funds, what we can do to help youth in our community close that gap and have more access to some of the great activities and amenities we have in Costa Mesa. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from District 4, Councilmember Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everyone for joining us today. I'll be brief, just two quick things I want to highlight today. First was I had the pleasure of joining some residents in my district to walk Center Street, right behind 19th Street. It was good seeing the community out, but there was a couple of things that really brought me a bit of sadness. Was the alleyway behind them was pretty dilapidated. I'm thankful for city staff for being there, highlighting the issues we need addressed. And one thing I want to ask the city staff is the residents had a concern that they wanted to have a stop sign, a three-way stop sign on Monrovia and Center, because it's dangerous when you pull out. So that's the only thing I have a request for there. If anyone in the community wants me to tour the street with them, please reach out to me. My email is on the city website, and I'm always available to walk with any resident in any part of town. Second, I had a tour of taking 5 students from our school district to tour the new to be Randall Preserve, or formerly known as Banning Ranch. This plot of land is adjacent to Costa Mesa Newport Beach, and it's going to become a nature park. So for all the members of the community, as you live your lives, anytime you hear about Randall Preserve and public input, please say your piece. This is the largest piece of real estate we have in Orange County that's going to become available to become a park next to our city. So your feedback is warranted and needed. And with that, I'll say thank you all for joining us today in this packed agenda. I look forward to hearing from each one of you about your comments and your own items of choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Gameros, from District 2 is next.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of things I want to talk about. In the last week and a half, we've had a lot going on as we watch television. Most of the time in this community, when we hear sirens, we don't have to worry about a bomb or a missile flying over our heads, and we tend to take that for granted. I know most of the time when I hear a siren, I'm doing one of two things. I'm sitting on the couch watching TV, or standing somewhere, usually in my house, making dinner or something like that, but I'm not in fear of my life. And I think it's really important that we take a minute to reflect that we don't have to worry about our lives right now. And in addition to that, we have a great police community that makes sure that we live in a wonderful city and we don't have to have fear on a daily basis of crime, intruders, etc. So I'm going to close and just make sure that we appreciate what we have and who we have in our city and how things get handled, because if it wasn't for those things, we would be living a much different life. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. From District 1, Councilmember Don Harper.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to know what's going on at the gym, because that lady has been here 10 times. And no offense to anybody, I have confidence in our city staff, and I'm sure you're doing the right thing, but I've heard so many intelligent points she's made, and she's entertaining, and I like her. But I just want to know what's going on. Either you can report to the entire council, or you can report back to me, tell me what's going on. And like I said, I have great confidence in you, so no offense. Just I've heard enough. I'd like her to be able to sit quietly and take care of that. All of you are here. Well, my point is going to be, I'd like these meetings to be efficient, and I want to respect the people that come here for agenda items. How many of you, by raise of hands, are here for an agenda item? You're here for some agenda item. Raise your hand. That's a big group. Who's here to listen to me? Oh, come on. I got two. I got one that's very nice. You guys are sweet. Thank you very much. I have lobbied, and I'm going to lobby again. I've lobbied with the city manager. Our proclamations are great. You know, it's fantastic. I'd love to have a proclamation meeting. Just do proclamations. Council comments come at the end of the meeting. General comments, I'll take them at the front. But I'd love people to come here and be able to know an agenda item is going to occur. Because usually we don't start the agenda until 8 o'clock. And I've been here as late as, well, and my fellow council members, as late as 1:30 in the morning. We selected our mayor one time ago at 1:30 in the morning. And I don't like seeing us talk about budget at 10 at night. So I'd like to think about that. The other thing that I've lobbied for, and I'm going to start saying it publicly, I would love to see our agenda items come out at least, I'd love to see them 2 weeks before the meeting. I think I get them Thursday night. And if I don't have a busy Friday, I can look at them Friday. And I have to look at them. So, and the members of the public that want to come and comment on an item, they got a very short amount of time to come talk about it or give their council members comments. So I'd like to see that happen. And I'll just keep lobbying for it. With regard to the moratorium, there's a gentleman that spoke, and I'd love to talk to him. I think his name was Keith. I'd love to get his side, because I'm the person, one of the council members that said I'd like a moratorium on the processing of cannabis shops until we have corrections to our ordinance. And I really want to have a discussion. I want to learn to listen to both sides. I have a lot of empathy for these entrepreneurs who are trying to start a shop and are investing money. And I have a lot of empathy for our community that is questioning how many we're going to have. So I look forward to that item. That item is supposed to come back November 7th, and hopefully we can have a really good conversations about it. But I'll say it again, I have empathy for what's been invested, and I'm paying attention to that as well, even though I'm concerned about, and I'll tell you what I'm concerned about in this market. The retail is struggling. Our Walgreens, CVS, retail in general, margins are squeezed. People don't go to the store anymore. Cannabis retail is going to be a challenge with what's potentially 50 shops in our community. And I'm afraid of that disrupting a lot of what we have, a lot of the businesses we do have. And again, it'll sort itself out, but by the time it sorts itself out, we've done a lot of damage. So those are my comments for this evening. Thank you.
I'm so glad that we heard him. It wouldn't have been the same if we didn't hear that. Now, for more wisdom from District 6, Mayor Pro Tem Jeff Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Don, you're going to have to indulge me. I'm going to be a little longer than normal tonight. Typically, I'm happy to talk about what's going on in our neighborhoods, especially on the east side. But tonight, I need to take a more somber tone here. Last week has been just gut-wrenching. Councilmember Gameros alluded to what's going on in the world, and I wrote something down. I posted it earlier this week. Hopefully I can get through it in one piece. Honestly, I haven't been this anxious about speaking in public since probably my bar mitzvah. I'm a Jew. I've faced anti-Semitism, hate, bigotry, but nothing in my 52 years has shaken me like the attack by Hamas on Israel 11 days ago. This is an indelible and existential wound. It's not going to be brushed aside in the next news cycle. It's not going to heal in a matter of weeks or days or months. And quite honestly, I don't expect people to understand the depth of our grief. But I want to share with you that your Jewish friends, neighbors, and coworkers are not okay. My emotions have ran the gamut last 10 days. Anger, disbelief, confusion, fear, sadness, and even a little bit of hope. But when you're raised as a Jew, you're taught at an early age a simple but poignant phrase. It's not even Hebrew. It's 2 English words, never again. And you heard one of our residents mention that earlier tonight. Of course, this phrase commonly refers to the atrocities perpetrated against Jews during the Holocaust, but it also pertains to a longer history, as Jews have been subjected to scorn, persecution, and exile over millennia. So the pithy phrase, never again, becomes both a warning and a call for resilience. Unfortunately, never again is also a constant reminder that evil persists. And on October 7th, during the Sabbath, we were reminded again that evil can be unleashed at any time on the Jewish community. And I don't use that word lightly. I mean, there's no other way to describe the unspeakable and barbaric slaughter and maiming of thousands of Israelis by Hamas. The only way to combat the evil that we all witnessed is to be vigilant. And vigilance obligates us to not only be present, but also to be vocal. So today is not a time to sit idly by and be silent. Never again is now. I grieve for the Palestinian civilians too, whose lives and futures are of no consequence to Hamas. No one wants the suffering and bloodshed to continue, and for all those involved, I certainly pray for peace. But tonight, I simply want to state, as a Jew, as an American, and most importantly, as a human being, I proudly stand with Israel. Follow that.
Great job, great job. Well, okay. Between that and Don saying nobody wants to hear me speak, I only have 7 items to speak about. So I went to a few events. I went to the Back to Soy night with many council members, and that's the place where Councilmember Chavez works, and they do terrific work there. And so it was great to see that. We went to the State of the Schools. Our school district is in excellent shape. 97% of the high school students in the Newport Mesa Unified School District graduate from high school. That's a pretty amazing statistic. City manager, going back to the Cal Optima presentation, I'd like us to pursue the street medicine initiative if we can become one of those 2 cities that are opening up in next year, or even just apply or look into it. I appreciate that. I went on the bus ride with Councilmember Reynolds, and it's interesting. It's like the first time somebody told me there was an arrow in the FedEx logo, and now all I can see is the arrow. Now all I can see is bus benches all over the city. And she's quite right that there is improvement that is needed there if we really want to get people to go in our buses. So it would be good to get some attention there by our Public Works Department. And then a couple more things. One is hands-free, device-free today. I'm not on any devices. Everybody I'm not criticizing anybody. I live in a glass house when it comes to devices, but I'm trying to be more present. In terms of the item that Councilmember Harlan talked about, yes, absolutely, I stand with Israel. And I was honored really to go with Councilmember Harlan was there. He sat right next to me. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan. Yeah, and there were 1,500 people at the Jewish Community Center last Tuesday, about right this time, actually, exactly a week ago. And we heard from many rabbis, we heard prayers, we heard songs, we heard, it was very inspiring and sorrowful, and there were, of course, anger. But the one thing that I'll always remember is at one point in time, they said, how many people here are not Jews that are here? And I raised my hand. The person sitting next to me said, thank you. So all of you that are not Jews, stick stick with your Jewish friends. They need you now. And we're going to be adjourning the meeting for Richard Kohler, who's Scoop Kohler, and I'll talk more about him at the end of the meeting. With that, let's hear from our city manager, Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Good evening, esteemed members of the public. I just had two brief things. One, I wanted to reassure you, Mayor, that we will indeed be applying for the street medicine CalOptima program to help our unhoused population. So we hope to be one of those two cities. So Nate Robbins, our neighborhood improvement manager, has already been starting that application for the grant. And so let's keep our fingers crossed. That would be phenomenal for us to actually receive those funds. And for Councilmember Harlan, we will be hiring a noise consultant. He was otherwise had other business and also wasn't able to start on the project just yet. But as of this evening, my information is that he can start on this officially, just to determine, have an outside third-party, unbiased person determine whether there's a violation of our noise ordinance. Our staff from multiple departments has gone out and determined that there's not a violation, but we understand the need for independent third-party outside expert involvement. And so we were happy to do that, and we'll report back when that's complete. That's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. From our city attorney's office, our city attorney, Ms. Hall Barlow, do you have a report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just very briefly, I know one commenter raised a couple of specific bills. There are 56 new housing bills that we are in the process of analyzing, working with staff and getting updates prepared. The two that are mentioned, the first one involves changes to the HCD review period for amendments to housing elements and to the time periods in which the city must post and notice and make available responses to those or draft revisions in response to those comments. One of the significant changes in that statute gives the HCD, as a state agency, the authority to determine that the city, quote, is in violation of state law if the department finds that its housing element or any action of the city does not comply with 26 identified laws. So it's going to have an impact, and we will be writing that up. It also gives the AG's office 3 years to sue us over those alleged violations. And AB 1485 has a lot of provisions that don't affect us, but it does involve the streamlined ministerial process for affordable housing projects, the so-called must allow projects. We will be summarizing that as well. So we don't normally issue our summaries to the public, but rest assured that we are taking the time to look at those laws and interpret them on behalf of the city. And with that, all I can say is shalom.
Thank you. Okay, so now is the consent calendar. Matters on the consent calendar are to be considered routine and will be acted upon in one motion unless they're pulled by a member of the public or a council member or a member of staff. I just want to note up front that Councilmember Gameros needs to recuse himself from some consent calendar item number 3, the warrant resolution. And so, before we move, were anything officially polled? Anything officially polled?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Now, but Ms. Barlow, you had something you wanted to say about one of our items, which was the response to the grand jury report.
Yes, I just wanted to let the council know that staff will be working to make some revisions to our responses to the grand jury report, specifically in the area of providing some data about the number of lawsuits that the city has dealt with and the expenditure relating to those lawsuits. and to encourage collaboration and the spreading of expenses and efforts around the county for the sober living home and group home regulations. The city has spent upward of $7 million at this point.
All right, and if you're scoring at home, that is consent calendar item number 8 that she was just speaking of. And with that, we have a motion by Councilmember Chavez, which I seconded.
Move the balance or approve consent calendar.
Move the consent calendar, and I second that. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, so the next item is our public hearing item pertaining to the cannabis application appeal, and it is 7:45. We can either press on or we can take a 15-minute break. What's your pleasure, council? Press on? Press on. All right. Please read the title, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. This is Appeal of Planning Application 22-05 for a retail cannabis storefront business located at 1505 Mesa Verde Drive East. Presentation by Ms. Halligan, Contract Planner.
Ms. Halligan, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. I'm Michelle Halligan, Contract Planner with the Economic and Development Services Department. Planning Application 2205 is an application for a conditional use permit to establish a retail cannabis storefront at 1505 Mesa Verde Drive East. The proposed business would be known as C21+. The city has approved 21 CUPs for cannabis storefronts. The project being presented tonight is outlined in blue. To date, there are 8 cannabis storefronts operating in Costa Mesa, shown in green. The applicant successfully completed the initial steps, including a pre-application and cannabis business permit, which included a review of the business plan, security plan, and background checks. The proposed storefront would be located at 1505 Mesa Verde Drive East, as outlined in yellow in the aerial and zoning map. The subject property is zoned C1 and has a land use general plan designation of general commercial. There are other commercially zoned properties to the north, south, east, and west. The property to the north is commercially zoned, but was developed as an age-restricted residential community. Existing development on the subject property consists of an almost 6,000 square foot, single-story, multi-tenant building. As proposed, the storefront would occupy the entire building. Parking would be provided in 2 surface lots that are not shared with other properties. This is the conceptual site plan. The applicant proposes to bring the building up to current building codes and update the building facade and add landscaping. A bike rack would be added to encourage multimodal transportation, and the parking lots would be restriped to comply with the city's parking standards and add 2 electric vehicle charging stations. This is a rendering of the proposed storefront as viewed from Mesa Verde Drive East. The proposed floor plan would allow customer access in the entrance and retail sales floor only. All other areas would be limited to staff with the proper security credentials. A greeter employee would verify the customer's identity and age before allowing them into the retail sales floor. There are more than 45 standard conditions of approval related to cannabis storefronts. For example, on-site consumption is prohibited, compliance with state licenses, and there's a 2-year renewal process in Costa Mesa. There are some additional conditions of approval. These include posting signs in the parking lot to remind customers to use consideration, limiting the hours the exterior trash enclosure can be used, and the applicant proposes to operate with fewer hours than allowed by the Costa Mesa Municipal Code. As conditioned, operations would be limited to 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., Monday through Thursday, and 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Friday through Sunday. Costa Mesa Municipal Code Title 13, Section 13-29G requires the review body to make 3 specific findings in conjunction with a CUP review. The proposed storefront must be, or the proposed development, or use is substantially compatible with developments in the same general area and would not be materially detrimental to other properties within the area. Granting the conditional use permit will not be materially detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the public or otherwise injurious to property or improvements within the immediate neighborhood. And granting the conditional use permit will not allow a use, density, or intensity which is not in accordance with the general plan designation and any applicable specific plan for the property. The Planning Commission approved Planning Application 22-05 at the August 14th, 2023 meeting. An appeal of the Planning Commission's decision was filed by Mark Less, the owner of an adjacent property, 1525 Mesa Verde Drive East. The appeal application describes the property owner's 5 key concerns with the Planning Commission's decision. The proposed use would be detrimental to the 45 mostly small family businesses at Mesa Verde Plaza, detrimental to attracting future desirable tenants to Mesa Verde Plaza, detrimental to parking at Mesa Verde Plaza, detrimental to security in Mesa Verde Plaza and surrounding neighborhood, and detrimental to sustainable community development. Pursuant to Costa Mesa Municipal Code Chapter 9, the City Council shall conduct a new or de novo review of the matter being appealed. The City Council may exercise its independent judgment and discretion in making a decision. The appeal hearing is not limited to the grounds stated by the Planning Commission. Staff recommends the Council either uphold the Planning Commission's decision and approve the CUP application subject to conditions of approval, or overturn the Planning Commission's decision, deny the application, and direct staff to prepare a resolution reflecting the City Council's findings for denial. I'd also like to note for the record that the City has received public comments on this item, and those comments have been provided to the City Council. The appellant, Mark Less, is present and has prepared a presentation. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer your questions.
Are there any questions of staff now, or does council want to see the application or the appellant?
I have one
Yes.
quick question, Mr. Mayor. So just for clarity, Mesa Verde Plaza is not where the cannabis shop will be located, correct?
That is correct. Mesa Verde Plaza is adjacent to the proposed cannabis storefront. They are on separate properties.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, wonderful.
Mayor, will we have
Yeah,
opportunities?
I'm sorry, yes.
Oh, just wanted to confirm, will we have opportunities to ask questions after the presentations?
Sure.
Or public?
You know, that's
I'd
the
rather
other thing
see
is,
the
yeah,
presentation.
so we can hold, are we going to hear from the applicant as well?
Mayor, the applicant is available to speak as well.
Okay, yes, sir.
I have one quick question.
Councilmember Gameros.
Thank you. When you said adjacent, is it contiguous with the shopping center, meaning are all the units connected, or is there some kind of division preventing?
Councilmember Gameros, there is a wall dividing the 2 properties, and the buildings are not connected.
Thank you.
Okay,
Excuse me,
yes, sir, of course.
I live in that neighborhood. It's, you can walk next door. I mean, there's a wall that separates the property, like a fence of any property, right? But you can walk next door, correct? I mean, I've been there, I know it's that.
Councilmember Harper, that is correct. There's a sidewalk that links the 2 properties.
This is a curiosity, because I was hoping to put a gas station there, but you put 2 EV stations there. Why do you put 2 EV stations there? Do people, for the electric vehicles, is that a requirement now for any new? I just wonder if it's a city requirement, or how long people stay to buy marijuana. Just curious.
This use didn't require it. There are building permits that require it to be E-ready, e-car, e-vehicle charging ready, but not this one.
Oh,
The applicant is just installing these out of their choice.
Got it. Thank you. That's all.
All right. So next up, the applicant, or the appellant.
man. Mayor Stevens, members of City Council, hello. My name is Mark Less, and I'm here tonight to appeal the decision to allow a cannabis store right next to Mesa Verde Plaza. I'm the property owner of Mesa Verde Plaza, 60-year resident of Mesa Verde, and I also live just 1 block away from the property. I'm not here to debate cannabis or the number of stores that are allowed to be open in the city. Listen, I understand that voters passed Measure Q. Cannabis stores are free to open anywhere in the city as long as the code allows it. But what I will show you tonight is that this specific location at 1505 does not satisfy either our cannabis code or requirements of a CUP. The information I'm going to share with you was not known by planning. It wasn't in the application that was filed. They left it out of the information I'm going to show you was left out of the application. Personally, I don't believe it was a mistake. Oh, we got this thing here. Here we go. Okay, the cannabis code is clear. No cannabis stores are allowed within 1,000 feet of a playground. And there's a real long definition of what a playground is. Well, there happens to be a playground within 1,000 feet of this location. If you look down here at the bottom right, from their front door to this playground is 608 feet. Can't be within 1,000, okay? This playground meets all the tests of that code I just showed you. There's a lot of them. Let me run through them. It can be a privately owned recreation area, contains playground equipment. You see up there in the upper left, that's playground equipment. Serves the residents of a development, that's ORA development. Includes a residential subdivision, that's ORA. It's not a single family residence, place of worship, or business. It's not access controlled, and it's got direct access from the public right away on Merrimack Way. So now if I'm you and I'm sitting up there, I'm going to ask the question, if this park is disqualifying and it's within 1,000 feet, how come planning approved it? And the answer is an outdated zoning map was in the application. Okay? You see what this arrow points to? That's where ORA is. It's a residential development. All of that pink area you see, those are C1 commercial. Now, planning staff, I'm not blaming them. They'd have no reason to look at this area and think that there's a park in here because it's commercial. Why would you look for a park in commercial? But this property was rezoned in 2016. City code says no cannabis stores allowed within 1,000 feet. Now, this is not some kind of technicality gotcha moment. I know personally a cannabis operator friend of mine who was thinking about locating nearby. He saw the playground was there and he looked elsewhere. This code's pretty simple, okay? There's not that many restrictions. If I can figure it out, I think anyone else can figure it out. Okay, also, the city code says no cannabis stores can be within 600 feet of youth centers. Now, Mesa Verde Plaza contains 4 youth centers, all well within 600 feet. Again, there's no mention of these youth centers in the application. Youth centers are defined in the code pretty specifically as a private business that hosts recreation or social activities for minors. Can't be a dance school, karate, tutoring, or similar. Now, my 4 youth centers satisfy the definition, and therefore any one of them would disqualify a cannabis store next door as per our code. I'm going to go through them. First is Legacy Escape Rooms. It's a youth center that regularly hosts parties and social activities for minors to solve mystery puzzles. Very popular. The next is Art Steps. This is a youth center that hosts art recreation for minors. Next, we have Musica. It's a youth center. They host music recreation for minors. I have a homeschool enrichment program. They provide social activities for homeschool kids. Our code's really clear. Just one of these youth centers disqualifies this cannabis store at 1505. Okay, getting a CUP requires an applicant to prove compatibility and they will not be detrimental. Now, I have 4 other youth businesses that I'm going to show you, and I don't think they're compatible with the 6,000 square foot cannabis store right on the edge of my property. Therefore, I don't think the CUP should be granted. Okay, here we see one of these things is John Ortega Golf. He does golf instruction, specializes in children and minors. In fact, one of his students was our local golf star, Jake Knapp, who's now on the PGA Tour. Okay, I also have a Marine boot camp prep in my parking lot. 30 or so high school seniors, 17 and 18-year-olds regularly meet in my parking lot to bond and prepare for boot camp. Now, they're mere feet away from that cannabis store is proposed to open. Does anyone think that that is compatible? Blooming Chiropractic in my center. She specializes in small kids and expectant mothers, hence the name Blooming. OC Taekwondo's been with me for about 20 years. They're 95% kids. Youth businesses are not compatible with a cannabis store next door. Therefore, CUP cannot be granted. Okay, our code says that no cannabis store can be near a school. Why do they have that rule? Why can't you have a cannabis next to a school if everything's okay and it's safe and it's not a problem? It's because regular groups of children next door to cannabis is not compatible and it's detrimental. Well, it's the exact same thing when those group of kids leave their schools and come to my center for recreation activities. It's not compatible. So CUP cannot be granted. My parking is going to absorb all their traffic. Don Harper's right. There's a little teeny 2-foot wall there. Anyone could walk over that wall into my parking lot. You enter by going, my lot is a lot easier to enter because you just enter it by going down these red arrows. I got a big wide open lot there. It's even closer for them to walk around to the front door or go over that little fence than it is to go way back where that green arrow is. They've got a real tight 18-foot alleyway. That's not legal anymore. That's supposed to accommodate two-way traffic. I mean, good luck with that when they're busy. Their customers have used my lot for years, okay? But C21 will have a much bigger impact in their application. They said 300 customers a day, which is a lot. But on their website, it says a similar sized store sees 1,000 customers a day. They advertise themselves as a cannabis superstore. Whatever the case, they only have 27 parking spots and my parking will be severely impacted. Their security has no authority on my property. You take a look at this diagram, I'm right next to them. That 50-foot no loitering from their front door ends at my property. Anyone can park and smoke and do whatever they want right there. This negative impact should qualify them from being granted a CUP. Okay, with cannabis stores now opening in Costa Mesa, we don't have to speculate. We can see what real-world impacts they're having on multi-tenant centers that they locate next to. First off, my tenant ARP Steps wrote a letter. She said that they are leaving if cannabis opens next door. Parents won't like it, she says. My Lollipop Pediatric Dentistry is a couple of doors down from Stizzy on Harbor. They say that they will not renew their lease and will move out due to problems from Stizzy and concerns from parents. Harbor Compound Pharmacy is moving to Santa Ana due to problems from their nearby cannabis store. 2750 Harbor is right next to Stizzy, multi-tenant property. They say that they have seen a pickup in loitering and nuisances from Stizzy. Marquee Plaza is on the corner of Harbor and Adams. They're a multi-tenant center. They have to post 7 no off-the-charts parking signs due to parking overflow from their neighbors. Obviously, the city is not enforcing that code, and these problems become the property owner's problems. Now, cannabis stores are already causing a problem with multi-tenant neighbors. This is a proven detriment. Again, that should disqualify them from a CUP. With cannabis next door, it's going to be nearly impossible for me to lease to the type of tenants I specialize in. The OC Department of Education had a school at my center for 16 years. They're a great tenant. Coincidentally, they vacated shortly after the cannabis store application was filed. The California State Health Code does not allow schools within 600 feet of cannabis. So that means I am now never able to lease to a school again. That's kind of my market. In closing, planning did not have the information that you now have. The site does not satisfy city code. It's within 1,000 feet of a playground. It's within 600 feet of several youth centers. The site cannot be granted a CUP as cannabis is incompatible and detrimental with my youth businesses and my ability to lease to those type of businesses. The parking, loitering, and cut-through impacts will also be detrimental to me, just like it has been to my neighboring properties. In closing, I'd like to ask you to help protect my 8 youth businesses. Many of these are women-owned, and the other 34 small independent businesses at Mesa Verde Plaza by upholding my appeal. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. And is the applicant available to speak? Go ahead. Applicant, yeah.
Buenas noches. Good evening. My name is Hazelina Belladora. I am the applicant. And I'm grateful and excited to be here tonight. And proud because 55 years ago, my mother, at the young age of 21, with no more than a third grade education, left a small country in Central America for North America, the U.S., land of the free and home of the brave. And that word brave has special meaning because it first takes courage to do anything. And it is with that sense of courage that I stand before you tonight alongside supporters and opponents to my application, which was approved by a 5-2 vote of the Planning Commission on August 14th, who found it to be substantially compatible, aligned with the legal parameters of Measure Q, and subject to conditions of approval. We manufacture legal, regulated, medicinal, and adult use products at our Measure X location, so we can legally sell them in our stores where only adults over 21 can enter. A legal business selling legal, regulated products to adults only, and that provides a tax revenue to the city. My partners and I have allocated approximately $2 million to this project, which includes interior and exterior improvements, promoting code enforcement and ADA standards, EV charging stations, and bicycle racks that bring lighting and security to the premises, that in turn reduces the dangers that currently exist and improves the health and wellness of the customers we serve. I am asking for your vote tonight to deny the appeal to our approved application because we are substantially compatible, have been found substantially compatible with the approved laws on the books. The city has already made a policy decision to allow cannabis in the city. The law has been adopted. It's fair to us and to the 65% of the community who want it and voted it in. Please, I'm asking for your vote to maintain my approved application, and I thank you for your time. My partners and I are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. So some of the council members have expressed an interest in asking questions at this stage. So let's go first with Councilmember Gameros.
Thank you very much. So this is probably a question for staff. The little park that was referred to, is that a tot lot?
Councilman Gameros, when the city created the buffer map, we did not include that playground. And it was specifically because that's private property. Those are privately owned streets. There's not public access, and entering that property is trespassing.
Okay, and there's a sign stating that in front of the park, is there not?
Oh, that's correct, yes.
Okay, so that's not a public park for public use then?
It's not a public park for public use, but also the definition of a playground in our code says that to be a sensitive use, It would need to have direct access from the public right-of-way, but all of the streets in Aura are private streets with the no trespassing sign.
Okay, I'm going to have more questions, but that's my first one for now. Thank you.
Well, okay, we'll make sure you get a chance to ask all your questions. Councilmember Harper, do you wish to ask questions?
Yeah, Michelle, regarding the playground, you can walk to that playground, right? You can't stop. I mean, I've been in that neighborhood. You can walk to it, right? There's nothing restricts you from walking to it. Correct?
Councilmember Harper, you would have to trespass on the private property, but
Right.
you could physically walk there, yes.
You can walk there. I've been by there. Was this information presented to the Planning Commission? Were they aware of this tot lot or playground?
Councilmember Harper, we did not specifically present the tot lot, but it may have come up in public comment. But from planning, including the maps that we issued to the public, this was not included as a sensitive use because it did not meet our definition.
So the answer is no, they didn't see it. Planning Commission was not aware when they voted on this that playground existed. So you should know. I mean, do you know? They did not. The answer is no. Thanks. Did Mr. Les present at the Planning Commission meeting? He did. He did.
That is correct.
He present the same information?
No, he did not.
No, different. What was different about the information tonight?
As he mentioned, he indicated that this was new information to planning.
This was new information to planning.
But again, this park wasn't new information to planning per se. We had already reviewed it and determined that it didn't comply with our definitions.
You knew, but it wasn't there. But the Planning Commission members didn't know.
The Planning Commission was not made aware of it, nor were they made aware of any other sensitive uses that were not in that.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we don't normally go that far.
Mr. Les's definition of the youth centers and the conflict there, is that correct? Is he correct? You guys are the experts, and that's why I'm asking you.
Councilmember Harper, the appellant's definition of a youth center differs from the definition in the code, and that is why we did not establish the businesses in his shopping center as a sensitive use.
For example, one of his uses that he used as a demonstration as being a sensitive use was a Taekwondo studio. Clearly, there's a definition requirement that says it's not that's not part of the definition.
They're not really youth. They're not really kids.
No, the actual
None of these
definitions-
people at those different businesses are really children.
What?
I'm just trying to understand the intent. I know the intent of the law. I mean,
No, the
you
intent-
sound like, and I guess I'm not understanding, based on what I read in his presentation and what you're saying to me, I guess I don't understand the nuance in the law that excludes those places that have a lot of children going to them.
So the definition of a youth center in our code is youth center means any public or private facility that is primarily used to host recreation or social activities for minors, specifically private youth membership organizations or clubs, social services, teenage club facilities, and arcades where 10 or more games or game machines are operated like an amusement park, but does not include dance studios, tutoring, martial arts studios, or similar type of uses.
Or a dental office for kids, right?
Councilman
Okay.
Harper, that is correct. Like pediatric services at medical offices is not included as a youth center.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
To have a brief question. So can you put up slide 4, please?
Pardon me, Mayor, did you mean of staff's presentation?
Staff's presentation, yeah,
Thank you.
slide 4. Okay, I think we went over this pretty quickly, but we have the first kind of whatever column entitled pre-application and wait list. Underneath that, there's a reference to location verification. What is entailed in location verification?
Mr. Mayor, during location verification, staff conducts a site visit. We also review sensitive use separation maps in which we see the various boundaries, 600 feet and 1,000-foot separations from the parcel and sensitive uses. And in this instance, because the park is, or the nearby playground is on private property with no trespassing signs, throughout the implementation of the ordinance, we have not considered that to meet our definition of a playground for this code.
Got it. But so I'm just trying to understand the process. I heard you say that before, but so the first thing somebody who's interested in becoming a cannabis retail storefront operator does is they submit to the city of Costa Mesa, to our staff, an application, and the first thing we do is verify that the location qualifies based on our definition and so forth. And at that point in time, really, there's not a lot that the business or the applicant has to really spend. I mean, it's early in the process. Am I right?
That is correct. It's early in the process. The fee is $1,500, and it really covers the cost of having staff visit the site, typically with code enforcement, as well as review their application materials, which is signatures from the applicant, verification that the property owner supports the project, as well as a separation map.
When did this applicant apply?
I don't have that data before
October
me.
2021.
Okay. Well,
October of
but-
2021, does that sound about right?
That does sound about right.
Okay, so it was
yes.
about 2 years ago. And in that 2 years, after they got the green light, let's say, based on the location verification with respect to sensitive uses, they went through all of these other items that are here, the site visit, the pre-application determination letter is issued. That's actually the letter that we write that says your location qualifies, right?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
And the city writes that.
Yes, it comes from planning staff.
And when we write that, do we expect the applicant to rely on what we say in that letter?
At that point in the process, that is when we've established their minimum separation from sensitive uses. So if a new sensitive use were to be established, we would go back and look at the timing of that letter.
But when we write that letter on city letterhead, do we expect the applicant to rely on the letter?
I can answer that, Mayor. City staff, I don't know that we have an opinion about how they're relying on it or not. Our role in the process is to advise them that we've checked the code, and from our perspective, they are eligible to move forward in the process. And we continue processing their application after that letter is submitted.
And we know then, right, that they're going to, when they get that letter, they're going to continue through the process, right?
We would allow them to continue to the process, yes.
Including presenting, as we say here, a business plan, a security plan, background checks, notice to proceed, to submit a CUP application, right?
Correct. We will continue to process their applications along those lines.
And this applicant did all four of those things?
Correct.
Okay. And then they also paid a fee?
Correct.
Okay, the fee was what, $40,000?
Approximately $20,000 at the cannabis business permit phase and approximately the same at the conditional use permit phase.
And we're at the conditional use permit phase?
Correct.
So they paid 40?
Correct, in total.
And then they go through the next step, which is a conditional use permit phase, which is evaluation of site. Did I do something to my screen? Is it still up? A section, oh, here, hold on one second. Cancel. Okay, sorry, it's just me. So this applicant went through the next phase, the conditional use permit phase, which is to evaluate the site use, the staff report. We make a staff report, we do the conditions, we had public notice in the planning commission, right?
That's right.
And this applicant has gone through all those phases, right?
Correct. And in the planning commission staff report, staff advised that we had evaluated the location and determined that the location met code requirements.
And it's taken them 2 years to go through all that, right?
Correct.
And the planning commission approved this application?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions. Yes, Councilmember Marr.
Ms. Lee, can you explain what a discretionary approval is?
Yes. A discretionary approval is essentially an application type that requires the city to review and make findings Ms. Halligan read those findings as part of her presentation. There are 3 findings associated with the conditional use permit. And a discretionary approval means that the decision maker finds that the application meets all of those findings. And those findings are in addition to minimum code requirements.
So in this case, the Planning Commission had that discretionary approval?
Correct.
And because of the appeal, that authority is delegated to the City Council?
That's correct.
So in order to open as a business, as a cannabis business in Costa Mesa, you've got to jump through all of those wickets, and we've been very clear from the beginning which parts of those wickets are discretionary. Is that correct?
Yes.
So when a candidate pays $20,000, they recognize exactly the process that they're getting into, and that ultimately this will be decided by either the Planning Commission or by this body.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Reynolds.
Hi, thank you. Can we go to slide 9? I think it was 9, please. And I just want to make sure that I'm orienting correctly. Is the Mesa Verde East is on the north side, or sort of top of this? So just want to make sure I'm orienting with the streets.
Councilmember Reynolds, Mesa Verde Drive is near the customer employee access at the bottom of the slide.
So I have this flipped. So the parking, if the property is sort of an L-shaped, the parking actually goes north of the picture or above the picture as listed here?
So there's actually parking in front, but the bulk of the parking is in the rear of the building. There are 2 parking lots.
Okay, I'm glad I asked because I had that flipped around. Okay, so the entrance is facing Mesa Verde East, and the appellant's property is to the right of the photo here.
That is correct.
The floor plan's not shown there. Okay, great. On the parking, it looks like a lot of parking here. Can you just tell me what the parking requirements were and how many parking spaces are provided?
There would be 25 parking spaces required for the use, and they're providing 27 spaces as well as a bike rack.
Okay, so slightly over. Okay, and I heard the applicant say that they have a Measure X store in Costa Mesa. Is that correct?
Councilmember Reynolds, that is correct. They operate under, let's see, SCCC Group in our Measure X zone.
Got it, okay. And we heard some concerns related to sort of traffic flow or walking flow, sort of use of another property's parking lot, or people maybe inadvertently walking back and forth between the 2 sites. What were some of the strategies discussed or in the conditions to mitigate that?
Councilmember Reynolds, that concern was brought up at the public hearing. The Planning Commission did not choose to add a condition about new signage, but that is something that the council could explore if they believe that signage would be a way to resolve that concern.
Was there any discussion or is there opportunity to sort of improve the barrier or more clearly delineate between the 2 properties?
Well, there is an existing wall between the 2 properties. To increase the height of the wall, the property owners would, first we need to determine if it's on the shared property line or only on the 1525 Mesa Verde Drive East property. And that would, who would pay for that would be a discussion between the property owners, but that is a recommendation that you could explore.
Okay, it was hard to tell in the photo. It looked like a pretty narrow space. I was trying to figure out what's possible. I don't know if the applicant has some ideas. You've heard the concerns about movement between the 2 properties. Do you have additional ideas on how to help mitigate that concern?
Actually, that is one concern that we discussed with the appellant. We actually requested an audience with him prior to this meeting today. And so that A, we wanted to try to be neighborly, and B, we wanted to hear his concerns because we care about them. And we actually told him that that is one of the things, building the wall higher, we would pay for that cost if that was something that interested him. And he declined the offer. He said that he could, in fact, himself put a dome over his property if he'd like to, and that he didn't need that wall. But we are happy to explore that and use that as a possible solution.
Councilmember Reynolds, one of the conditions that were actually labeled in the staff report for proximity residential, but also applies here is a condition that was approved by the Planning Commission was a staff person or the required 24-hour security guard will monitor the site's parking areas to ensure that customers are quiet, turn off vehicle engines promptly, do not play loud music, and generally do not create excessive neighbor disturbances. The parking lot monitoring will be especially diligent to prevent noise and other neighborhood disturbance during morning and evening business hours. So that was a condition that we did apply.
Got it. Thank you. And how would the process work if we wanted to condition sort of a more substantive barrier, but we don't have the information necessarily right now to know what's feasible, right? Like, ideally, in my mind, it's a row of trees. I don't think there's space for that, right? Or shrubbery. So how would that work when we don't have the information of what's exactly feasible?
So the council could, if the council desired, they could direct staff to look into just exactly what you said. One of the concerns that staff would be looking for, because that is one of the areas that requires for ingress and egress to the site, is that it wouldn't block view of the right-of-way. So there's a visibility area there. But beyond that, compliance with setback for fence height would be something that we look for. And if landscape is available for that area, that would be something that we could condition for staff to look further into with the applicant, work with them.
Okay. And then a question to the applicant, you mentioned in your previous response a willingness to pay for a wall. So I'm assuming you'd be willing to help support some structure.
We would be willing to help support this structure, absolutely.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Just a few quick questions of staff, and I'll direct it to Ms. Lee first. So the appellant's property, the 1525, I've noticed has, it's anchored by a pharmacy at one end and a liquor store at the other, and then there's a couple restaurants on the ground floor sprinkled in. How many alcohol license, liquor license are there on that property?
And you're asking about 1525 Mesa Verde? There are 5 alcohol licenses total.
So one of them is off sale, which would be the liquor store, and the remainder are on sale?
Yes, one is the liquor store, and there are also 4 restaurants or eating establishments.
Okay, so there's 5 in that shopping center. Do you know how many there are in the census tract? I understand that ABC calculates liquor licenses by census tracts.
Yes, there are 19 total in the census tract.
Okay, so a little bit more than a quarter are on this property. Also, ABC sometimes characterizes overconcentration. So is there a number for this census tract that would qualify as overconcentration?
Yes, the census tract is considered overconcentrated in that it has more existing alcohol licenses than it would be allowed to have under overconcentration standards.
Okay. And then just switching to calls for service. So let's just say over a 3-year period, how many calls for service have there been for the appellant's property? Let's start with that.
We did pull calls for service using our police department. So overall, for the 1525 Mesa Verde East address, there were 376 calls for service over the last 3 years.
And then of those, how many result in what are we call incident reports?
Approximately 70.
Okay. And so I'll ask the same question for the applicant's property. How many calls for service have there been for that neighboring property with the existing uses?
At 1505 Mesa Verde Drive, there were 177 calls for service over the last 3 years, and approximately 70 resulted in incident reports.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Add a couple more if you don't mind.
Yes, of course.
What's all the youth organizations, can I call them that, that are in the Mesa Verde Plaza? What's the number of children that are going to that plaza on a daily, weekly, monthly basis? Do you know?
We do not know that.
Mr. Les, do you know? Do you have an estimate? How many kids go in now that your plaza? Don't know. The intent of the law that the state put forth was to have distance regarding our youth, and I'm just wondering if my question is, our definition seems problematic. That if I have 4 places and I know there's a pediatric, I think it's dental care in that plaza. I go there, I eat at Great Mex all the time. 4 or 5 places, I don't know, there's got to be 100 kids that go in and out of there at least a day, a week. But if I have a daycare center with 10 kids, then this pot shop wouldn't go in, would it?
Correct, a licensed daycare has a restriction.
Right, or if I had a public playground, it wouldn't go in, but it's private. So if you're in karate, go smoke marijuana. If you're in a private playground, we'll influence you to smoke marijuana. That's what it's all about. That whole state law and the intent of this was to protect our children from the influence of using marijuana earlier than they were wanted to. And I guess our ordinance just doesn't cover it, is what you're saying. That you got it right within the narrow definition of the ordinance, but it doesn't seem like it met the intent. Is that fair?
Councilmember Harper, I would characterize it as staff evaluated the sensitive uses and the potential sensitive uses in the surrounding area based on the specific definitions in the code, and they did not capture the uses that you've mentioned.
Yeah, they didn't.
Right.
You're right. I got that.
Yeah.
It seems like we missed the point of the intent of the law, though, in trying to protect our youth. That's what we seem to miss. That's what I'm saying. I guess I'm making a statement.
Can
That's
you go?
all I have. Thank you.
Oh, it's okay. Can you go to number 5, please? Okay, so I probably go to this center more than Councilmember Harper because I get my dry cleaning done there. And you always, as you can plainly see, I always have nice clean shirts. So I was just there the other day, and the one thing that occurred to me, and you've been to the site, right? You've been to the site? Yes? Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
So I don't want to just testify. I want you to, I'm going to say this. I know what the truth is, but I want you to back me up as staff. I went there, and from my dry cleaning establishment, which is right next to the, as you're looking at this, it's the brown building. The dry cleaning's right about in the middle of the brown building, just before you get to the corner. You can't see the applicant's proposed business, can you?
Mr. Mayor, my presumption is that other people wouldn't be able to see it, as I have not.
Yeah, you can't see it. And then if you keep going toward Mesa Verde, it's not really until you get to the liquor store and the parking places in front of the liquor store that you might be able to see the applicant's business. Is that right?
It is correct. The liquor store is the closest business to the proposed cannabis storefront.
Mm-hmm. And if you look, I remember looking, and we don't have it in our presentation, but at the site, the current photograph of the site from the street view. And if you look at the visual from the street view from Mesa Verde, you'll see in frame this proposed business here, and then right next to it, the nearest business is the liquor store, right?
The photograph that you're speaking of is part of the application, the appellant's application.
I think the applicant has it. Yeah, okay. All right, good. I don't have any further questions. Councilmember Gameros, you said that you wanted to ask some questions. Were they covered?
I have a couple more. Thank you. So, one of the things that I heard was that if this cannabis retail store opens, that it's going to create a 600-foot buffer for any sensitive youth centers. Is that correct? No one else will be able to move in around this cannabis place?
Councilmember Gameros, the buffer is something that the city applies at the time that they're up, that the cannabis use is applying. If a sensitive use chose to be located close to a cannabis storefront, that's their decision.
So it's kind of like a one-way street. It doesn't go both ways. It only affects the cannabis applicant. It doesn't affect any other businesses after the applicant is already in business. Is that correct?
That's correct. For example, a licensed daycare could open within 1,000 feet, but the storefront would not have to shut, and likewise, the daycare would be allowed to go in.
And do you have a term for that? Is it something like operating out of compliance, or I've heard it coined before, but I don't remember what it's phrased. It was phrased a certain way. You guys don't recall? Okay, but the bottom line is, there being a cannabis store, there isn't going to prevent any other store from opening within those boundaries. It only applies to a cannabis store trying to open with an existing youth center. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's how the buffer is applied.
Okay, that's all.
That is our local requirements. There may be other requirements beyond local.
That's fine. I get it. Thank you.
Okay, so now I think we've got the questions. Everything is okay. I'm about ready to open up to public comment. Do we need a break? Okay. Yes. It's a 15-minute break. Let's reconvene in 15 minutes. So that'd be 8:50. We're about ready to start, so as you're entering, please do so quietly. Okay, we're back on the record. We've heard presentations by staff and the appellant and the applicant, some very good questions by council, and now we're going to open it up to the public. So this is just like if you were here earlier, we talked about the ground rules. It's 3 minutes. You can only talk about this item, and you'll hear a beep, a sound at 2 minutes. After that, your mic will be cut off after 3 minutes. So when you hear the beep, please start to wrap it up. So we could start over here. Sir, if you wish, you have the floor.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Alexander Haberbush. A few months ago, I stood before you representing homeowners and business owners on the east side of Costa Mesa, expressing grave concerns about the overconcentration of cannabis retailers there. Today, I am back with a similar message, this time supporting Mark Less's appeal of the cannabis retailer in his shopping center. My comments very strongly echo those of Mark Less tonight. The concerns that he raised regarding the cannabis retailer at his location. The potential risks of overconcentration of cannabis retailers in a specific area, particularly when it's adjacent to family-centric properties, cannot be overstated. Now, previously when I came before you, I warned about turning certain corners of Costa Mesa into what we can effectively call Cannabis Row. It seems we're on the brink of witnessing yet another transformation here with another Cannabis Row in the same city. Now, this is not a cannabis issue. This is a density issue, and it's one that's arisen throughout the city. Now, if this is an issue here for Mr. Less's property, it's even more of an issue, I think, in East Side, where concentration is even greater. Our foremost concern here, as elsewhere, remains the potential impact on children. A playground within a sensitive use buffer is at risk, as is an adjacent property, which is home to several businesses designed for children, as you heard Mr. Less talk about earlier tonight. Now, we cannot sit idle as these safe places for our youth are threatened by an influx of cannabis retailers. The parking issue has also been covered. Allowing for conditional use permits without adequate parking is a huge problem, especially when they encourage use of neighboring lots and facilities for parking lots, as is the case here, especially because a non-conforming illegal drive aisle has added to this problem. Now, the adverse economic ramifications of overconcentration of marijuana are abundantly evident. This property owner has already lost tenants due to the looming presence of cannabis retailers. Many more may follow suit, and potential tenants are showing reservations of forming new leases. This distress is exacerbated by the introduction of the cannabis retailer at this location. And contrary to its name, this is not a limited small-time cannabis retailer. It's in fact a cannabis superstore, potentially increasing the volume of customers and further intensifying existing challenges. In conclusion, I implore the City Council to remember our previous discussions and the concerns we raised then. If any council members can personally visit the site and see the challenges firsthand, I think it would be greatly beneficial. The risks to our children and the strain on our neighboring properties, the economic implications for businesses and homeowners, these issues demand immediate attention. We trust the council will uphold the appeal and act in the best interest of the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go over here. Sir, do you wish to speak?
Hello. Yeah, my name is Randy Nguyen, and I was here the last time we had a hearing on another proposed cannabis, and I'm glad that we voted it down. Okay. That last one was about 2,000 square foot size, and this proposal now is a lot closer to my home and my neighbor, a lot closer, and it's about 3 times bigger, you know, about 6,000 square foot operation, okay? So, and I think right next to it, there is a classy spa, you know. We can imagine what's happening in, you know, in the classy spa too. I don't know. You know, I and my neighbors, we are paying, you know, staggering amount of property taxes every year to live in a good area. My tax bill this year is a little bit more than $18,000 for my home. And my neighbors, some of them probably pay up to $20,000 a year in property tax. And, we want to keep our neighborhood, the same way, the nice way that it is. And, in my case, I just feel that we are being invaded by these cannabis businesses. There are already 2 of them, within the block. And then now with this one, it will be 3 of them within 1 block. Okay, so, it's only natural that you feel invaded. Yeah, in the evening, right now I feel comfortable to take a stroll from my house on Mesa Verde East, walking toward Harbor Boulevard. I feel comfortable. My children, my daughters, they can jog the street in the evening, and I am not concerned about it. But if there is a 6,000 square foot cannabis business, you cannot pay me to walk anymore. And I would be very concerned for my daughters to be, to be jogging around the area. And, I just don't know what we are turning our neighborhood into, with all these cannabis businesses. And
Yes, sir. Excuse me. Next.
Mayor Stevens, City Councilman, thank you for your public service. We know you're trying to do the best for the community. And I love this quote from Jeanette Oak. Those who are employed in public stations ought to be very sensible of the weight and importance of their work and their own insufficiency for it. And then they are qualified for receiving divine instruction by seeking wisdom from God. Please take a minute to ask for divine wisdom in this matter. My wife Kathy and I live at Azalon Senior Apartments, which is right across the street from this proposed location. When we asked the management at Azalon if they had been contacted about this, they said no. We, along with many of our neighbors, are against this proposal. There's 400 senior citizens living right across the street. I know this is a legal business in California, and it grieves our hearts to see the number of young adults using cannabis vape pipes, cannabis edibles, going in and out of the cannabis businesses, getting into the cars, driving away. There is already a large cannabis store, as you know, 500 yards from this proposal. One woman we saw coming out seemed to be in an altered state. We also understand there are several applications, and like you've heard, we believe this is an oversaturation, which will affect the quality of life and integrity of the city. There seems to be an epidemic of our younger adults self-medicating with drugs now and doing what they think is right in their own mind without consideration of anyone else. It's a very sad situation when our first responders must carry Narcan to offset the opioids that are often laced with cannabis. With the legalization and increased use of cannabis, has anyone correlated the increase in fentanyl deaths with this, with the legalization? Considering the residents' public safety, it doesn't seem reasonable or beneficial for the well-being of the residents in Costa Mesa to have the number of cannabis shops currently operating. We appreciate responsibility to weigh the city's needs for additional revenues, but with the detrimental impact to the citizens. When consider the following when you make your decision. And you've already heard all this, so I don't need to do it. Anyway, thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Sir, you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Mike Vargas. I'm a 51-year Costa Mesa resident. I'm also a head football coach at Estancia High School. I'm also the health teacher at Estancia High School. I'm a father of 3. I hope you guys will at least listen. I know some of you already made up your decision on what you're going to vote. I just hope that you'll open up your minds for a minute. I just have more questions than answers. Number one is, what message are we trying to send? My mother-in-law lives also at the Azalon. My son goes to both the liquor store and 7-Eleven to not buy alcohol, but to buy beef jerky and Takis and all the same stuff that is sold there. I also didn't hear any mention of Prada Point and Harbor Village, where many of our Estancia students go to, where they live, and they go to school, and they got to drive through there. So I don't know if those people are taken into consideration, and the playgrounds as well there in those areas. I live it. Like I said, I teach at Estancia High School. I see stizzy wrappings and things like that. So it's not just, they may not be getting in there, but they're getting a hold of this crap. Like I said, it's a little irritating. Some questions I have is, what message are we trying to send to our people? You know, I educate this stuff, and we've got city council that approve this when we're trying to send a message to stay away from drugs. And I know it's 21 plus. I know all about Prop 64. How many of these things do we need as well, too? Again, I live in Mesa Verde. Like I said, I'm a 51-year Costa Mesa resident. Are we doing what's best for our city? Are we doing what's best for Costa Mesa when we do this? You know, we're not only drawing, I don't know if there are that many people that have glaucoma and cancer that need to smoke this stuff, and it's none of my business, but we're also going to get that element from outside. I'm a NIMBY. I don't want this in my backyard. I don't. Like I said, I'm sick of it. Also, I feel like I'm losing this battle, and if you guys will step up and start with this once and say, enough, we've got enough, make a stand. That's all I'm telling you, is have some hair and stand up to this stuff. Again, it's unsettling to me. You know, what are the long-term ramifications of having this stuff? Again, the big thing is community. You know, I heard community, I heard education tonight, and I hope that you guys will do something to curb this just a little bit. You know, again, it's just, it's a little disheartening to hear all this stuff, and I know some of you guys have made up your mind, but I hope you'll consider some of those ramifications that go along with this. But again, I've walked every street and every alley of this city, and it's near and dear to my heart. And again, you guys can make, some of you guys are Estancia alumni as well, too. Let's make what's a right choice for Costa Mesa and for our community. I hope you guys will consider that before the almighty dollar. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Matthew Priest. I'm a registered civil engineer and land surveyor in the state of California. I'm here to highlight the extensive process that C21 plus Costa Mesa has gone through to get to this point. I know it was discussed before, so I'll blow through it. This process began in October of 2021, where the city went out, reviewed the site, and determined that it was an applicable cannabis store opportunity, and gave us the opportunity to apply for our cannabis business permit. 2 years later, we're here today. We paid the Costa Mesa over $40,000 in fees and plan to put over $1 million in renovations to the property. Renovations include tenant improvements to the building, lighting, security, bike racks, EV charging stations, and other enhancements. I want to thank city staff for putting together a wonderful package for the Planning Commission that they ended up getting a vote 5-2 in our favor. I've listened to the argument from Mr. Less, and I don't believe he's provided any legal finding that would warrant the city council to overturn that 5-2 vote from planning. Lastly, I'd like to take the opportunity to mention that there are a lot of people in support of this project here that don't really feel speaking in public is something that is part of them, and I'd like to just turn and point for all those who are in favor of this project. Will you please raise your hand? So I just wanted to show the council that there are a lot of people who support and do respect all of your time. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Chuck Perry. I've been in the city since 1956, probably a lot longer than you guys were born. But I've been here a long time, and I've loved Costa Mesa. It's been the greatest place to live. One of the things I wanted to talk about, first of all, is the Costa Mesa Park with the the jungle gyms and everything over there. It's wonderful seeing that park utilized by the community and the kids that are in there. I drive by it every day to go to my house on the east side, and I just love it. So thank you guys for putting that forward. Second thing is coming down Placentia there. I saw your delineators up there, the green delineators, protecting the bike rack, the bike people that drive down there. That's another wonderful thing you guys have done. Now, as far as the cannabis thing, I don't know if you've taken into consideration the apartments that surround that whole place. The number of kids that come there and eat at the shops and go by up to the 7-Eleven. There's tons of kids, a lot of the kids from Estancia. I coached golf there for 30 years, and a lot of our kids lived in those apartments. And it really concerns me. And another thing that concerns me is it seems to me, just by being here tonight, I haven't been here in 10 years, that a couple of your minds are already made up. You guys have already decided where you're heading and what's good for the city. And I personally don't think this is a good thing for the city. The fit's not there. If it was, hey, everybody's got a right to make money and do what they want to do. But I just don't think this is the spot for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Betsy Densmore. I am a co-owner of Great Mex Grill, which is one of the restaurants in Mesa Verde Plaza. So this proposal is a potential neighbor. And I join with a number of other people who've already spoken in opposing it for the reasons stated. In particular, I have a concern about parking, and I have a concern about the traffic, which I don't think is a match for the businesses or the residents who are in this area. I've learned a couple of things from this evening. One is that the process of getting permitted to open a cannabis store in the city is clearly so expensive and cumbersome that it really is only going to work for large companies. And I note that this company, far from being the small local business that it will be moving in on top of, is a corporation based in San Diego with, several stores plus a distribution center. I mean, it's a big operation. And I think they were not thoughtful or sensitive to the area they were moving into when they chose this location. The other thing I've learned is that I think work needs to be done on the regulations by which we are governing the what stores are supposed to, what rules are supposed to be followed, because I think it's really clear from the debate this evening that these regulations are very much subject to interpretation. And thank you, and don't wish you, don't envy you in that you will now be the arbiters. The last time I testified at a hearing like this was many years ago when my church was trying to put in we wanted to do a farmer's market in our parking lot. And at that time, the Planning Commission approved it, and then neighbors got very upset and went to the city council to appeal. And I learned in that notwithstanding whatever the rules are, you are capable of overruling the Planning Commission and the rules based on the concerns and considerations brought to you by your constituents. And I hope that, I hated losing last time. I hope we win this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name's Nicole Lloyd, and I do live at Ajalon. My question is, why do we need another cannabis store? It's unbelievable to me. I'm really disappointed. I don't see any reason to put it across from Ajalon. It's like 150 feet away. Is this going to be closing at 12 at night? The parking over there, I know that lot very well. I don't know where you're going to come up with charge centers and bike racks. There's hardly any parking in the back. You park along the side of the wall, and it's just a bad idea. And I think that we deserve it as senior citizens in our community. And this is a residential area, regardless of the stores and the shopping center. And I don't see anybody taking any consideration that maybe we want to have a nice, quiet neighborhood. And there's 12 cannabis shops in this area. When is enough enough? How much cash do you guys want? It's just very upsetting to me. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Tammy Matthews. I live and work in the neighborhood. I walk past the proposed cannabis shop every day. I walk past 7-Eleven every day. I came tonight because I thought this was all said and done, and I was wondering why we were going over the application again, but apparently it's more going over the way we're interpreting codes. That said, I'm still going to give you my opinion on the cannabis store to begin with. First, I think the improvements to that building will beautify and bring the value, the look of that neighborhood up from where it's at right now. Second, I grew up in the 80s. I was a teenager with dirty drug deals going down on every street corner. I see them at 7-Eleven every day. It will not happen on the street corner if the cannabis store is there with security, making sure people over 21 get in. And then as a grandmother, I see little kids walking into both the liquor store that's at Mesa Verde Plaza and at 7-Eleven. They do not need to be over 21. They don't need to be over 18. They can walk in and make purchases of gum, candy, potato chips, whatever, while you have people that are intoxicated in there buying alcohol all times of the day or night. I do believe the cannabis store will be closing at 10 o'clock on the weekends, while your liquor stores are open until 2. So I see the liquor stores as more of a detriment to peace and quiet and the safety of the neighborhood than I do the cannabis store that's going to be completely shielded, guarded, and closing at a reasonable hour. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful evening.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Sorry. Hello, good evening. My name is Nash Salah. I stand before you not as a landlord of the property located at 1505 Costa Mesa, but as a dedicated supporter of this beautiful city. We all call it home. I've been living in the city of Costa Mesa for a long time, for years and years and years. And for the past 3 decades, I have had the privilege of investing in, working in, and growing alongside our city. Throughout these years, I have worn various hats of business owner and an investor and a landlord. I have witnessed the growth, development, and transformation of this city. I put my heart, soul, sweat, and most of all, my trust into my city and my businesses, all of which have directly or indirectly created the community we serve and we love. I have created countless jobs for our residents of the city of Costa Mesa. It has been a constant challenge of mine to ensure that my employees, neighbors, and fellow residents are compensated fairly, allowing them to have a comfortable life right here in the heart of Costa Mesa. This commitment extends beyond the jobs I have provided. The majority of my commercial properties are a testament to the trust and faith I have of the potential of the city. However, today I stand before to address concern raised by one of our community members, Mr. Les. As a business owner adjacent to 1505 Verde, I have always emphasized an importance of maintaining a positive relationship with our neighbor. This includes Mr. Les. Open dialogue, mutual respect, and understanding have been pillars of mine, which I built in my business and all my relationships. I have met with Mr. Les at my place of business. I offered anything to make him happy and to feel good about our business. Anybody lives in the city of Costa Mesa and he sees this place, he knows how much this place needs to be improved. This is a 70-year-old building. There is people taking drugs behind there. My own business right next door to that business. I am okay with having cannabis business because you know why? They're going to provide safety. We need that in this area in particular. We need that. We need the safety.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Tao Nguyen, and I'm a pharmacy manager at a high-demand community pharmacy. I am here in support of C21 Plus in Costa Mesa and their endeavors in providing accessible, evidence-based medicinal cannabis to patients in our community. My day-to-day activities include interacting with patients suffering from different ailments, including but not limited to psychiatric disorders insufficiently treated with prescription medications and pain disorders mismanaged with opioids. People with these conditions often use and abuse alcohol to compensate for the lack of successful therapy, leading to detrimental social and healthcare effects. C21 Plus Costa Mesa aims to provide access to alternative or adjunctive therapies for patients whose conventional pharmaceutical products has shown to be inadequate. I, along with other healthcare professionals, look forward to having an alternative recommendation that we can provide to our patients during our consultations. C21 Plus in Costa Mesa would be an asset to the community and surrounding areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Shannon, and I stand before you not just as a concerned citizen, but as a granddaughter who has witnessed firsthand the devastating consequences of medical narcotic addiction. My grandmother, whom I hold dear to my heart, has suffered greatly due to her dependency on prescribed narcotics. These medications, meant to alleviate her pain, have instead compounded her health problems without truly addressing the root of her discomfort. I understand the concerns and reservations that many might have about medical cannabis, the misunderstandings, the stigma, and the fear. But science and numerous testimonials have shown that medical cannabis can be a safer, more effective alternative than opioids. Unlike many narcotics, which merely mask the pain and can lead to addiction and other health problems, medical cannabis can provide genuine relief. It has the potential to be a lifeline for those like my grandmother who have been failed by traditional medicines and are in desperate need of an alternative. Our community has a chance to be at the forefront of compassionate care, to embrace a solution that can change lives. By allowing access to medical cannabis, we can provide our residents with a healthier, more holistic approach to pain management. Additionally, I'd like to share a heartbreaking incident that further solidifies my plea. My grandmother, while walking home to the senior living center, she also lives at Azulan, she was ruthlessly robbed in broad daylight walking home to her apartment. Someone snatched her gold necklace, causing her to fall in the street and break her teeth. Such incidents shake the faith in the safety of our community. The security measures proposed by the cannabis dispensaries could have deterred such acts, and I firmly believe they can prevent similar situations in the future. In conclusion, my grandmother's story is one of many. We have a chance to offer genuine relief and hope to those in pain. I believe that, like my grandmother, numerous members of the community can benefit from medical cannabis. Please, let's make this change. When the members of our community are happy and healthy, our community strengthens our city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council member. My name is Shelley, and I am the owner of the dry cleaner located at the 1525 Mesa Verde Drive. My husband and I are co-owner of that dry cleaner since early 2000s. I am here because if I understand cannabis has been legalized in the state of California, but do we really have to have them at every four-way stop? I can only speak for the dry cleaner industry, which has suffered due to pandemic. You can see how many dry cleaners in Costa Mesa has closed adversely for different reasons. I am only here protecting my business that we have, my husband and I have worked so hard for 25 years or more. And if a location comes next to Mesa Verde, it will diversely affect my business. I understand that I am right next to the liquor store, but at least I have the knowledge, and the customers that come in, they are also my customers. But I do not understand why there is going to be a cannabis store right next to a business that has been established for so long. There is senior apartments across the street, and I hear that a lot of apartment owners are also opposing that. I can only say that I do not want to lose my business after working so hard for 25 years in the city of Costa Mesa. And it will diversely affect, because yes, when a parent comes in with their kids to the dry cleaner and they are exposed to even the smell or the smoke of cannabis, they might prefer to go to a different location where the kids are not exposed to something like that. And I understand. My daughter is a pharmacist. I know cannabis is used as one of a medication, but we don't need to open up cannabis stores at every four-way stop in the city of Costa Mesa, let alone California. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Stevens and City Council members, my name is Jason Less. I have lived in Costa Mesa for 37 years. I'm here to tell you that C21 opening in this community would be detrimental to the family-focused businesses in the area. I'm the CEO of a $2 billion publicly traded company that employs over 500 people. I chose to open a corporate office for my company here in Costa Mesa, despite significant financial incentives to do so elsewhere, because of the family-friendly values of this community. My idea of what the Costa Mesa community means has been formulated by growing up in Mesa Verde, going to school at Adams, Tewinkle, Estancia, and my life today as a homeowner married in this great city. The cannabis bubble currently expanding in Costa Mesa is in opposition to the values that make this city a great place to live. The voters of Costa Mesa passed Measure Q authorizing retail cannabis under the condition that locations were, quote, limited to protect neighborhoods, schools, and children. The ordinance the City Council adopted fell short of meeting that condition. The voters have not gotten what was sold to them. The Planning Commission attempted to follow an ordinance that does not take into account the many residences and youth-focused businesses in the immediate vicinity of C21's proposed location. Do we really believe the voters intended to approve retail cannabis around these types of businesses? The honest answer is, of course, no. Retail cannabis is detrimental and incompatible with the types of businesses in the area. The council's code does not meet the ballot measure's intention. In fact, Costa Mesa has the least restrictive ordinance in Orange County, less restrictive than Stockton and Santa Ana. Residents of Santa Ana enjoy an ordinance that requires a 1,000-foot buffer between retail cannabis and residential use. On the point of the playground, we can debate this definition, but it is clear. Private playgrounds are included. The Aurora playground is not access controlled, and there is not a no trespassing sign. Landlords of retail cannabis eagerly pocket rent that is much above market, 200% of market, because other landlords don't want them as tenants. Why is this? Why do landlords get this high of rent? It's because they know the impact it will have and the restrictions they have, despite what the code or what the state law, which we can also debate, says. These types of businesses, these family businesses, will not want to be around. So that's why landlords charge higher rent. Landlords without a discernment for the impact that cannabis has are profiting, while the businesses surrounding them pay the consequences. It is the responsibility of this city council to grant this appeal, deny the PA 2205 application, and properly amend the relevant ordinance to protect the voters' intention. It is your duty to keep retail cannabis out of zones where it has a detrimental impact. Thank you for your time, Mayor Stevens and City Council members.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Greg Less. I'm a current resident of Costa Mesa for about 30 years, and I'm urging you to deny the approval of C21. I spent the last 12 years of my career in commercial real estate, the last 9 years of which I was Senior Vice President of Acquisitions for a major firm, where I led the acquisition of about $2 billion of commercial property. So I'm intimately familiar with valuation of commercial property. My experience in commercial real estate tells me this project would be extremely detrimental to the surrounding properties, harming both leasing prospects and property values. You can see this in that almost every cannabis retail location in the city is in a single-tenant standalone building. Even Stizzy on Harbor, which appears to be in a multi-tenant configuration, is actually a standalone building. Why are these all in single occupancy properties? Because no landlord wants them a part of their tenant mix, and we shouldn't want it as part of our city mix in an increasing fashion. It's so much more difficult to find someone who wants to be located next to a cannabis store. So when they're in a single tenant building, like the proposed, the landlord doesn't have to worry about effects on their own property. The effects instead are felt on neighboring properties. What effects on neighboring properties? You've already heard it tonight. There are tenants that are concerned about their business and will consider moving out of Costa Mesa if they're located in close proximity to this. There will be more moving away with each additional cannabis location you approve. If this goes, you have to think of the businesses that will technically be allowed to be located at this location, but instead will make the choice to go to Huntington and Newport otherwise. Some may not see a difference between cannabis and liquor, and that's fair, but this is an adult-only business. It doesn't matter what you personally think matters. What matters is the parents who patronize these businesses and what it will impact on those businesses. Every additional decision you make about allowing sensitive uses like this in Costa Mesa will have that cascading effect. You have to think of the effects of each new location. C21 speaks frequently about the delivery portion of their business plan. So they won't be harmed the same way by locating in a more industrial or office part of the city where they can still deliver to Costa Mesa residents and not be a harm to surrounding businesses. So I urge the City Council to consider the potential repercussions of approving this location and to think carefully about the future of Costa Mesa and Mesa Verde and decline this application. Thank you.
You know, I can really appreciate everyone speaking about the youth in here, and especially Councilmember Don Harper and as everybody else here as well. And I can really appreciate that as well. I'm a current member of the youth community. My name's Ashton Slaw, and I'm 19 years old. Now, it was my father who taught me that an objection is not a rejection, but only a request for more information. So as a young citizen of Costa Mesa, I stand here representing not just my own voice, but the voice of a generation which will inherit the choices we make today. We are the youth, the living future of our city, and we too have a stake in this direction. I understand the concerns of our matured residences. And as someone who's growing up in this city and contributing it to and hopefully adding to the positivity of our future, I also would love to ensure our choices resonate with the values of our community. But I was taught that objections arise only from a need for understanding. It's a call for more clarity, more knowledge of the situation. See, Mesa Verde is known as a cornerstone of our community, representing the values and traditions we hold dear. Yet we cannot ignore the glaring issue we face, the very old and quite frankly, very sad structure that currently exists. It's a moment of neglect, a place where my own youth and I have felt unsafe, a place where police are called in constantly due to the hotspot of Costa Mesa less fortunate, and me and my family and my friends have had bad situations in that area, very bad. In fact, it is well known among a lot of my fellow OCC peers as well. Now, as Mr. Letts mentioned, many of his stores are also women-owned, and a lot of our community is also elderly in this industry. So, what can we do to change the issue? Now, the project proposed is not just about selling a product, because as Henry Ford said, a business makes nothing but money is a poor business. So, the C21 project doesn't just believe in what it sells, it believes in who it sells to. This project is about reviving a dead space. It's about replacing fear with scrutiny, decay with vibrancy, and doubt with promise for a better and cleaner city for our youth. So, council and fellow residents, I urge you, let not our objections bind us. Instead, let them be the catalyst for conversation and growth. And as the youth of this city, I ask you to consider the bigger picture. Consider me, and most of all, consider the promise of safety and transformation. The future is right here, speaking to you, asking you to take a step towards progress. So together, we can reshape Costa Mesa into a place where its youth feel safe, proud, and hopeful. Let's make a decision today that will shape a brighter and more inclusive future.
I go?
Yeah, you may go.
Hi, my name is Dr. Mary Pham, and I am a longtime resident of Costa Mesa of 13 years. And 5 years ago, I started Lollipop Pediatric Dentistry, which is on the corner of Harbor and Adams, so it's 2 doors down from the standalone Stizzy's. And our practice provides specialty dental care to infants and children, to the families in our community. Businesses like ours who cater to children and families will move out of our city, which is what Lollipop Dental will do if we continue to bring dispensaries into our community. There are still people smoking outside. There's still a strong odor that comes into our suite when we open our doors, and people are still loitering. And this was promised that it wouldn't happen. At the end of the day, my goal is to keep cannabis away from our children, as this ordinance was designed to do. Having no limits of dispensaries is creating a cannabis district around our children and puts kids and families right in the middle of all the cannabis dispensaries. Parents already have to walk by armed security when going from the pediatric dentist to the boba shop, and they have mentioned that it makes them feel uncomfortable. Also, as Costa Mesa families are growing, having an unlimited number of dispensaries will limit the number of daycares, playgrounds, and schools who want to consider coming to our city. And we just need to be encouraging spaces for children and families, not discouraging them. My children's school mentioned that the reason they will not move forward with the new school site was because of the number and distance to the cannabis dispensaries. Ultimately, we love Costa Mesa, we live here, we work here, and our children go to school here. And we want to maintain our beautiful community and the businesses here in the city that we love. It is detrimental to our neighborhood, our communities, and our families. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Michael McDaniels. I'm a 60-year resident of the city. My family grew up here, Anaheim Avenue. My mother still lives in the same house. This is a great city. There are 3 cities in the County of Orange that allow for retail cannabis sales: Santa Ana, Stanton, and Costa Mesa. We have now become the gathering spot for the cannabis industry in a short term. And we're well on our way to perhaps 30, 40, maybe 50 stores. Time will tell if we're real trailblazers or if we're really making a mistake. My feeling on this permit for approval, the vote's going to come, it's not compatible. It really, really isn't. And if you listen deep, listen closely to some of the little nuances that we address it, and then we say, well, maybe it doesn't quite fit. And then we move on to the next one. We say, well, maybe it doesn't quite fit. Potter Stewart in 1964, Supreme Court of the United States, when he was addressing obscenity, he says, I can't quite put my finger on it, but I know it when I see it. And I'm telling you, I know it when I see it, that this is not compatible for our neighborhood. We don't need it in the neighborhood. I have nothing against the cannabis industry. Sell it. But it's paramount that we have proper placement. And this does not meet the conditions. We're ignoring the kids. We're ignoring, sure, maybe we can't see it if we're standing on 1525. But you know what? You drive back and forth to it on your way there and on your way back to 1525. And then this, apparently, it's going to have a guard. It's going to be an armed guard. If it's so safe for the community, why do we need an armed guard? Let's start thinking about this. We're bringing this into our community. It's not a fit. It really, really isn't. And I just want you to think about this. If it doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. And you know it when you see it. So thank you.
My name is Dan Ha, and I'm with, and I stand alongside C21 Costa Mesa.
It's been an emotional and arduous journey to arrive at this moment before you this evening. We have invested substantial amounts of resources, time, and energy to create a project that I believe will be an asset to the city of Costa Mesa and the community at large. Your constituents have voted substantially in favor of Measure Q, 17,793 noes, but 33,291 yeses. That's 65% for and only 35% against. That's nearly a 2-to-1 ratio. This council prescribed the rules under which retail cannabis businesses like mine can operate. We have followed those complex guidelines, being careful to dot the I's and cross the T's. We have complied with all requirements, including sensitive use case restrictions. The Planning Commission voted 5-2 in favor of our project. That's pretty good for a topic as contentious as cannabis. Our project proposes improved aesthetics, better lighting, 24-hour security, and with its own segregated parking, not to mention all of the positive economic impacts that it will have. Now, I met with the appellant, and it sounds like he too has had an emotional and arduous journey to arrive in this moment. However, his argument today regarding the playground is invalid, and his fears of not being able to attract tenants are speculative in nature. In my meeting with the appellant, his main concern during the meeting was the stigma of cannabis. We offered to provide education to his tenants so that they can understand how they can benefit from the increased foot traffic our project will bring. This offer fell on deaf ears, and his position remained that he will do everything in his power to monitor all of our activities and submit complaints that I can only imagine will cause an undue burden on local resources. Now, I could go on to discuss what we're doing on the medicinal side of cannabis and how our therapeutic applications can benefit thousands, but that's outside the scope of this appeal. Council members, we're fortunate to live in a land of laws, regulations, and processes that promote fairness, protect rights, and provide equal opportunities. This is a foundation of civil society that we all abide by. I believe this is something that we all can agree on tonight, even those who are against me tonight. We will be an asset to the city of Costa Mesa and the community at large. We have already shown our respect for the process, and Planning Commission agrees. I urge you to uphold their decision. Thank you, council members.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor and City Council in Arliss, go Eagles. I've been in Costa Mesa for 40 years, raised my kids here, Adams, T. Winkle, and Estancia. And I'm just really concerned about having this large business in our neighborhood. My son lives in Colorado and is a director of operations for an extremely large cannabis company. And he, over and over, has told me when I go to visit him that California lax laws around cannabis are so different than what the other companies within the nation. And that makes me a little worried, only because there are so many here in Costa Mesa. There's another store around the corner, and this one is in our neighborhood, Mesa Verde Drive. We live in Mesa Verde. There's Adams Elementary a mile away. Estancia is 2 miles away. That's not very far. I'm also very concerned about the wording within the Planning Commission. I go to Mesa Verde Plaza for Pilates every day, and I walk by the kids at the art school. I walk by the kids at the karate studio. I walk by the kids at the tutoring area, and I know that she says that we're good, you know, that it covers all of our bases, but it just makes me a little nervous. And if it wasn't for our neighborhood, if it was somewhere else, an industrial part of Costa Mesa, like most of the ones in Santa Ana are, I think I'd be fine. I mean, I am fine, but not in our neighborhood.
Thank you. Okay. Sir, hold on a second. There might be people on Zoom, so please, on Zoom.
Allie Christensen, please.
Allie Christensen, you have the floor.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Allie Christensen. My husband and I own a business inside Mesa Verde Plaza. We moved to Costa Mesa a few years ago because of the family-friendly environment and the neighborhood that we chose there. We cater to children, and we also see the amount of children that walk up and down the stairs in Mesa Verde multiple times a day. I heard the number 100 kids in the plaza a day. I think there's 100 kids that walk up and down those stairs just on one side of the plaza. And I was concerned about the cannabis store opening so close to so many children. And I'm also concerned about the wording that we're choosing to say establishes whether these are children's businesses or if they are technically falling under that specific law. I see the children every single day. I work with children every single day. And if we made laws that ask for us to protect our children, this absolutely falls under that law. And I think that we are choosing to ignore that if you let this pass, with that being the next door neighbor of this proposed cannabis store. So thank you so much for hearing us.
Thank you.
Call-in user 2, please.
Call-in user 2, you have the floor.
This isn't the cannabis operators problem or the staff problem. It's a leadership problem and council problem who were totally careless and half-baked in poorly crafting an ordinance. Now we're all going to be affected. One council member stated at a prior meeting, "Oh wow, who would have ever thought they would move so close to each other or even next door to each other?" Who? Evidently the operators did. That's the result of lackluster ordinance and a council that won't address the issue or correct the holes that are big enough to destroy the city's entire reputation. Costa Mesa wants to be lumped with Stanton and Santa Ana. Wow, that's a real jump. You will be remembered as the Cannabis Council. That's a great legacy, but not for the city.
Thank you. Next.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So we're going to close public comment. Were you coming up? You want to do a rebuttal? If I give you a rebuttal, then I'm going to give the applicant a rebuttal. Could you keep it within 3 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Thank
Let's
you.
keep it within 3 minutes, and let's time the rebuttals.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens.
Great.
First of all, there's some they've been 2 years in this process. Listen, I've got to know Michelle. I like her a lot. I've tried not to be disparaging of the planning committee here. Listen, I had a public school in my center in October 2021. That disqualified them. Every time I got to go for something to the city, they asked for my whole tenant list. I've given them my tenant list 1 million times. My tenant list wasn't in this application. So October 21, they should say, "I'm sorry, there's a school in this plaza. You can't come in." Nothing was ever said. You've got a zoning map that's 7 years out of date in the application. No one's saying anything about that. Michelle says something about a private street. There's nothing in this law that says anything about a private street. It says you can have a private playground in a private development. There's not a no trespassing sign when you go in there. I can show you the sign. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, now, the Master Circle, they were able to rise up and say, "Hey, you can't operate, you can't get a CUP because you'd be a detriment. You're right up against our properties." What about the people at Echelon? What about the hotel owner right behind him who wrote in and said he doesn't want it in his property either? Well, the apartments don't matter? Only the rich people at the Master Circle can turn around a cannabis store? This is an adult-only business. I don't know what you mean by compatible. What's not compatible? Can I stick strip clubs in my center? I mean, an adult-only business, the only adult-only business on the street, it's an adult-only for a reason. No other business is adult-only on that street. So I don't think it's incompatible, and I won't take up much more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant wish to do a rebuttal for 3 minutes or less? And then we'll close public comment.
Yes, just a brief rebuttal to what Mr. Less was saying. We still don't believe that he has any legal findings that should really warrant the council to overturn the planning commission. I hear his points. We've all heard it. He doesn't want it there. We believe it's a good spot, sandwiched in between two liquor licenses, direct access to harbor, with a quick in and out from Mesa Verde. And I don't want to take up any more of your time. Thank you.
All right, we'll close public comment. Let's see, we got a motion by Councilmember Marr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to overturn the Planning Commission decision and deny the CUP on the findings that they're materially detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the public, and that the density, use, and intensity is not compatible with the general plan.
Okay, and seconded by Harper. Okay, do you wish to, you got a motion and a second on the floor. Do you wish to be heard?
Yeah, thank you. There's a reason why we're revising the ordinance, why we've asked Planning Commission to revise the ordinance. But as it relates specifically to this property, I think there were very good points raised tonight by the appellant in particular. I was the one who made the motion specifically to add the playground requirement, knowing that there were a lot of these private apartments, small areas where there are kids actively playing. It was important to me that we concluded a setback around those properties. My intent was certainly not to also try to distinguish between a public right-of-way and a private street. I think the intent was that these are adult businesses and should be away from kids. And I just continue to maintain that the over-concentration is a real problem for me. Thank you.
Does second wish to be heard?
Yes. I don't know if I could say it any better than Jason Less and Mark Less and Greg Less and all of you that spoke. It's not the intent. It's not meeting the intent of the law to protect our youth. And there's significant statistics coming from Colorado and in areas that have had cannabis for a while. It has a very negative impact on our youth. I know, you think you're invincible. The stats don't warrant that. Yeah, I think the intent is, we got the intent wrong. I don't think the Planning Commission saw all the data and all the information they needed to see. I don't think our staff did a great job of maybe understanding or seeing what's there. And I think they're working with a problematic ordinance, frankly, in your defense. So that's all.
Okay. All right, let's see. I'm going to see if I get a second to a motion to uphold the Planning Commission's decision and adopt the resolution to approve the planning application subject to the conditions of approval. Substitute motion, yeah. Any second?
I'll second for discussion.
Yeah, thanks. So anyway, so this passed the Planning Commission, obviously. I think the use, this is a very troubled area, and the use that's being proposed will improve the area. Hold on a second. I'm speaking. It's as was pointed out, there's a lot of calls for service. If you want to address calls for service, there's three things you can do. You can bring lighting, activity, and security, all of which this applicant will bring. There's, as was pointed out in the testimony by our staff, there's 5 different liquor licenses in a liquor store right there, with which kids can go in there. You can't see from any place in the area of the shopping center. You can't see this place. I've got 4 kids. I understand the issues with youth and cannabis. I think there's a lot of misconceptions about what will happen here with this business. It is an adult-only business. Only adults can go in, as opposed to liquor stores where kids can go in and buy bubble gum and play around with the Jack Daniels. So I think I do not, we carefully crafted these provisions. It would be really unfair to base a decision on the location, location relative to, if we're doing that, relative to the private park and these youth centers based on our ordinance and based on the fact that 2 years ago, the staff gave this applicant the green light, and they've relied on that, and they've spent a lot of money and time to get to this point. So that's the basis of my motion.
I'll add that I watched every minute of the Planning Commission meeting, and even with commissioners who had some reservations, they recognized that what was being proposed met our code requirements. And as distasteful as that may be to some, I feel that that's exactly what's still here tonight. I haven't heard anything that would should change the Planning Commission's decision. It seems like the primary argument being lodged by the appellant is based pretty much on the idea of a stigma. And to my mind, that doesn't rise to a level of a legal finding. I haven't heard any specific evidence, anything documentary, any data to support the suggestion that this is going to be incompatible. I will note too, in doing a little research, that the Aslan Apartments, which was approved in 2010, had similar concerns by this community about it being incompatible, largely about height and massing. It was too big, there was too much traffic, too much parking. And I would suggest that that's actually been a very successful project. Some people here actually live there. It's been a huge benefit to the community. So I hate to see fear driving decision-making, and I will be supporting the motion of the mayor.
Okay. Anybody else wish to be heard? Okay. Call for the question on the substitute vote.
Motion carries 5-2.
All right. So let's call the next item, which is new business item number 1. We'll give time for people to leave. Okay, so now let's hear from new business item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is appointments to committees, and I will be handling this report for you tonight.
Okay, wonderful. And then just so everybody knows, the way the sequence is, the city clerk's going to do the report, then we can ask her whatever questions we choose to ask. Then we're going to have public comment. The public comment's going to cover all the committees. And then at that point in time, we're going to go through the committees and we'll make our nominations and our votes on a committee-by-committee basis. With that, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. For your consideration are appointments to the various city committees. At the City Council meeting on September 5th, 2023, the City Council approved that each council member shall have the opportunity to either nominate a member or to defer their nomination to the City Council liaison. This is a change.
I hate to interrupt.
Oh, yes, of course.
I hate to interrupt, but can we move this item to the back of the agenda for the people that are waiting for the other item?
Well, but there's people that are, it's going to be quick. There's people that are
Oh,
waiting for this
okay.
one too.
Sorry, forgive me.
I mean, I don't care. I mean, if you want to make a motion, but yeah, let's get going on this one.
Because the committee members' terms are staggered, staff is recommending for this round of appointments, nominations to be made by Councilmember Marr from District 3, Councilmember Chavez from District 4, and Councilmember Reynolds from District 5. For the next round, which is just in April 2024, the nominations will be made by the mayor and council members Gameros, Harper, and Harlem. I'll just quickly go through these committees. For Animal Services Committee, there's 3-member appointments. And when we come back, we're going to recommend that, like for the first round for Animal Services, Councilmember Marr will make the first nomination, Councilmember Chavez will make the second, and Councilmember Reynolds will make the third. And then on the next committee, we'll rotate, kind of give you a round robin. The Active Transportation Committee is also 3-member appointments. And 2 of those appointments are at large to ensure broad representation of different mobility options and experiences. So that was proposed previously. Fairview Park Steering Committee, we have 3-member appointments. And Finance and Pension Advisory Committee, 3-member appointments. Housing and Public Services Grants Committee, 3 regular member appointments. And the Mobile Home Park Advisory Committee, we have 2 appointments that should be park owners or representatives, 2 mobile home park resident appointments, and 1 independent citizen at large. That concludes my report. I can answer any questions, take public comments, and then we will go by each committee and make a vote.
All right, does anybody have any questions about how we're going to do it? We can open it up now to public comment. So let's open it up to public comment. I don't see anybody coming down. Okay. Come on down. It's The Price is Right. Okay. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment.
All right, so the first is the Animal Services Committee, and we'll start with Councilmember Marr.
Becca Walls.
All right, and then Councilmember Chavez
Calvin Alvarez.
and Councilmember Reynolds.
Diana Gardner.
All right. And I just need a motion and a second for that, please.
Move the 3 appointments.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, any comments on your nominations? No? Okay, let's call for the question.
Councilmember Harper, please. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And then the next one. All right. The next one is Active Transportation Committee. And this time we'll begin with Councilmember Chavez
Jose Gomez.
and Councilmember Reynolds.
Trace Yulee.
Oh, Trace Yulee. Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Marr.
Michaela Tesseri.
Okay. Can we please have a motion and a second for that?
Move all 3 recommendations.
Second.
And Mr. Mayor?
Oh, call for the question.
There we go, sorry. Mayor Stevens and Councilmember Reynolds.
Got it.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Fairview Park Steering Committee is next.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
There was an applicant who's not showing up on this list. I think it was because his application was late. But I'd like them to be considered. Can we either?
It's on the presentation.
Okay.
Are you talking about Cole Crescilius?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So yes, they are included in here. They were on the screen for the presentation, and their application was sent out to council.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything else procedurally we needed to do.
No, we will include that as part of the motion, accepting the late application.
Thank you.
I think we're good.
All right, Councilmember Reynolds, please.
Jennifer Thomas.
Councilmember Marr
Cole Crescilius.
and Councilmember Chavez.
Daniel Baum.
Thank you. A motion and a second, please.
Move to accept the recommended applicants. Second.
Okay.
Call for the question.
Councilmember Harper, please. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Okay, Finance and Pension Advisory Committee, 3-member appointments. Councilmember Marr, please.
Ralph Taboda.
Tom Arnold.
I'm sorry, who?
Tom Arnold.
And Councilmember Reynolds?
Lisa Buchanan. I'll make a motion to accept the recommended applicants. Second.
Oh, can you do the first and second on the screen, please?
Oh, sorry. Doing it verbally.
Well,
I'll second. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Yeah.
Okay.
Call for the question.
Councilmember, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. All right, Housing and Public Service Grants Committee, 3-member appointments. Councilmember Chavez, please.
Andrea Schmidt.
Councilmember Reynolds, please.
Karen McCall Craddock.
Okay. And Councilmember Marr.
Bex Hayhoe.
Thank you.
Move the recommended candidates.
Second.
Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. And last committee is Mobile Home Park Advisory Committee. This will take a few more names because it's 2 park owner representatives and 2 mobile home park resident appointments and 1 independent citizen at large. So we'll start with Councilmember Reynolds.
Thanks, Ms. Green. And Councilmember Chavez and Marr actually discussed this ahead of the meeting. So I'm going to, with their support, make a recommendation. So for the 2 owner residents, number 4 and 5, Colette McCall Craddock and Joy Young. For the at-large resident, number 2, Syed Zia Hussein. And for the park owner or representatives, number 1 and 6, Eileen Cirillo and Maria Horton.
Thank you. And would you like to do the motion for
And I'll
that?
move that recommendation.
Can you push the button, please? There, go. And there you go.
So it's a motion by Chavez, seconded by Marr. Call for the question.
Mayor Stevens and Councilmember.
Oh, sorry.
You can push the buttons and fastest.
All right. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Okay, 6-0. And so anyhow, so we made it through that, right? There's no more?
Correct.
Really good job. And I just want to say specifically to Council members Marr and Chavez and Reynolds, thank you for your great work on that. I know good evaluation of these applicants. So we have another item. Their next item could be kind of lengthy. Press forward or break? Press forward. Press forward. What's that? I don't know. He's probably coming back, but I mean, you know, anybody could leave at any time if you gotta go to the restroom, whatever you gotta do. So read the title, please, and we'll get going.
Thank you. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Title IX, Licenses and Business Regulations of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code by adding Chapter 2, Regulation of Certain Businesses, Article 24, Just Cause Residential Tenant Protections. Presentation by Mr. Robbins, Neighborhood Improvement Manager.
Okay, Mr. Robbins, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Mr. Mayor. The item before you tonight is a proposed tenant protection ordinance. It's a first reading. It will come back again. This is just the first time we're going to go over it. So first, some background. On October 8th, 2019, Assembly Bill 1482, otherwise known as the Tenant Protection Act, was signed into law, prohibiting owners of residential real property from evicting a tenant without just cause, which is a term that we'll hear a lot tonight, when said tenant has occupied the housing unit for at least 12 consecutive months. The bill further defines two types of just cause evictions, right? At fault and no fault, which are terms you'll also hear a lot tonight. So within just cause evictions, there's at fault evictions where the tenant has done something to warrant an eviction. Examples of this are failure to pay rent, breach of a material term of the lease, allowing or causing a nuisance on the property, committing waste, failure to extend a lease upon expiration of said lease, criminal activity, subletting or subleasing in violation of the lease, failure to allow the owner to enter the property upon proper notice, using the property for an unlawful purpose, an employee agent fails to vacate upon being terminated, and failure of the tenant to surrender the property after providing written notice of intent to surrender said property. Again, those are at-fault evictions that are allowed by law. There's also a second category of evictions called no-fault just cause evictions. These are evictions that are based on no actions of the tenants. This is an owner's actions that are removing a tenant, again, at no fault of the tenant. And there's really four, with the last one being broken into two to make it a little bit easier to explain. The first is the intent to occupy the property by the owner or an immediate family member. So the owner of the property decides to move back into the rental that they're renting out, or their mother or a grandparent or a child for some reason wants to move in. That's one of the reasons why an owner can evict a tenant at no fault of the tenant. The second one is withdrawal of the property from the rental market, which is self-explanatory. The third is that the owner's complying with an order from a government agency, court, or an ordinance. An example would be if the property was red tagged and a governmental order said that the tenants of that property had to move out, that would be a just cause, no fault eviction. Again, the last one, but I've broken it into two, is intent to demolish the property, which again is self-explanatory. And then combined with that, but again broken out, is intent to substantially rehabilitate the property. Now, substantial rehabilitation is actually defined in the law very clearly. It is the replacement or substantial modification of a major system of the property that requires a permit. Substantial rehabilitation or this specific provision also requires that the work to be done cannot be completed with the tenant in place. So replacing the floors or a leak in the plumbing does not count. If the tenant can safely stay within the property, it doesn't constitute substantial rehabilitation. And the last one, which is similar, is that the tenant must have to vacate the property for more than 30 days. So if the work's going to take 29 days, this does not apply. It has to force the tenant out for a period of more than 30 days. Very recently, actually, just a couple weeks ago, in order to amend AB 1842 to tighten some of the loopholes that were in that law, the state of California passed Senate Bill 567, otherwise known as the Homelessness Prevention Act, or SB 567. And like I said, it amends AB 1482 and places additional requirements on owners issuing no-fault just cause evictions. It's very important to clarify that. This is not at fault. These are clarifications within AB 1482 with regard to no-fault just cause evictions, and also prescribing new enforcement mechanisms for both bills. The salient provisions of SB 567 are that when an owner determines or decides to demolish or substantially rehabilitate a property, and that's the reason why they're issuing a no-fault just cause eviction, the owner must provide written notice to the tenant that includes very specific things. These things are the intent to demolish or substantially rehabilitate, a description of the substantial rehabilitation to be completed, approximate estimated duration of the substantial rehabilitation or the expected date the property is to be demolished, a copy of the permit or permits required to undertake the substantial rehabilitation or demolition. One of the other no-fault just cause evictions that were amended is the intent to occupy option. With AB 567, the owner or authorized family member must move in within 90 days of the tenant vacating the unit. And the owner or this property, or excuse me, the owner or the immediate family member must occupy the unit for a period of 12 consecutive months. And then lastly, the enforcement actions that were also enacted by Senate Bill 567, state that an owner who issues a notice of eviction in violation of either AB 1482 or SB 567 is liable to the tenant in a civil action for damages up to 3 times the actual damages in addition to punitive damages. And then continuing with background, this is both AB 1482 and SB 567 state that, that owners who issue a no-fault just cause eviction must provide written notice informing the tenant of their right to relocation assistance, which includes either of the two. So the owner has the option within state law to either waive the final month's rent or make a direct payment to the tenant equal to 1 month's rent. Any payments to the tenant must be made within 15 days of issuing the notice to vacate. And a failure of an owner to comply with any of the provisions of AB 1482 or SB 567 renders void a notice to vacate. So those are the laws as they stand today. AB 1482 is currently in effect, and SB 567 goes into effect in April of 2024, so just about 6 months away. The city of Costa Mesa, in an effort to not only protect tenants, but to streamline the process for both tenants and property owners, is proposing a tenant protection ordinance that is identical to the provisions of AB 1482 that's amended by SB 567, except for 3 differences. The differences are that the proposed ordinance for the city of Costa Mesa would be implemented immediately. There is, of course, a 30-day waiting period upon council approval, but we wouldn't wait for the April 1st, 2024 effective date of SB 567. Our ordinance would enact the provisions of SB 567 immediately upon the expiration of that 30-day grace period after council approval. In addition to the immediate implementation, the city ordinance would require landlords to notify not only the tenant, but notify the city within 72 hours of giving the notice to their tenant to vacate. Justification for this is that by far the most effective measure of preventing homelessness with regards to eviction is early intervention. And so without the city being able to step in and provide that safety net for the tenants that are being evicted at no fault of their own, it leaves them out, on their own. It leaves them without that safety net. And unfortunately, a lot of tenants who are evicted at no fault of their own don't have a safety net. They don't have people that are going to loan them money or really any place to turn. So it's incumbent upon the city to step in and provide that safety net. And then the third difference is some additional relocation assistance on top of what both AB 1482 and SB 567 state. The ordinance would require owners to pay tenants being issued, again, a no-fault just cause eviction, relocation benefits equal to 2 months of fair market rent, or waive the tenant's rent for 2 months and then pay the difference if the FMR value is greater. So they can still choose to make a direct payment or waive rent, but if the waiver of rent is less than what the 2 months payment of fair market would be, then they have to pay the difference. There's some examples. The FMR is determined by the Department of Housing and Urban Development objectively and annually. Every year, they do what's called small FMR determination. And as you can see at the bottom of this slide, 92626 and 92627 are zip codes within the city of Costa Mesa. The figures that you see there are the 2-time fair market rents that landlords would be required to pay to their tenants upon evicting them for no fault of their own. Studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom. There are some exemptions to AB 1482 and SB 567 that in regards to the types of properties or residential circumstances, again, that are exempt from the provisions that I mentioned earlier. Transient and tourist hotel occupancies are exempt from this. Housing accommodations in a nonprofit hospital, religious facilities, extended care facilities, licensed residential care facilities for the elderly, or an adult residential facility are exempt. Dormitories owned and operated by an institution of higher education are exempt. Housing accommodations in which the tenant shares bathroom or kitchen facilities with the owner who maintains their principal residence at the residential real property. Single-family owner-occupied residences, which is similar to 4. Number 6 is that it's an owner-occupied duplex. Number 7, it's housing that's been issued a certificate of occupancy or C of O within the previous 15 years, unless the housing is a mobile home. Number 8 is residential real property, including a mobile home that is alienable separate from the title. This one's a little bit harder to understand. Separate from the title to any other dwelling unit, provided the owner is not a real estate investment trust, a corporation, a limited liability company in which at least one member is a corporation, or management of a mobile home park, and the tenant has been provided with written notice that the residential property is exempt from AB 1482 and SB 567. And last but not least, the housing that's restricted by deed or regulatory restriction contained in an agreement with a government agency. So the projects that the council has supported, like the Motel 6 or the bungalows by Families Forward, those types of properties would be exempt from these provisions as well. And so the recommendation of staff is that, of course, the proposed ordinance would be introduced and given its first reading, waiving further reading. We don't yet have the ordinance number. Amending Title IX, licenses and business regulations of the City of Costa Mesa Municipal Code by adding Chapter 2, regulation of certain businesses, Article 24, just cause residential tenant protections to support Costa Mesa renters facing no fault just cause eviction. That concludes my report, and I can answer any questions that you have.
Council, do you have any questions?
I have some, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor. Thank you, staff, for this report. Thank you for bringing it forward after the council asked for it. I have a couple questions primarily regarding the reporting. So the first is, you mentioned 72-hour reporting, but don't specify if it's business days or actual days. Which is it going to be?
Business days.
Okay. I know part of the requirements landlords need to send the city notices. Can we do those electronically, like through Tesla, for example?
Yes, sir. That's the intent, that there would be both options.
Okay. What sort of outreach will we be doing to landlords and tenants regarding this new ordinance should it pass?
Councilmember Chavez, I'll go ahead and take that question. As you know, our constituent services team has been working closely with the community, and public education and outreach is one of our biggest emphasis. So what we would do is develop an extensive communication plan that it would include preparation of bilingual educational materials that would become available to the community via a city-designed webpage dedicated on the city website, to really educate the public about AB 1482 and SB 567, as well as including the resources that are currently being offered by the city, which includes our service providers for rental assistance, legal aid, public law center. So we would make that information accessible. We would also do noticing throughout the city about this implementation of the ordinance and what resources are available to both tenants and landlords. As you know, we have also been working on hosting a series of workshops for both tenants and landlords, so we would continue to enhance those efforts, working with our community providers. We would also engage our different partners in the community, as well as HOAs, the Apartment Association, California Apartment Association, to get feedback from them. So this would be an approach that we would work together in the city manager's office along with Development Services Department to continue to educate the public about the resources that we have available, about the new legislation that has just been approved through SB 567, and continue to work. As we know, we hear it loud and clear at every council meeting, there is a community need out there. So we will continue to make the efforts, whether it's out in the community utilizing opportunities through via special events or partnering with other community partners such as like Soy, where we can come in with our resources and educate the public of what's available to them.
Yeah, I think for me, whatever we do has to be robust outreach to all parties involved. Similar line of questioning. Would the city be open to working with the California Apartment Association to create this entire notice? One of my things would be I would like this notice to also help them in case it's an at-fault eviction, that they can prove in a court of law that they're following all the appropriate steps as well.
Absolutely. Our efforts would be to both tenants and landlords and being able to educate them on the both sides of the matter.
I have two more questions. This would be for City Manager Farrell Harrison. Do we anticipate having to hire more staff if this ordinance should be passed?
That's a great question. I think what we would like to get from you today as well is your direction on if you have an expectation for there to be robust enforcement of the ordinance, because that would require additional staff resources. And so we can come back to you at the next meeting with a proposal on that. We've been giving it some thought. We do think that we have the funding to do that. But I just want to be really transparent about the fact that this isn't something that we can do with existing resources for sure, if we want to do it well.
I appreciate the honesty. And finally, City Manager, for my last question, does the city have the legal right to go above state law?
I think that's a Kim Barlow question.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the city does have that right specifically under existing law, SB 1482, and also under the language that will go into effect additional from SB 567. As long as the language is more protective of tenants' rights and is not inconsistent with, otherwise inconsistent with the language of those two statutes. So we've carefully looked at these provisions and believe that should the council decide to move forward, they are allowable pursuant to the statutes.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers to my questions. I look forward to hearing from my council members and the audience. Thanks.
Councilmember Marr.
Thank you. Could you explain the re-rent portion? So if there's a substantial remodel of your unit, there's a process described in the ordinance whereby the tenant could re-rent after that. Could you explain how that's going to work?
Council, are you referring to the if the work isn't performed or once the work is complete?
I think that's
I think there's two provisions.
This is where I'm confused, actually, right? So I think if the work is, okay, if the substantial remodel of your unit, I don't know what page this is on. This is in B something.
I can address both. How about that? We could address. So there's actually two
7.
provisions to be able to re-rent. The first provision states that if the reasoning for the no fault just cause eviction is substantial rehabilitation and the work is either not completed or never commenced, that the tenant has the right to then re-rent that unit.
Got it.
There's also a provision in there that says that if the tenant would like to be considered to be able to re-rent the unit after the rehabilitation has been completed, that they are to provide the owner with their contact information. But the issue is it would be the lease is still terminated at that point. So they would then have to enter into a new lease. It's not a provision to allow them to continue their tenancy.
Right.
It's to, if they want to have the option to move back into this place after the work is done, they can be recontacted by the owner at a later date, signing a new lease at a new rent. So it's not necessarily protective, but they could potentially move back in under a new lease after the work is performed.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Is the intent that the relocation assistance amount is updated annually, or would we have to manually do that on a regular basis?
Yeah, so that's the objective nature of using fair market rents, is that it's updated by HUD annually. And it's a very, very objective process based on average rents within a specific area. So it's not even a lot of the other incomes that are stated by HUD are based on more regional areas. This is very Costa Mesa specific. The exact zip codes in our city are what determine fair market rent. So it's very, very accurate and very, very objective.
Thank you. I did appreciate the letter from the apartment association. It made me think of a couple of new questions to ask here. There is a couple sentences, in addition to paying exorbitant healthcare expenses, and this is the case of an owner moving back into a property. Their concern is that the owner's family would be required to provide rental assistance when a lease has naturally expired. My understanding is if you have a 12-month lease and that comes to an end, that's not an eviction. That at that point, you're just asking them to not renew their lease. So there would not also be relocation assistance associated with the end of a lease in which an owner comes back into an apartment, correct?
Correct. Yeah, this is an owner that's terminating a lease in the middle of the lease.
Yeah. Okay. So when the apartment association comes up, I'd love to understand what you were trying to get at with the naturally expired piece. On to substantial rehab. Are we suggesting that the city will have a mechanism for verifying via permit whether the proposed rehab should take 30 days or not? How are we, just because a permit is pulled, that doesn't also mean that it's something that should justify a 30-day rehab. I don't know. It's hard to get a hold of contractors. Maybe everything's 30 days, right? But how are we discerning that as a city?
So I think the onus is on the owner to provide evidence that the work is going to take longer than 30 days, that the tenants can't stay in place. So based on whatever information that they can provide to defend their position is what the city would take into consideration. Again, if they're the one issuing the eviction, the onus is on them to ensure that the notice to the tenant and to the city has enough information for a decision to be made. State law allows them to do that under certain circumstances. So again, it's on them to prove that they're meeting those provisions of the law.
So that's actually different than how I initially read the ordinance. I thought we were just getting notice so that it was something our staff could make sure we were keeping an eye out, sending additional information to those tenants. But you're suggesting there really is sort of an approval process once we're in receipt of the package of information from the property owner. Is that correct?
No, there's not an approval process.
Okay.
I think what we're trying to do is get the information, have the information sent to us. For one, are permits attached to the notice of eviction, right? So that's just a basic threshold issue that we want to make sure that is being adhered to, because that's in SB 567, that's in the law. So if we get copies of notices of eviction that don't attach, that are related to substantial rehabilitation, for example, have no permits attached, now that would be a red flag for us, right? If it comes to us, and at a minimum, we know that has not been met. So that's either an education issue that we need to deal with our landlords, or it's not a just eviction. And so it's not an approval per se of the permits, but there's just one basic test right there that needs to be seen if that's happening or not. I think to the extent that we get contacted, we'll get that information, we'll put it into a database. If we're not contacted by a tenant, let's say, we're not suggesting that we're going to chase down looking at a permit to make sure, is it 30 days, is it not 30 days? That would really require a ton of staff time. However, if we did have a tenant that reached out to us and said, look, I received this eviction notice, these permits weren't attached, then we can pursue that we can advise them to pursue with legal aid, and it doesn't seem like it's a just eviction or a lawful eviction. That's one example. Second example, there are permits that are attached, but there could be a question as to whether something takes a certain amount of time or not, or the tenant is inquiring about that. That's why we need to have the conversation about how much enforcement you would like. We could refer it to a planner if we had a new additional planner that could assess that, a case manager, and then ultimately an attorney. But the intent is not to receive all of these eviction notices and to review them all. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
I think the follow-on question from that is that as I read it, the abatement of hazardous materials, including lead-based paint, mold, or asbestos, in accordance with applicable federal law, I don't know that permits are necessarily required for that work.
So the secondary provision states if a permit is not required, then then a copy of the contract with, or the contract with the contractor is in lieu of the permits. So if it's work like lead-based paint or asbestos, which might actually require a permit, I don't actually know. But if it doesn't, there's a second provision that says just attaching the contract with the contractor that states that this work's going to take longer. In lieu of the permits would suffice.
Got it. Okay, so that's another point for the industry. As you come up and speak, I'd like to hear your opinion on that. This is a first reading of the ordinance. I read it for the first time on Thursday. I think we're in feedback mode, and so I'm trying to be intentional about pointing out the things I'd like to hear feedback on. That's one of them. The other one is just wondering how many evictions happen, and maybe it's just anecdotal, but how many evictions are in fact happening because of an owner coming back and wanting to reoccupy the property. I've heard a lot about maintenance issues and mold abatement and other things, but actually I don't know in talking to the community that I've heard anybody say that they were evicted because someone's son needed a place to live, but I'd like to hear that. And I think that was all of my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Good questions. Councilmember Harper.
I think you might answer, but I want to make sure because I've heard a lot of noise from residents or people are concerned about it. So if you're within the term of your contract, the contract ends, your lease ends, this really doesn't apply, right? You go, and that includes 30-day, just repeating month-to-month leases. This really doesn't apply, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's a termination of a lease in the middle of a lease.
It's okay. It's somebody trying to, but unless they have those reasons, and then they have to pay the penalty. I'll call it a penalty. The eviction, the staff report talks about 248 evictions. How many of those would have been? Do we have any idea how many of those would fall under the no fault category?
So
I think it was 248. I don't know if it was 248 in Orange County or Costa Mesa.
So Sergio actually has some, very real data. I'll just state very quickly that this whole eviction data collection is very new, very, very new. Even the county Superior Court was not collecting data that would bifurcate no fault and at fault. They were just counting evictions, right, unlawful detainers, and that was it. Only very recently, as of COVID 2020, did this even get on anybody's radar. So the data is so new. There really isn't a lot of data to say of the 258 evictions in Costa Mesa between 2020 and 2022, what were the reasons? They weren't even tracking that data then. It's a very new process. But again, Sergio has very specific data regarding that.
Okay.
Councilmember Harper, our office assists residents who come in need once they've received an eviction notice.
Right.
Since July of this year, our office has received 44 residents who have come to us with eviction notices. Of those 44, 41 were for the reason the landlord was intending to remodel or demolish the unit. 3 of those were at no fault, 2 of them which were at breach of contract, and 1 for a default in payments. So only 3 of those were at fault of the tenant, 41 were at no fault for the intent to substantially remodel the unit.
Well, in what cases do you hear about an eviction? I mean, you've got 44. Why isn't it 80? I mean, are there some that you don't hear about? I'm trying to understand the data.
That is correct, council members. So these are residents who come to us essentially as a last resort or in despair trying to see what resources they have available. And so our office will then connect them with our providers who already offer some of these services. And then, of course, we also connect them with community legal aid who came on board as a provider.
I gotcha. So we don't know. It could be, right? That's fair. I'm not picking on you. Don't call me councilman, by the way. Call me Don. I'm sorry. I'm tired. Gosh, I had another question. So we don't know, do we have any idea how many, like to our question about staffing and the burden on the city, what's going to be the phone calls? What's going to be the incidents? Do we have any idea? Like it's a different, is Costa Mesa subject to a lot of no-fault evictions because people are trying to remodel or refurbish? I don't know. Do you know any of that data? You don't.
No, the only real data we have is what Sergio just mentioned. Since July, there's been 43, 41 of those have been no fault. Other than that, again, nobody's really tracking this data.
Well, Mr. Mayor, could I jump in? And we do know that we're fourth in the county for evictions, just in terms of the volume
Right,
of
but we
them,
don't know.
right?
We
I
don't
mean,
have
whether we can trace like the single point of origin for what those evictions constitute. No.
I think that's important, right? You know it's important.
But
I appreciate we're fourth, and
But the fourth in the county is based on UD filings. And UD filings are typically, because somebody's holding over for at fault, right? I mean, I don't know. We don't know, right? It could be people that are holding over, it's no fault, and they refuse to move out. But these are unlawful detainer filings.
Correct.
Okay, and we don't know the basis of the unlawful detainer case.
Correct.
So that fourth in the county thing really doesn't inform us about the item that we're seeking to vote on tonight.
yeah, and I'm really not trying to make a point here at all. I'm just trying to understand what I'm looking at too. Yeah,
Yeah, it's inconclusive, really. We just don't know based on that.
it's a number. Yeah, so single family home I'm renting, this applies, right? This ordinance would apply, correct? I understand that correctly?
So the city attorney may have to weigh in. There is a provision within AB 1482 that exempts, that we believe, and maybe I'll let Ms. Barlow.
I'll just jump right in here. First, I do want to correct one small item. The definition that is included in SB 587, I'm sorry, in 1482 for tenancy, it means the lawful occupation of residential real property and includes a lease or sublease. It is not limited to a lease or a sublease. It is for a written agreement for a term. It could be month to month,
Right.
but it doesn't, and so once somebody has been in a unit for 12 months and they haven't breached the agreement in any way, and the landlord, if there's no fixed termination date, then, and in the absence of the landlord having given notice to terminate the tenancy before that 12-month period, or perhaps the longer 24-month if someone has been added,
Okay.
then there has to be fault or relocation benefits.
So we rent to someone month to month, they're there 12 months, and then the landlord says, I want you to move out. I'm subject to this rule.
Yes, if he's
ordinance.
smart, he issues the notice to terminate the tenancy before the 12 months. If
That's
he's
a
not
big
smart,
difference. That's a big difference, Nate. I thought I read that, what you're saying. I thought that, and what I heard here was different.
so, but now I want to address the other question, because that was a clarification.
Okay.
The other question has to do with the single-family residence. If you remember, in the exceptions, there are several where single-family residences would not be included. So one is, for example, where an individual lives in their home and rents out rooms.
Yeah, got that.
One might be where an individual lives in their home and has an ADU that's on the same property, and that would be exempt.
Okay.
Another might be where somebody has a duplex and they live in one side of the duplex and rent out the other side. Now, the final one that Nate was referring to, I'm sorry, I don't mean it, Mr. Robbins, was, sorry, where is it?
It's on the screen, too.
Yeah.
Like I can see that? Are you kidding?
Pretty fun.
Don't you love getting old? Or at least I do. Okay. It's where it's odd because we had a long discussion about this and what it meant in terms of the exception. And it is for a dwelling unit that can be sold separately of any other unit and is not owned by a real estate investment trust, a corporation, an LLC, or the new language added in 567 is a mobile home park. Now, that could mean, and we think it does mean, and I'll tell you why, a single-family residence that is rented out and is owned by an individual. And part of the reason I say that is that it should be read that broadly is because the language in SB 587 includes this new definition of residential real property. Residential real property includes any dwelling or unit that is intended for human habitation. So any piece of property where people are supposed to be able to live, not a shed, not a garage, not a, commercial building, is a residential real property. The exception in the law is if you can sell that piece of property or that unit separately from other units, then it is exempt from this provision unless you're basically a real estate investor.
May I just bring something up and
Happy.
play devil's advocate here?
Okay.
I'm not sure that that's the definition. I'd be, if there's some legislative history, I think that'd be good. But one of the things you do when you interpret statute is you look at other aspects of the statute. And if you look at subsection E of that section, it says single-family owner-occupied residence. And, the other thing is there's a principle of statutory construction that says you avoid surplusage, okay? So if that subsection H actually meant single-family residences are exempt, we know the legislature can write single-family residences because they did in subsection E. And subsection E, if subsection F meant subsection E, subsection H meant single-family residences, there would be no reason to have subsection E, which defines a subset of single-family residences. Am I making sense? So I'm fairly sure. I don't know what this means. It's been a long time since I took a property class, but I do practice real property law litigation, and this is just bizarre. This H, residential real property that is alienable separate from the title, and then we're sitting here interpreting it as single-family residences when on the page before it simply says single-family residences. So,
Well,
your guess is as good as mine, but.
So I'm gonna respectfully disagree with you, Mayor, because E requires that it be owner-occupied.
I know, but my point is this, is you wouldn't need E if all single-family residences were exempt. Are you following me?
No.
Hold on, let me finish. If all single-family residences were exempt, you wouldn't need E, which defines a specific type of single-family residence. Now, I understand what you're saying. I'm playing devil's advocate. If you have something from Miller and Starr, if you have, some legislative history, something that, this was all just passed all very relatively recently. I'm not sure there's case law on it, but respectfully, I think, your opinion's as good as mine.
If I can respond to that, I'm not saying all single-family residents are exempt. I don't think that's what it means.
Single-family residents, other than residences that are owned by a real estate trust corporation or a limited liability company with at least one member being a corporation.
That is literally what the language of this says.
Right, and I'm
Whether
saying
it makes sense or not, I can't say. but
I'm
that's
saying
what
it means something other than single-family residences. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to
It doesn't, well, when I say single-family residences, that would include townhomes or condos, which are individually and separately alienable. And in some cases, under the law, an ADU can now, under the new law, be separately alienable from the main residence. So I don't think it means, I think it is a distinguishable category from E, and that E is not necessarily encompassed within H. So
All right.
that's the best.
Well, I know. I mean, it means something because it's
It
there.
means
I just don't
something,
know what
but
it is.
It's terribly worded. I
Yeah.
agree with you, and we actually discussed whether we ought to try and clarify it, but out of concern that it would, whatever clarification we might render would not be deemed more protective of tenants, we didn't want to change the language of this provision. So that's where we are.
Sorry, can
This-
someone interpret
let-
for
let-
the non-lawyer in
Yeah.
the room? So are we saying that this ordinance would apply to a single-family home in Mesa Verde or not?
It depends.
Saying it might.
Thank you.
Cool.
It
That's
might.
my question.
Great.
It
Yeah.
might.
It might. It could be. So you two, thankfully, are just trying to interpret what the state has written, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Not what we wrote.
Correct.
It's
Right.
not Nate's fault.
No.
Oh, no.
Nor is it mine.
I took a shot
So
at
my
it.
inability to interpret legislation to mean what it is
Okay.
intended to mean is quite common, actually.
So we have an opportunity to say what we think our ordinance should apply to. Is that correct?
And then get sued by the state.
I guess,
Later.
but then
I
we'll
got it.
have to come up with our own Byzantine definition.
Yes, a couple
you
more.
Still have the floor. Sure.
Couple more questions. If a landlord chooses to forgive the rent for 2 months, and this is an eviction question, and the tenant doesn't leave after 2 months, what happens? What happens? I don't know what happened. I'm not a landlord anymore for this type of. But what's the process in having that person move out? What's the repercussions within the context of everything we're trying to do?
So in that case, a no-fault just cause eviction would be upheld by the court. And so the sheriff's department would come and remove that tenant from the property.
It may take a long time, right?
Yeah, whatever the course of the law would be for that. But the relocation assistance is only applicable to tenants that are being evicted. And that's again upheld by a judge. And then they would, of course, again, assign the sheriff's office to remove that tenant from the property following whatever the law would be in that case.
Part of my concern here is that, okay, the landlord's going to give something. I want to make sure it gets to the next place that person's going to live, and it doesn't end up somewhere else. And it serves the purpose we intend. I don't know if you considered that. I'd certainly like you to consider that. And the other thing that this whole thing seems to lack is it's kind of a broad scope. Everybody gets it. I want to make sure the people that need it. And the third question I really have is, what's it going to cost landlords? What do we say? What do I say to my constituents to say, hey, this is going to cost in general to Costa Mesa landlords and property owners, what's the cost? And I don't think we know. I don't know how you find out, but that's my question. I have to ask that. So I know you don't have an answer. It's all right. Just want to leave you with that. That's all I have.
Do you have answers for any of those?
You know, I mean, the cost would be relative to the number of units that you would no fault just cause evict,
Yeah.
which you can't predict that. So there'd be no way to determine that.
We don't have the data, do we?
I mean, even just being able to predict how many tenants you're going to issue no fault just cause evict, you can't really determine that.
The only thing we do have, the only thing we have access to is we know the number of apartments, we know the number of dwellings, we know the rental rates, we know what the market rate might be, and there's a way to get to that answer. I don't know if it's worth getting to or not, but you could get to it, sort of. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's a reason for a high number of evictions. It might be because everybody's turning the property over. It could be. I don't know. That's a good question, but I hate doing policy without data. I think we all do. So, thank you, John.
You're welcome, Councilmember Harper. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I'll be very brief because I think most of my questions have been answered. So occasionally the City Council takes a position on pending legislation. I'm pretty sure, if my memory serves, we didn't take any positions on either AB 1482 or SB 567, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Secondly, Mr. Robbins, you mentioned something about the best chances we have to help people to stay in or find housing when there's an eviction is early intervention. And you mentioned that there's a safety net that the city provides. What exactly is that safety net? And would it change in any way with this ordinance?
So it's all under the same umbrella of homelessness prevention, whether it's helping people that can't pay their rent that are stuck to not be evicted and help pay their rent, or if someone's being evicted, to be able to provide housing navigation, to find a new unit, potentially, assisting them with that process, assisting with potentially additional financial assistance so that they can move in. I mean, it's expensive to be uprooted, even just moving costs, deposit, first month's rent. I just went through it. It cost me $12,000. I had to borrow the money, and I have a really good job. I can't imagine, a low-income individual trying to battle through that process. So just being there for them, advocating for them, assisting them so that they don't end up homeless or living in someone's,
Right. So is that condition exacerbated by, there's a statement on page 4 of the staff report about households occupying a unit for more than 12 months are likely paying substantially less rent than they would for a similar unit on the market at present day. So do we have an idea of how many units are below market at this point?
No.
Okay. But 1482 has basically provided a roadmap for property owners to kind of move closer towards market rates.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, I've got several questions, but they should be pretty quick. Other cities. Presumably, we would be the first city after the September 30th, 2023 signing of 567 to adopt anything like this. Fair enough? Right?
Yes, sir.
And then, are there any cities, to your knowledge, that have adopted this specific thing that you're placing in front of us?
There are no other cities that are exactly like the ordinance that we're proposing.
Okay, okay. And I think this may have been answered, but maybe just go through it and abbreviate it. I had it in my notes. So a notice comes into the city. Do we know now where that notice would be directed to? Who that would be directed to?
The Neighborhood Improvement Division, AKA Mr. Robbins.
So it would be directed to you, Nate, and I think that's what we were getting at in terms of the bandwidth and whether we have the staff, because you seem to be very busy with all you do with the shelter. And am I right? Are you busy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so then the notice comes into you, and then from your perspective, let's just put let's forget about the budgetary constraints. Let's assume we had all the money in the world. From your perspective, then, what would happen thereafter? What would you do with the notice? What would be an appropriate follow-up after receiving a notice?
So, ultimately, just as this item is named, it's to assist tenants, right? We're not looking to be big brother watchdog over landlords, although there will be, some brief accountability review of documents to ensure that landlords are following the law. Ultimately, what would happen is the support system would then come in to support the tenant to ensure that they don't end up homeless, whether that's through city staff that would provide that advocacy, or potentially a subrecipient that we could fund that would be the main driver of that. We could hire, again, an internal case manager. We could hire an outside agency to provide that. But at the end of the day, they're advocating their housing navigation, helping them, navigate that system so that they don't end up, again, homeless or in a situation that's not good for them and their families.
Okay, so then I'm just zipping through. That was a good answer, and I listened to it. It was good. I appreciate it. So what Mr. Escobar said earlier is that we have a lot of people that are coming in and speaking to us, but they're all doing it voluntarily, okay? What we're proposing here is a requirement that somebody else, the landlord, provides information, including contact information and the fact that somebody's being evicted, and another for a tenant to the government, okay? And then the government is going to go and do the benevolent things that you suggested to help that tenant. But are there, one of the commentators in the public comments said that there might be a privacy concern about that. Have we vetted that out? Is there a privacy concern that we should be concerned with when we're mandating a landlord to provide information, including contact information of a tenant to the government? Did you understand my question?
I did, sir. I don't, I
Well,
would
the
defer
council
to.
member doesn't understand my question. So the idea is, we're saying you, the landlord, have to provide a notice to the government. We're the government. That notice, as I understand it here, would have, among other things, the identity of the tenant and the contact information of the tenant, which would allow us then to intervene, okay? Is there any privacy concerns that have been vetted by us requiring a landlord to provide tenant information, which the tenant might not want the government to know?
Mr. Mayor, it's not uncommon at all for notices of various things that are potentially sensitive or confidential to be required to be sent to the government. We would treat that with requisite level of confidentiality. The purpose of the notice is to assist the tenants. We could certainly have an opt-out provision for tenants if that's what they wanted. In terms of, I don't want the government to know. Or they could probably agree in their written agreement that no notice to the city will be required because the tenant wishes to protect their privacy rights.
So you could put that in a lease?
You could. I wouldn't.
Why wouldn't every landlord in Costa Mesa do that?
Well, not necessarily everybody would agree to that.
Well, okay. Anyway, a lot of people don't read their leases.
That's
Okay.
definitely true.
So, outreach. We answered that one. Some of these things you've already answered. Okay. Councilmember Chavez mentioned something about how this notice is going to be able to be advantageous in some form to the landlord, and I think I didn't get it exactly, but, is that, but this is just for the no fault, right? This is just for the no fault. So if the landlord doesn't pay their rent, so maybe, I guess, anyway, I want to ask any questions about that. Okay. So, can't read my own writing. Okay. So one of the main things that we're doing in the city of Costa Mesa is we're trying to get people to develop and build units, including rental units, multifamily units. We've done things like Measure K, for example. We're talking about doing all kinds of things to induce developers to develop in the city of Costa Mesa. Have you considered the consequence of being the only city in the state of California with these provisions? Have you considered whether it would make it more likely, less likely, or have no effect on the development community's interest in developing in Costa Mesa?
I think, it's important to remember that C of Os that were signed within the past 15 years are exempt from this. So new development in the city would not at all be affected by any of these provisions. These are older buildings, older than 15 years. I do think it's also important to remember that these are landlords that are evicting tenants for no fault of the tenant. So, and and ensuring that that tenant then is able to land on their feet is potentially a business risk that the apartment owner would have to take on, again, when evicting a tenant for no fault.
That's a good answer. I mean, so you pointed out something important, which is I think that this provision wouldn't apply to new development in Costa Mesa.
That's correct.
Okay. Then what was the last question I had? Oh, so Mr. Escobar, it seems to me like the complaints that we've seen from the public, one of the things is that the rehabilitation, no fault justification, a just cause, if you will, the public is saying it's pretextual, right? They're not going to do these things. They're kicking me out, but they're not going to make I'm going to be gone, I'm going to be someplace else, and they're going to do some minor renovation, if any, and they're going to up my rent to market rent, and this whole notice was a pretext to get me out to increase my rent to market, okay? And then so the state of California has come and they said they're trying to close that loophole by virtue of requiring a permit, right? And that's one of the primary purposes of 567. I mean, do you guys have any opinion on whether or not that, the language in 567 is sufficient to close the loophole that we've heard from many members of the community that have come up and said that their notice is pretextual?
I can answer. So AB 1482, the loophole that left was all that the owners were required to do is notice the tenant of their intent to rehabilitate, and that was it.
Right.
I'm rehabilitating, you have to leave. And so with no explanation as to the duration, the unsafeness of doing the work with the tenant in place, or any of that, the scope of the project that never had to be addressed. So the loophole that's being closed is just that. It's that the owner needs to now provide objective information to the tenant, and we're requesting that would also come to the city, stating why the tenant has to be evicted in order for this work to be completed. We're hearing stories of evictions being sent via text. One of the worries that Sergio and I talked about a lot was that upon receiving even an inkling of a notice from an owner, people are moving out immediately because they're afraid of what that might do. And so just, again, tightening that loophole, holding owners a little bit more accountable to the law that the state has approved, and then providing that safety net for tenants so that they can land on their feet. That's the intent.
But if that's happening, let's say it's happening, and I don't doubt that it is, and I think you're generally right, that there's a lot of bogus eviction notices, and people comply with them because they don't know the difference between a 3-day notice and a judgment, and so they just leave. It seems to me like these requirements don't even touch that issue, because a landlord who is texting a 3-day notice to try to get somebody to evict, that person would never send us all these notices that we're talking about, because they're scofflaws, right? I mean, they're not complying with the requirements of the Code of Civil Procedure. They're certainly not going to comply with the requirements of the Municipal Code of the Great City of Costa Mesa. So it doesn't seem, respectfully, I hear what you're saying, and I know it's a problem. I don't know how to solve the problem, but I don't think, respectfully, this solves that problem. Anyway, enough about my opinions. Anybody else have questions? Yeah, Arliss.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councilmember Reynolds.
Thanks. Okay, I really appreciate the discussion so far. The discussion on data is, I think is frustrating. Of course, we want to have this information about how residents are affected, and it's one of the reasons I love the draft ordinance you've crafted, because getting those notifications helps us track that in our city so we have better information on what's going on. So I really like that aspect of the ordinance because it gives us this really important information to make decisions and potentially intervene in the ways that you've described. My understanding as the ordinance is written is that those notices would only be required for the no-fault evictions. And then again, one of the strategies is we can make sure that folks who are receiving those evictions can connect. We're in a better position to connect those residents with the resources that we've made available, right? One of the main resources we've made available is tenant-based rental assistance. So is there any reason we couldn't require notifications for rent-based evictions if that gives us a better opportunity to connect residents to that rental assistance as well? Is that something that we considered, just notifications, right? We're not trying to get in the way of it, but just being aware, being able to collect the data on residents that maybe didn't know about the assistance provided and are being evicted because they were sick for a month and missed rent?
That's outside the scope of what we're recommending for this evening. I think our focus was mostly on the existing state law and then those additional 3 provisions. I think through our normal channels, we've been trying to get the word out as much as possible on our tenant-based rental assistance, the relocation assistance, which I think we're up to maybe $2 million at this point in funds that have been made available for that. And so I think adding that additional data point would just kind of bifurcate the effort away from the no-fault evictions, which is really what we're hearing about lately the most. It's that part. And so while we could put it in, I'm just afraid that it's going to bifurcate our efforts. And if we're trying to really make a dent in this, which is the no-fault evictions, then I think, the ordinance, just to the extent that it's cleaner, I think it's better just to make sure that we're focusing on the folks that are at imminent risk right now based on the no-fault. We'll continue through the other channels to do the relocation, the rental assistance, and continue to get the word out on that. And if we think that there are gaps there, council member, please let us know, because we're more than happy to get that information out and even put more funding towards it.
Okay, so that's not, that's just an interpretation of scope in terms of this ordinance, right? As I understand it, there's no laws preventing us from asking for those notifications so that we can track that data.
No, I'm just afraid that it's just gonna, however much staff we're gonna need to do this piece, we're just gonna have to need probably more just to track that as well. And so it's just a bigger effort.
Got it. Okay, I understand. We all hear in public comment and testimony and just the unawareness still of those resources. So looking for every opportunity to make sure we're connecting residents with those resources is something I'm interested in. And having the data to understand what's happening in our city. The reason, one of the reasons that came up for me is I remember during COVID, when in that first year of COVID, I think the mayor was getting notices whenever there was a significant layoff, right? And that was really helpful information to understand what was happening in the community at that time so we could at least be aware and then potentially respond. So I think of it as a similar thing, helps us with purely awareness.
I think to your point, maybe we can do is look at our existing contracts and relationships and then just require for that to be in their reporting to us. I know that they do routine reporting, the providers that are providing the rental assistance now. And then if we can get that information on, what's the gap, how big is the gap between the rent that someone has to pay and then what they can afford and how much we're plugging would help to get that information. So I think we can get to some of the data through our providers if we start requesting that of them.
Okay, yeah, I'm interested in exploring that. One other data question, there's a lot of discussion on which units are exempt, right? We've talked about in all of our discussion on the different programs that we're working on to address housing instability in Costa Mesa and affordability. What we know, I forget what the number is, 60+% of residents rent. I would love to know, and I don't know how hard this would be, but what percent of those rental units fall into the exemption categories versus that wouldn't be exempt under this ordinance, that this ordinance would apply to. If you have that number now, that'd be great. If not, is that something that we could reasonably estimate?
with Tessa? Does Tessa help us estimate that?
I don't think Tessa helps us in this case. I think what we could do is use census data, which, for example, categorizes the general age of construction of residential units within the city. So we could get close to, for example, the 15-year provision by using census data. So there are ways to get to it. It won't be precise. It'll be ballpark, but I think that's something we could summarize at the high level.
It would be helpful to be aware of in terms of understanding the impact. One other thing I was thinking of through these discussions and just sort of understanding, because there are so many exemptions and different requirements, in a second reading, assuming this moves forward, I think it would be really helpful to see like an example of what the public communication would be on it, and just helping us interpret, right, and making sure it's clear how this would apply. Okay, important question. So, and this is related to the unique situation of mobile home owners and mobile home renters. And what I want to understand, whether this, so there's people who own mobile homes but rent land, and we've learned in previous work that those are, they're treated differently than people who rent units. There's also people who rent mobile homes from mobile home owners, right? So can you summarize, and I'm asking this because in one of our previous tenant-based rental assistance programs, I didn't realize that mobile home owners were actually exempt. So can you describe whether this does apply to people who live in mobile home communities?
So it does. The restrictions in some cases are actually even more protective for people in mobile homes. However, and Ms. Barlow can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this is only people that are renting a mobile home and not owning a mobile home and renting a plot of land. I think it applies to the residential unit that they're being evicted from. So
if you have a lease for a mobile home unit, then this applies to you.
Correct.
But if you own a mobile home and you're renting the land, it doesn't apply. But there are, I know there's, I think, another law that applies for them. Is that right?
It is, and then two, we expanded our rental assistance programs to include plot rent as well. So mobile home owners that need assistance paying their space rent can access the city resources for rental assistance, and we made that expansion.
Appreciate that that change. Okay. Lastly, there's always some unique circumstances that might require some interpretation. My understanding is if there is a dispute in a particular situation, our city attorney would be the sort of decision maker. How would that work? If there is some kind of dispute or requirement for an interpretation on, whether something's fair or whether a relocation needs to be paid out?
So I think in general, our general rule is going to be to refer, because we do have legal assistance for situations exactly like this. So I think in general, just as the city manager was suggesting, that we're going to go through those avenues first, where we're again advocating and connecting people to resources. If they were to come to us with a case that was egregious in some way, we could certainly tap into Ms. Barlow's office and see ways that we could assist tenants. But I don't think that's the initial intention. It's going to be more referral to the various resources that we have available.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Those are my questions.
All right, wonderful. Let's open it up to the public. Thank you for staying so long. I appreciate it, being patient. Yes, sir.
Jeff Butcher, City of Costa Mesa resident since 1999. I have a bunch of stuff written down, but I think I need to address what I just heard. There's some clarification. California's statewide rent control does not apply to non-owner occupied single-family homes. It's just the facts. If it did, we'd have millions of people in this room right now. Second thing is, there was a question that was asked to Mr. Robinson regarding leases. If we are in a 12-month lease with a tenant, we as owners are contractually obligated to rent. There is no breaking a 12-month lease. We can't do it. So the no fault just cause eviction does not apply to somebody trying to break a lease. That's illegal. We can't do it. What a no fault just cause eviction applies to is when the initial lease term expires and then let's say it rolls month to month, or you do another new lease, still can't break that lease. But if someone's been there for more than 12 months, that's when this applies. So if you're renting a place, you've only been there 6 months, there's no such thing as a just cause no fault eviction. The mayor also asked a question about, does this apply to developers? The answer was, it doesn't apply to anything that's had a certificate of occupancy in the last 15 years. That's absolutely true. But if the city of Costa Mesa decides to become one of the only cities in this area in Orange County that starts implementing tenant protections, developers are going to see that as a slippery slope and understand that maybe Costa Mesa is not where we want to be putting our money, even though it doesn't apply to them for 15 years. But at some point, that building is going to have to be sold, and those 15 years start ticking away. We don't want, the city of Costa Mesa doesn't want to be known, especially in need of the fact that we need a lot of housing units to be built, as a tough on owner city. It's just something you don't want to do. There's one other thing we also didn't talk about, and that is AB 12, which Governor Newsom just signed into law last Wednesday, that is also another tenant protection. We're talking about increasing the reimbursement to tenants 2 months of fair market rent. Governor Newsom just applied AB 12, which means we can't collect more than a 30-day or 1 month security deposit, period. That's just the way it is. I feel really bad for the people that are here in support of this ordinance. This is an ordinance that is a solution looking for a problem. We do not have no-fault evictions, not a lot, but no-fault just cause evictions in Costa Mesa. There was not one shred of evidence other than the mention of 44 of actual.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Hold on 1 second. Got to get your mic on. Yeah, you got it.
Daniel Morgan, I have a property management company in Orange County. I've actually been involved in a handful of no-fault evictions. I plead staff, please reach out to people in the real estate community. I've toured several people on council. I've toured and I've volunteered time and time again. Please come walk property with me. The average apartment building in Costa Mesa is 60 years old. Every single one of them has asbestos. I do not take health and safety lightly. We put so much effort into caring for our tenants. 35% of the tenants who we've had to work with who have left our communities because of no-fault evictions have chosen to rent back in our apartment communities because we work so hard to make sure that we get them good outcomes. That's just in the ones that we manage. We're a tiny, tiny company. The vast majority stay in the city of Costa Mesa. I want to be a partner with everyone, and I want to volunteer to include documentation in our leases to help educate the staff, to help educate residents about what their options are. Please talk to us. No one has reached out to the real estate community. There are going to be unintended consequences that negatively impact the residents. 1482 led to no-fault evictions. It also led to every single year there being rent increases where that wasn't the case before. There will be unintended consequences. Let's not make an unforced error. Please, please, please reach out to us. Please do not pass this without talking to the people who actually care about our residents. My kids go to school with a lot of our residents. I see our residents at our holiday things, and I care about them, and I want to make sure they get good outcomes. Increasing the cost of relocation, I understand the thought behind it. It's a great idea, but it's going to hurt. We have 60-year-old buildings with asbestos, copper pipes that are bursting at the seams. We have mold in tons of units, and we have people living in terrible conditions, and they need to have their health taken care of, and someone has to pay for it. The average cost to turn over an apartment unit is about $50,000. Everything in the city of Costa Mesa with a permit takes over 30 days. We should be putting more more staff resources towards building inspectors and towards planning to help expedite these processes so we can get them done in faster than 30 days. Thank you so much. Again, please, my name is Daniel Morgan. I'm local. Please reach out to me. I want to help, but this is not a good idea. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Hi, my name's Kelly. I agree with both the last people 100%. I strongly encourage you not to do this, not to vote for this. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa my entire life. My family has owned property here since the early 70s. Well, excuse me, since the 60s. I own a piece of property that's been in my family since the 70s. We're already being handcuffed with the new rules that have happened. And like the gentleman just said, my family owns multiple properties in East Side, West Side, and this is the first time in our entire history that we are now raising rents every year. We have always been severely under market rents, and now we are not doing that. We are trying to get up to market because we are afraid what's going to happen. We're afraid of the next thing that's going to come up and what are we going to do if I have a problem? If I have a 1970 property that needs to be remodeled, I can't, unlike he said, I can't kick you out in the middle of a year lease. That's impossible. It's illegal. It just is making it impossible for us to be landowners, and you're encouraging the new developments to come in. You're making it where the mom and pop who want to keep things under market and want to do things for tenants who have unique circumstances and maybe aren't high net worth and don't fall under all the guidelines and have perfect credit scores and all of the things which we normally rent to. I can't do that anymore. I can't pay 2 months rent to get somebody out to remodel a unit. It's just impossible. Already we have to pay a month's rent, and the no faults are not common. I don't have no fault issues, but these things scare me and make me want to do the unintended consequence, which is raise rents every year. I strongly encourage you not to do this, and I think there's a lot more that needs to go into it. I don't think you're getting, you're not detailing things. The fact that he says that we can get out of a lease in the middle of a lease, it scares me that comment was even made. It is illegal. We cannot do that. Please don't vote on this, is all I can say, and do a lot more research. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and members of City Council. My name is Victor Cal, and I'm the Senior Vice President at the California Apartment Association. Thank you for your thoughtfulness and deliberation around these issues. Likewise, we've tried to be thoughtful with our concerns as we've expressed them. We oppose the ordinance not for ideological means, but for very specific reasons listed in our letter. So thank you for taking the time to review some of our concerns. As a matter of a few corrections, again, as it was noted, a non-renewal of a lease, again, an eviction is a process, right? The start of the process is to give notice, right? So evictions happen, the eviction process happens frequently. Whether you give a 3-day notice, right, that's not a UD filing necessarily. So with respect to that, is that as the lease rolls over into a month-to-month, it essentially becomes, when the non-lease renewal occurs, where everyone has the expectation that this is supposed to end. As you send out that 60-day notice, that has started the no-fault eviction process. So therefore, the relocation would kick in under the circumstances as identified in our letter. And we're happy to provide our legal counsel to consult with your city attorney on this issue. That being said, as noted, AB 12 is now signed as law, and the ordinance is not congruent with the ability for owners to de-risk their properties. As this woman has stated, she feels the pressure to raise rents, and while some of our members have maybe the capacity to pay 2 months of relocation, not everybody does, especially for mom and pop landlords, which is 60% of our membership. So given that, is that they're seeking to de-risk their properties. You have mom and pop landlords who have provided an opportunity for renters who may not have the best credit scores to secure an apartment. It's by being able to charge additional security, it's an equivalent to securing a secured credit card, right? It's to help rebuild your credit, helps people get back on their feet. Unfortunately, the ordinance has the impact of property owners de-risking their properties, and that is one of the unintended consequences that we see and observe here. These laws are heavily abused, especially in jurisdictions like Los Angeles. Just Google the Brentwood eviction case, and you'll see that it's a high net worth person who's refusing to pay rent and refusing to move. So as Councilmember Harper had noted, we should really consider eligibility as well. The Google engineer who works in Irvine, who lives in this community, is also, making $200,000.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I just wanted to say that I hope you guys do vote the ordinance in. As a tenant and a resident of Costa Mesa for almost 36 years, I've lived here my whole life. My mom's been in the same apartment for 32 years. Right now that we're getting in the process of fighting about getting evicted because the landlord said that the city had told him that the apartment was uninhabitable. I called code enforcement and they came in to inspect our property, and they did find a lot of stuff that was wrong with their apartment that he had not fixed in over 21 years. And he called me and said, "Why did you call code enforcement on me?" And I'm like, "Well, because you said that the city was involved." He's like, "You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have called city." And I'm like, "Well, then why are you saying that the city was involved?" So I really, really request from you guys to really help out the tenants, because in my apartment, it's 3 apartments. My neighbor was without hot water since March. And the landlord told him, "Oh, you want me to fix it? You need to move out." And they chose to move out instead of fighting for the water that we need. It's a human right to have a place to live. And my landlord is not seeing that he's doing the wrong thing. And I really, really want you guys to look into this and help us make sure that we have a place to live that is affordable and safe, and it's up to code. Because in my apartment, I did not realize that we have no fire alarms. I've lived there my whole life, and we don't have fire alarms. There's water damage in the bathroom. We didn't have hot water for 2 days, and I called him and I told him we don't have hot water, and he got upset with me. And he said, "Why are you calling code enforcement? I just went and fixed it." I'm like, "We don't have hot water." And every time I have to call him to fix something, he's like, "Oh, well, I'm going to raise your rent. I'm going to raise your rent." He does that every 6 months. He's raised the rent to the point where we don't even want to bother telling him what's wrong anymore. And that's not a way to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you for all you do for Costa Mesa and are trying to do for the residents. In this case, trying to protect the renters from bad actor landlords. The intent is to protect the Costa Mesa renters evicted for no cause, with the example of the pretense that the property owner will make improvements, but the property owner doesn't make those improvements and simply rents to the next tenant for more. So let's solve for that. Let's not build a policy that adversely impacts all landlords with burden of additional costs, expenses, and the obligations beyond those imposed by both existing state law requirements and their existing leases. It's unwise to create a policy that burdens the mountain when the intent is to punish the molehill. There are many unintended consequences to consider. What message does this send to developers considering changing their minds and seeking to invest in Costa Mesa housing? Does such an action help or hurt the likelihood of them choosing Costa Mesa or continuing to seek opportunities in other cities? Does this make housing more affordable, or will landlords seek to de-risk their properties with heightened screening requirements or charging higher rents to cover the administrative burden? By going beyond these state laws, and I believe the action the city is considering is a taking, then the city becomes the taker and likely takes on the legal risks associated. You see a letter from Lieutenant Tucker outlining that. You heard 2 intelligent lawyers debating here tonight over this, and I believe the city will be liable for those legal consequences. The administrative burden now falls squarely on the shoulders of city staff. So how many more FTEs will burden the city budget? The conversations that I've heard tonight, we're definitely going to have to add more bodies. We are a rule of law city, and the council has demonstrated it believes in property rights, and the city is telling all that will listen that this is a business-friendly city. Well, let's prove it. Let's begin this endeavor to support unjust evictions before there is visibility that would have the new law that does just that. It was just signed into law recently. Rather than put taxpayer funds to support the administration, let's be the best city in the state to educate residents on their rights. And the new state law has solid provisions that give cities tools to enforce in conjunction with the city attorney. Real teeth to address bad actors. The actors are not supported, the good actors are not supporting these actions. There were great NGOs outside City Hall tonight as a solution that doesn't burden the taxpayer. Like with group homes, let's work with the best of breed operators to understand what the good actors do and how they behave, many of whom already offer 2 months, and who can help the city understand the bad practices and how to identify the behaviors of the bad actors. Let's make Costa Mesa the best at the lowest cost without burdening landlords, without increasing rents, and really help the good people who have been harmed. Follow the state law and
Thank you. Yes.
Sí, buenas noches. Estamos otra vez aquí desde...
Hold on oh, yes, got it. Go ahead.
Estamos desde las 5 de la tarde, desde las 3 de la tarde.
Good evening. We're here again. We've been here since 5 p.m., since 3 p.m.
Y hemos escuchado los dos lados y me da tanta tristeza todo lo que hemos trabajado, que hemos luchado por esto.
And we've heard both sides, and it's just making me very sad because we've worked so hard for this. We've battled really hard for this.
Tantas familias que han sido desalojadas injustamente y escucho que dicen que no tienen para pagarles 3 meses cuando ellos fueron desalojados viviendo ahí por 35 años, 25 años, 20 años.
And there's a lot of families who have been unfairly or unjustly evicted, and it's really sad to hear that you don't even have about 3 months to pay them for people who have lived there for 35 years, 25 years, 20 years.
Solamente están pensando en su negocio, pero están desalojando a las familias injustamente. Creo que todos tienen un derecho de tener un hogar y de que nuestros niños vayan a las escuelas donde ellos han nacido en nuestra ciudad. Hay familias que son desalojadas, tienen que pedir $12,000, se endeudan cuando los dueños de apartamentos pasan a cada rato y no tienen para ayudar con 3 meses a esas familias para empezar un nuevo hogar.
So they're just thinking about their business, and these people, these families are being unfairly evicted, and they have a right to have a home and for our children to go to the school in the same city that they were born in. We're hearing from families that needed to ask to borrow $12,000 and get into debt when landlords pass by all the time and they can't even help with 3 months to help them start over in a new home.
Yo sé que algunos de los que están allí sentados han pasado este proceso con sus familias porque también vivieron en apartamentos. Ahora que tienen sus casas, que tienen algo mejor, deben de fijarse en esas familias que están sufriendo esto.
I know that some of the people who are sitting here today have also gone through a process like this, where their families lived in apartments and now they're better off and they have better homes, but they need to be able to see the families as well that are suffering through this and going through this.
Solamente quiero que sientan empatía por los que estamos aquí, por los que no pueden ni siquiera, muchachos, pagarse una universidad porque las rentas están tan caras que tienen que aún seguir viviendo con sus padres y ni siquiera se hacen independientes por lo mismo. Muchas gracias.
I just want you all to have a little more empathy for those of us who are here, for those youth that can't even pay for university because the rent is so high. They need to continue to live in with their families and they can't even become independent because of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Hold on one second. There's something wrong with Victor's mic. It says, okay, good.
Buenas noches, alcalde, concilio, y miembros de aquí de la Junta Directiva. Mi nombre es Víctor Valladares.
I'm sorry, are you going to speak twice again, like English and Spanish?
Yes.
Can you speak in English because we're trying to talk to the council, not to the audience?
If you wanted to do that, that's okay, but we would give you 5 minutes like everyone else. Last time you got 3 times 3. So if you want to do this, I mean, it depends on, how you want to handle it. Okay?
Alcalde y mesa directiva y todos los trabajadores, mi nombre es Víctor Valladares y mi título con Resiliencia Orange County es Data, analista de datos. Y también voy a traer otro punto de vista con otra gorra. También soy miembro de la mesa directiva de Orange County Community Housing Corporation, entendiendo también el punto de vista de dueños que rentan. Soy de bajo ingresos también. Yo entiendo, y no estamos aquí para tratar de decir que todos los dueños son malos, porque sí, por uno tristemente pagan todos, pero este no es el caso en esta situación. Hablamos constantemente mucho de AB 1482 y SB 567. Aunque tenían buenas intenciones, esas legislaciones estatales que son leyes del Estado, es muy difícil para estar enforzando eso. Han escuchado muchísimos testigos de la gente cómo ha sido afectada con esas leyes. Han habido muchísimas personas que han sufrido y continúan sufriendo, que no hay una manera para estar evitando o para proteger a esos inquilinos. La propuesta de ley ahorita, que se va a hacer ley en abril 1, se va a hacer ley, ya fue firmada por el gobernador. 1482 también. No hay ninguna manera para estar enforzando eso. Y una cosa bien importante que estoy escuchando aquí, hablamos de datos. I love it. Me gusta muchísimo. Exactamente. Desde julio 1, escuchamos aquí que hay 41 fueron sin causa, 3 fueron de causa. Ese es 93%. Datos. Vamos a hacer la pregunta. ¿A quiénes son esas personas, los demográficas? ¿En qué distritos y a quién les está afectando más? Y esos son bien pocos datos que tenemos. También no sabemos cuál es el porcentaje de las personas de rentas de unidades que están disponibles para rentar. No tenemos esos datos. Bueno, fuera que tuviéramos un Rental Registry programa aquí, pero no existe para recibir más datos. Y entonces, ahorita pues, pasando esta ordenanza, ojalá podemos pasar algo para estar protegiendo a los inquilinos aquí. Half the time, perfect. Greetings and good evening, our mayor, board, and workers as well. My name is Victor Valladares. I'm a data analyst here with Resilience Orange County. And I also have a hat with, another hat, right, with Orange County Community Housing Corporation. I deal with tenants as well. I'm a low-income resident. One of the things that we keep hearing here is who's going to be looking out for the property owners. Nobody's been asking the critical question, is like, who's also going to be looking out for the tenants? I do have experience working with tenants. I'm also a tenant myself. We keep talking about 1482, SB 567 that just got signed. Enforcement, that's going to be the law of the land, right? SB 567 enforcement, nobody's even bringing up AB 12. I heard it earlier, but we're not talking about AB 12. We're talking about what's going to be the law of the land. Enforcement is very difficult. We keep hearing grievances of residents of Costa Mesa, and there's a lot of residents watching online. I'm a data analyst. Data matters. Yes, one of the questions that was thrown out there is that we don't have the data of housing market that's available. Wouldn't it be great to have a rental registry to find out how much property we have out there in Costa Mesa that's available, whether it be at market value or below market value? We need enforcement. We need to know how much housing market we have out there, but we need enforcement locally. Also, I heard earlier that one of the staff members here spent $12,000. We have working class members that have 2 or 3 jobs that do not have that money. So what we're doing is trying to preserve residents here and protect your constituents in Costa Mesa from displacements. California Orange County, Costa Mesa has a houseless issue. Let us not add more to that. Let us not add more to that. Data does matter, and I completely agree, reaching across the aisle and seeing and getting more data to make accurate decisions. But as far as the data that we have right now, out of the 44 people, 41 were no fault, 3 were at fault. Data does matter. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Excuse me. I have to turn it on. All right.
Gracias. Buenas noches. Sé que ya están muy cansaditos y nosotros también, pero cuando es necesario tenemos que estar el tiempo que sea necesario. Yo creo que, escuchando a algunos de los dueños, creo que la causa principal de que nosotros empezamos a venir aquí fue por los abusos que algunos de ellos estaban haciendo. Algunos de ellos, no todos, porque empezaron a subir la renta inconscientemente, no respetando la ley que ya estaba establecida. Ahora, las leyes no nomás están haciéndose nada más porque sí, se están haciendo porque muchos de ellos están haciendo abuso. Yo no sé por qué se enojan, qué les duele. Dicen que no quieren que haya consecuencias. Las consecuencias siempre las estamos pagando nosotros. Yo no he escuchado a ninguno de los dueños que se queje de haber pagado las consecuencias.
Good evening. Hello again. I know that you all are very tired. We are also tired as well. But when you need to be here, you do what needs to get done. I'm hearing from a lot of the owners, and a lot of them are coming here today. But the reason a lot of us are coming here today is because of the abuse that we've suffered, that they've committed. I'm not saying all of them have done this. I'm saying some, not all. And they have been hiking up the rent and not really respecting the laws that have been established. Laws aren't just made just to be made out of the blue. They've been made because a lot of them have been abusing this. I'm not sure why they're getting upset. Like it hurts them so much. They keep talking about consequences. I don't really see any consequences. The consequences that are seen, we pay for. We're the ones paying the consequences.
Algunos de ellos están hablando que quieren que Costa Mesa sea linda, sea segura, pero ya tenemos más gente viviendo en la calle. Antes estaban en algunos puntos de la ciudad, pero ahora ya los tenemos también en la comunidad viviendo ahí. ¿Y por qué será? ¿Porque a la gente le gusta no tener un techo? Es porque ellos mismos con sus abusos han hecho que más gente se vaya a vivir a la calle y tenemos testimonios de mucha gente que ha muerto tirada en la calle. ¿Por qué? ¿Porque quieren? No, porque ellos nos han empujado a que nos vayamos a vivir a la calle por no tener un lugar digno donde vivir.
We've heard a lot of them saying that they want Costa Mesa to be beautiful and safe, but we have more people living on the streets. And that's been because of the abuse that we've suffered at their hands. But you know, people aren't just going to live on the streets. Do you think they just go over there to go there because they like it? No. They, with their own abuses, have sent people to live out in the streets. We've heard testimony of people dying out on the streets, and it's not because they like it, it's because they pushed us to go live on the street.
Y honestamente creo que están hablando de que ustedes no aprueben algo que ya está aprobado a nivel estatal.
And honestly, they're talking to you about not approving something that's already been approved state level, statewide.
Creo que deberían de empaparse un poquito también de la ley y aprender.
I think they would need to focus and read a little bit more about the law and learn.
Que ellos han provocado que nosotros hayamos llegado hasta Sacramento para abogar por las necesidades de la gente que representamos. No les estamos pidiendo nada gratis. Nosotros queremos precios justos para la vivienda. ¿Por qué les molesta? ¿Porque no se llenan? No es justo que ya se estén pagando apartamentos de 3 recámaras en $4,800.
They have provoked us. They have caused for us to get all the way to Sacramento so that we could advocate for our needs. We're not asking for anything for free here. We're just asking for just prices. And they're getting upset about that what they can't get their fill. It's not fair to be paying an apartment for 3 bedrooms for $4,800.
¿Qué clases de dueños tenemos? Porque de humanos no tiene nada. Nada más quieren ver que su cuenta de banco crezca.
What kind of owners do we have here? Because all they want to see here is their bank accounts keep going up.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, too. Okay, you're next. Now, I'm going to go get a cup of coffee, but I'm going to listen to you.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Greg Less. I've already given my resume once tonight on commercial real estate, so I won't bore you with it again. But I want to speak as a renter in Costa Mesa. I don't own any property. I'm not a landlord. I'm just speaking from my experience in education and economics. I want to caution against this entire concept. I've seen plans like this designed to help tenants end up backfiring. I think the heart's in the right place, but you want to help tenants. But I think you need to judge a plan not by its intentions, but by its results. I know this has good intentions to help renters in Costa Mesa, but I believe the effects will be the exact opposite. What this plan effectively does is put new costs on landlords in Costa Mesa. What will then happen? These costs, in one way or another, will be passed on to all tenants. And it's nice to have these exemptions, but all else equal, I'd rather rent from a place that has these allowances that fall under those exemptions, I would rather rent from those places that are protected under this provision. That artificially increases demand and raises rents for those properties covered. When rents are already at record highs after major increases the last few years, the last thing we need is a policy that's going to end up in higher rents. If this is such a good policy, why do you make landlords pay? The city should pay for it, out of the general fund. After tonight, you're going to have lots more cannabis tax revenue, so the money's there. But I want to make a quick note about the 15-year exemption. It was addressed already, but 15 years comes one day and developers know it. They will absolutely be affected by their property when it's sunsetting in 15 years. This will harm projected resale values and discourage developers. I know you want to craft legislation that tries to think of everything, but it'll be a never-ending game of whack-a-mole, and you'll always have unintended consequences. I know this policy wants to help renters in Costa Mesa, but I think it's going to end up doing the exact opposite. So I suggest you vote against it.
Hi, my name is Roberto, and I work with Resilience Orange County. We've been working with the Latino community here in Costa Mesa over the last 2 years. And earlier today, I got here at 5. I brought some carnitas and some coffee for the Costa Mesa Unidos, the residents that we've been supporting. There were 35 to 40 residents outside. I know we've been having a habit of kind of posting up outside, but it's just kind of how we get a sense of comfort. You know, sometimes in here it's a little too rigid. And so, yeah, 35 to 40 residents, Latino residents were outside. And, you know, organizing here in Costa Mesa, majority white city, right? I'm always having to kind of speak up for the little guy and to speak up for the Latino community, right, in this here in Costa Mesa. And so that's the role that I find myself in today. And we're not asking for rent stabilization. We're not asking for rent control, right? Like this is evictions and eviction prevention ordinance. And so I'm not here for rent control. I'm here for you all to make tangible steps to protect renters, right? And evictions are sound policies that you all can pass. Earlier, they all talked about a safety net. And I just want to thank Sergio and Nate and the city manager staff for the resources that they do provide. But it doesn't include relocation assistance, right, that safety net. And so this eviction ordinance would include that. It's also very difficult for the immigrant community to access those services. So I would ask the council to consider how immigrants are actually being protected, or if they're being protected or able to access these resources, because I'm hearing otherwise, right? Also, to include, I'm hearing what are the costs, what's the cost, this is very costly for landlords, but what's the cost for tenants? We just had a Hispanic heritage event, right? So it's just like, who is being impacted? What's the data that shows which people are being evicted? And I'll let you know, it's probably low-income Latino folks, right? And so here I am trying to advocate for the little guy. And so please invest in a robust implementation, invest so the city manager has the staff and the bandwidth. She spoke about having to need that support. So please invest in the staff for that, and track that data, where evictions are happening. Do you know if evictions are happening in your district, right? And tracking how many evictions are happening in your district, tracking it maybe by race. I don't know. I'm interested in.
Thank you. Yes.
Buenas noches. Me presento muy humildemente.
Good evening. I am presenting myself to you all very humbly.
Tengo 34 años viviendo aquí en Costa Mesa. He pagado mis impuestos. He cuidado mi apartamento donde yo vivo, pero no es mi culpa que mi techo ya se filtre y haga mojo. Eso no es mi responsabilidad, son de los dueños. Entonces ellos también tienen que atender a nuestras necesidades, ya que cada mes pagamos nuestra renta. Con tanto esfuerzo, tal vez no me he visto de la segunda para cumplir, para no fallar. Si ustedes me ven en mi récord, no tengo ningún récord malo, ni he cruzado un alto porque me hayan dado una multa o algo. Estos 34 años he respetado este país con respeto. Y también así yo quisiera que con respeto nos respetaran los dueños de apartamentos y nos hicieran caso. Y también tengo otra pregunta. ¿Hay fondos también para las personas que somos indocumentadas o hay gente indocumentada? ¿También cuentan con esa ayuda? Esa es mi pregunta.
I've been here in the city of Costa Mesa for 34 years. I've paid my taxes. I've taken care of the apartment that I live in. It's really not my fault that the roof is now caving and it seeps through and that there's mold. It's not my fault. That is a responsibility of the owner, not mine. They also need to tend to our needs, the owners. I pay my rent monthly, and I've been paying it with a lot of effort. You see me the way that I'm dressed. I dress in secondhand clothes so that I can meet the rent and I can meet with those things. I've never even broken any laws here. I've respected this country. I've never even ran a stop sign. I've been fined for anything. For 34 years, I've respected this country, and what I'm asking in return is to be respected and have respect be shown to me, and for the landlords to listen to us. Now, I have a question. Are there funds for those folks who are undocumented? Is there any assistance for them as well? That's the question that I have.
Desgraciadamente, no podemos nosotros pagar como hubiésemos querido vivir en un solo apartamento para una familia. A veces somos 2 familias que vivimos en cada apartamento.
Unfortunately, we have not been able to pay for the way that we wanted to live, having 1 apartment per family. Sometimes it's 2 families per apartment.
Espero que nos escuchen y que nos hagan ahora sí un favor de podernos ayudar en esto.
I hope that you now do listen to us and that you can do us a favor and really listen to us on this one.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm here just as a longtime Costa Mesa renter, Ashley Anderson. As Mr. Robbins shared, the Orange County courts just started tracking evictions in 2020 and made no distinction between just cause evictions and for cause evictions because the impacts are the same. 7 years of negative impact to a renter's report, having to move away from a community that you love, and often changing schools. Kids who are listed on rental agreements who also have will also have an eviction of either rationale on their rental record. And as Jennifer Friend from Project Hope Alliance shares often from personal experience, it impacted both her credit reports and her ability to get student loans. All types of evictions can significantly impact a child's future. Property owners do not need to evict to do renovations. I think that's one of the conversation points that I haven't heard at all tonight. If asked, most renters would gladly move in with a friend or a family member for a short amount of time if they knew that that was an option. That is a win-win for both sides. I speak from personal experience from when I lived at 1307 Baker Street and a very poorly maintained unit. Instead of ongoing maintenance needs occurring, the units began to become inhabitable. Routine maintenance would have helped dramatically. That unit had not been painted in over 20 years and had other severe problems like plumbing. Several speakers that came earlier tonight have been very valuable and contributing members of our community for decades. They now live in fear of moving out of their homes if someone decides to move forward with a just cause eviction to renovate. Let's start a dialogue that are win-win options, making the units safe and clean for existing tenants, and property owners want that as well, especially if they've recently purchased in Costa Mesa. Costa Mesa is not the first to add an ordinance related to renovations. Buena Park has it as well. But Costa Mesa is unique in its values, which include compassion and inclusion. I highly respect this council for supporting those values, and I ask that you lean on those tonight. This ordinance is the first step to having needed protections for tenants, and hopefully can open a joint conversation to getting these units fixed before they become unlivable. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council, City staff. My name is Gerardo. I'm here with Resilience Orange County. We've been supporting residents for a couple of years now here in Costa Mesa. I want to address some of the comments that some of the developers and apartment folks have been making up here, referring to good actors. I just want to think about this. Are we really going to rely on good actors to move us forward? Are we just going to accept that the landlords are going to be good actors? A lot of things that we're hearing, like there was even a guy that came up here was talking about apartments being, full of asbestos, being completely uninhabitable. The apartments only get into this situation because they haven't been maintained. And I think that's what the previous commenter was getting at, right? Like when landlords aren't investing into their properties, they're letting these units go for 20, 30 years without a single dollar going into this unit. Then the tenants are living with those repercussions, right? They're living with the negative side effects, living with those uninhabitable conditions. And then, like Juana shared earlier, who sees the negative effects of this? It's not the landlord. Maybe they're losing a couple bucks, but if their business model is failing, they should probably consider another business. Because at the end of the day, housing, you're in the business of housing to provide housing. And if you can't provide adequate housing, again, consider a different business. My point of view. And I keep hearing this thing about how renter protection stifle development. I think that's a bunch of baloney. Pardon my French, I don't want to get any worse, but I think that it's just such a cop-out that renter protection stifle development, when we can look at the city of Santana, one of the cities with the strongest sets of renter protections in not only the state, in the country, right? The city of Santana has some of the best tenant protections. Go look at the development that's happened in the last couple of years over there. They've literally had massive amounts of development. They haven't seen a single drop. Yet they have rent control, which Costa Mesa is incredibly scared of. They have tenant protections. They have a ton of other policies set in place that allow for tenants to actually feel a little bit of safety. And yet they're still seeing the development. They're still seeing the investments into their city. So I just wanted to leave that. The city of Costa Mesa is making a lot of moves to support renters, to a lot of moves to support the development of affordable housing. Let's not get carried away by these scary talking points that like all the developments are going to get. No, the city of Costa Mesa is a beautiful city. Developers would be lucky to be developing here. Don't let them scare you away. Let's be honest. Costa Mesa is a beautiful city. I just want to leave it at that. Thank you all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. We need to make a motion to go past midnight. Does anybody want to make that motion?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I think considering how late it is and how much members of the audience are not here, maybe we just continue the item to the next meeting.
Well, what's the, does anybody want to, if no one wants to make a motion to go past midnight,
I'll move that we continue past midnight.
okay. Okay, that's Reynolds. Did she get a second? I can't second it for some reason. I can't.
Mr. Mayor, before we do that, we just wanted clarification as to whether the last item on the agenda would be heard. It does have a deadline associated with a submittal of a comment letter for consideration.
I'm aware of that, yeah. That's coming into my thinking about how I'm going to vote on this. Oh, we got a second by Councilmember Chavez? Okay, no discussion. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries. Oh, you're back. Okay. 4-3. Councilmember Marv, Gameros, and Harper voting no.
You guys. We'd still have a quorum if you guys want to go. Okay, I'm sorry. You now have the floor, sir.
Mayor, council members, thank you. My name is Don Haid. I'm over a 40-year resident here in Costa Mesa and a long-term landlord, approximately 30 years. I was born at Hoag Hospital in 1957 and raised here in Newport. Bought my first home in Newport in 1982, still live in that same home. I'm, as I said, a mom and pop landlord. I began a career in police work in 1980, so I was a civil servant, blue-collar worker, didn't make a lot of money. And having grown up in this wonderful location on this planet, it was easy to reflect back after the years. Why didn't my dad, I was able to ask him, why didn't he buy every waterfront home down in Newport? Didn't take long for me to realize why didn't I do that? And so in 2003, I had twins, kind of late in my life, but my obligation was to raise them and prepare them for where we are today and where the world's going. So at that time, they were born in 2003, 2005, I bought a fourplex in Costa Mesa. That was my security plan beyond what retirement would provide for me and maybe get them off to college and university. Again, it was the peak of the bubble when I bought this property in 2005, and we struggled to make it happen. I recognized that if I used my deferred comp, the tenants paid their rent, and I went in the hole about $1,000 a month, I could prepare for their future. That was a small cost to what might give them security, depending on if they wanted to be police officers, which my son is in the direction of, or whatever career they chose that probably isn't going to be a CEO, a professional athlete, or whatever else sustains the cost of living here in Southern California. In any case, I'm going to run out of time here if I go on. I feel that I provide quality housing to my tenants. Through COVID, they paid the rent, nobody was late. That comes from mutual respect. But as the laws continue to change, attacking the housing industry, I've been forced to realize that there's no reason that my kids would want to go into this business and follow what I've built for them that's going to be pretty much paid off for them. Prop 19 will attack all the revenue that comes in for it, or at least make it to the point where why would they want to take those risks? Rent control will limit their ability to recoup those losses in the future. rental screening becomes more limited. And concerning this subject, this is just another one of the nails in the coffin that will cause me to want to sell.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Robert Morris, Costa Mesa resident. I've been involved in the homeless issue for 20 years now. Currently, I am a Continuum of Care Board member. I am a County of Orange Commissioner to End Homelessness. And I support this ordinance because it will prevent some homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody who wants to speak to us on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Phone number ending in 613, please.
613, you have the floor.
Yes, hello. First, I'd like to say that I'm happy that I'm not a council member having to hear these stories. These stories are absolutely heartbreaking. And it's tough when you're put in a position like these people. I don't want to have to create a blanket law that tries to fix everything here. The thing that I would like to point out is, first, a previous speaker was pushing for development. The actually biggest resistance to development was the existing residents. The existing residents are the most important people in the city. Those are your constituents. Those are who you work for. Those are the people that you do not want to make upset. Now, with regards to evictions, my personal opinion is I would like to have the city finally admit that we're built out, and whatever employees we have that are part of facilitating development, like the guy who apparently works for the city but showed a PowerPoint for the developers at the Chargers old place. I'd like to have people like that work on, like the previous lady's problem whose roof fell in, because to me, if she's a faithful tenant and something happens in the exterior of the building, not that she caused, she shouldn't be evicted. I would also urge extreme caution and try and understand how many of these cases are rare versus common. A rare case tends to be the most extreme, and I would prefer laws not to be based on that. And finally, your voting or your track record. You guys don't have a very good track record. So I would like to see you take your time on this. I'd like to see you actually get public involved. Comments I heard prior about the NOC was not that many people knew about it. Costa Mesa is a very unique city. We are a melting pot. We've always been that way. Those of you that think we need diversity, equity, inclusion, you have no idea where you live. We live in Costa Mesa. All right, so please pump the brakes. Pay attention to the residents. All the people that are working for groups trying to influence our city, they need to step aside and let us figure it out. And again, I'll end on this. I'm glad that I'm not the one that has to vote on this, because my heartstrings are being pulled hearing all these stories.
Thank you, sir. No further speakers. Close public comment. Okay, we're looking for a motion on this one.
I'd like to make a motion.
Councilmember Marr wants to make a motion. You have the floor. You go ahead and make your motion, and we'll work out all the computer stuff.
Yeah, Ms. Barlow, I want to continue this, but I also want to be able to reopen public comment the next time it comes back.
Yeah, then that would be a motion to continue the public hearing with additional public comment. If you do it to a date certain, then we would just post it. And that would be, otherwise we would, it's not a public hearing, is it? See what happens when you put my brain to work after midnight. You can make a motion to continue the item. and take additional public hearing, or public comment rather, at the next meeting.
Thank you. Yes, what she said. I'd like to continue the item, allow for additional public comment, and rehear, or not rehear, but continue it to November 7th.
Second.
Okay. Would you like to speak about your motion?
I would. Look, I have a visceral reaction to statements like nonprofits should just solve all of our problems, to we shouldn't do anything because we can't control illegal activity. I actually think that was one of the reasons we passed a cannabis ordinance. So that seems nuts to me. I think that like there's clearly, I'm all for getting data. I'm an engineer. But if you have sat here for the last 5 years and not thought that we have an eviction problem, you're not listening to public comment. So that being said, I also feel really stupid. It's partially because it's 12:10 in the morning, but also because I don't know that I still am confused about the single family home provision. I'm confused about whether AB 12 applies or not. I didn't really get an answer to the mold and permitting question I asked. I'm a little bit confused about naturally expiring leases versus breaking leases and the 12-month thing. This is not what I do for a living. I've tried to study as much as I could in the last 3 days, but I'm generally confused about a bunch of things. I need to go do more homework. I need to go ask some more questions. I don't really want to tell staff to tinker with anything quite yet, but I think that might happen on November 7th after I can ask some better questions and potentially offer some better amendments. So that's where my brain is, half fried and a little exhausted. Thank you.
Second?
How do I follow that? I agree. I don't think what we have before us is ready for prime time, and I think we do need more engagement, especially with the landlord community. I know that they've kind of responded very quickly. Let me say first, though, that I do appreciate everybody staying here. As the last speaker noted, it is really heart-wrenching to listen to all this testimony, and we have been listening to it for months. So I agree, we have a problem that we need to deal with. I can appreciate the desire to take a state law that's actually just recently passed and use it as a basis for for tailoring it for us. That's economical, but it has to work for Costa Mesa, and I don't fully quite see it just yet. As far as the provision related to adding another month relocation, quite honestly, I think that shouldn't be on the shoulders of the landlords. That's something that we would make as a policy decision as a city. I think it's the same thing as providing rental assistance like we've done in the past, and I would encourage us to look at the city bearing that responsibility. And then lastly, just on the ordinance itself, if I read this correctly, SB 567, all we're really asking for is an additional notice requirement, the relocation, extra month, and accelerating this from the 6-month provision. I think there's some room to work in here, and I want to spend more time listening to some of the concerns that were raised by the landlords. I want to be very careful about this, but I want to make sure that we do something. And I am very sensitive to having some unintended consequences here. We have been very, I think, careful and prudent about trying to do everything that we can to promote housing. And I want to make sure that we are not doing anything that is going to jeopardize that progress.
I have just one comment.
Yes, of course.
I have the same concerns as Councilman Harlan, and I'm concerned we're putting forth something that isn't solving the real problem. And I do, for the real estate professionals out there that want to contact me, I'd love to hear from you and learn a little bit more, just like you, Councilman Marr. So those are my comments. We don't have enough data for me to make an intelligent, informed decision either. Thank you.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yeah, I just want to say that this is not due in any part to any insufficiency in information from Mr. Robbins, and I know that you had some help I think Sergio and some others may have helped you. So I don't want you to take any responsibility thinking that you couldn't bring us what we needed and that's why we're not making a decision. I think that I'm going to support what my fellow council members have said, and that there's a lot of moving parts to this, and there's a lot of repercussions that follow the decisions that are made in this for a long time to come. So I think taking those into consideration would be a great reason to just think this through. And someone said, pump the brakes. So I don't want you to take this as, man, I wish I would have, or I could have, or maybe. It has nothing to do with the way you presented this in your presentation. So that's all I have.
Manuel, yeah, I'm sorry, Councilman
I
Chavez.
think at this point, past 12 midnight, we can say your first names and nicknames. First of all, I want to thank everyone that spoke today. I know it was a long haul. If you're new to Costa Mesa, welcome to Costa Mesa. We take forever for everything. But what I will say is I think there's two things I want to highlight from the council comments and what we heard today. The first is there is a need that we're trying to address. We're trying to make sure that folks that are being evicted for no fault of their own, have protections. But also want to make sure that those folks that that are landlords also have a fair process as well. I'm positive we can find a good solution for both parties. What I'm hearing from the dais is that is a sentiment. We want to be fair. I work with staff to bring this forward. I thought this was fair, but I appreciate that I don't know everything, and my council peers have different points of views than me. What I will briefly share before the night ends is why I work with staff on this ordinance in particular, and why I thought it was fair. One, it was just moving up state law, right? I'm not trying to add more burden, just moving up state law. I was sincere when I said that I wanted the reporting to be helpful for landlords. If it's not helpful, I'm sorry. That was my intent. I wanted to be as helpful for you guys because I know when folks are at fault and they don't leave, it gets hard for you guys to function. But the relocation part was because I have heard from residents in my district and on the dais that it's so hard to find a new place because, as the landlords were saying, a lot of folks were under market for their rent. I heard it from the landlords and from the tenants because when they move to a new location, they're finding the rent jumps up by a lot. That was the rationale by having 2 months rent. I didn't want to be burdensome to the landlords, but it was just for a way to give families who are going through a disruptive process to have the ability to breathe a little bit more. So those are the comments I was going to say for a motion I was going to make that clearly I can't make anymore. But what I'll say is to my council peers, thank you for your open-mindedness. Thank you for your questions. And again, I think the goal for all of us is to find a consensus that everyone's happy and where everyone wins. So thank you for this time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Really appreciate the discussion, really appreciate staff accelerating this item when we first brought it up for discussion. I would be ready to support moving to a second, or moving past the first reading and continuing to collect information, but completely respect my colleagues' desire to sort of dig into this a little bit more. I think a big part of this ordinance is the notification piece, right, which seems like a light touch, seems like a no-brainer, seems like a very effective way to get the data that we're all asking for. My understanding, maybe some interpretation from the discussions is more of the concern is about the relocation assistance. So definitely support where we're going here. I hope we're continuing to prioritize this and keep this on the fast track, knowing the really the urgency in our community. Agree 100% with Councilmember Chavez, just reinforcing the need. Despite the lack of data in a lot of places, we know that a majority of our residents are renters. We know that a majority of those renters are severely cost burdened. We know the folks who come to these meetings and know to reach out to us is a tiny percentage in our community. And from the stories that we're hearing from the data that Mr. Escobar shared, we know that I think it's safe to say we're probably just seeing the tip of the iceberg in terms of the situation out there. And we're hearing more and more the stories of no-fault evictions that are extremely
disruptive to residents in Costa Mesa, to the parents, to the children. We're hearing about, I've met personally with children who have to change schools in the middle of the school year. It's an issue that we absolutely have to address. There's been some chatter about is this government overreach and so on, and in so much of the work that we do, we put so many regulations on different things that happen in the city, on businesses operating in the city to protect our residents. Owning property, being a landlord, is operating a business in the city. We put rules in place to protect our residents, and this is one of the most, I think, fundamental needs. So I'm fully in support of this work, eager for more information. I had one clarification on the motion. In the staff report, under fiscal review, the staff report notes that staff would return to council with sort of an estimate of cost for administration if we go through the draft ordinance. Would you include in your motion to do that cost estimate as well?
Yeah, if staff thinks that's possible. Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. I think that would be really helpful. It came up quite a few times in the discussion tonight. So thank you for everyone's input. I'll be rolling up my sleeves even further as well on this. And just, again, really proud of our staff for their work on this, and really proud of our council for prioritizing this. So thank you.
Okay. I'm tempted to just call for the question, but I have a few things to say. Okay, so listen, no, it's really important that, we look at this and we say, look at the state went through such a process. It was voted on by two houses and all the committees they went through, and then it was signed by the governor. And so here we are, like less than 2 weeks later or 2 weeks later, and we're basically saying, well, you need to add a few things that you didn't do. And here we are, we're the city of Costa Mesa, and we saw this on Thursday, and now we're voting on Tuesday. And I think that Councilmember Marr's instinct of the motion is right on. I think also Jeff, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, whatever his name is at this point, his instinct of saying, well, we are accustomed to participating in rent relief. That's something that, we can do out of various funds that we have. That's a priority of ours. I think that should be explored. So engage with everybody, but I'm also very concerned, by the way, everybody here they don't want homelessness, they want everybody to be treated great, and everybody's operating from a position of goodwill. But I want to be careful that we analyze a couple things, 3 things. Number one is, how will the landlord community and the owners of property respond to this? How could they respond to it in ways that would be adverse to the tenants? So, for example, doing things to prevent tenants from being in a location for 12 months, okay? Shorter leases, kicking people out early, increasing their credit rating requirement that would make it actually more difficult on tenants. I'm legitimately concerned that we could actually our efforts could backfire and make it worse for tenants. I want us to explore that honestly. And also, I would like to know, with a little bit more color with the times we have, what are we talking about in terms of budget that we're looking at? What is the plan? We don't really have a plan now, but between now and if we're going to vote on it, I want to know what the plan is. Are we going to have to hire people? What's the budget look like? What are we looking to do? What's the proposal? And then finally, I'd like to see the notice. What is the notice exactly going to say? We make some vague reference to it's going to be on the website. I want to see a draft of the notice, okay? So if we can get all that done by November 7th, good luck to you. Call for the question.
So Mayor, before you vote, just quickly, I think we can provide all of that except for the first one. I don't think that we're in a position, I don't want to pretend that we are, to talk about what landlords might do. We've talked about it, we've speculated. I don't feel comfortable with us responding to that. But everything else, the costing, absolutely, we'll gladly do that. The staffing, that as well. But we're not in a position to speculate about bad actors and bad movements on other on their part.
Well, it's not necessarily bad actors. I mean, what I'm talking about is what are, I mean, I'm not painting them as bad actors. I'm saying people that respond to this by doing things that are legal within their rights, right, that would respond in a way that's adverse to the tenants. So maybe we'll hear that from some of the people that we engage with, and you could just pass it on, okay?
I think that's more appropriate for the apartment association. I don't feel comfortable with staff getting involved in that kind of a conversation. I respectfully disagree with that, Mayor. I think that's a really
it's
good
okay.
conversation
Look
with
at
the apartment
then
association.
don't do it. I voted already.
That motion carries 7-0.
Okay, good. Let's call the next item.
This is status update regarding the California Office of Emergency Services, Cal OES, Southern California Regional Emergency Operations Center project at the Fairview Developmental Center site. Presentation by Ms. Lee, Director of Economic and Development Services.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will try to keep this presentation brief. This item is regarding the state's Southern Region Emergency Operations Center project located and proposed that is, at the Fairview Developmental Center in Costa Mesa. Tonight's conversation is about the comment letter on the state's draft environmental impact report. In the way of background, the state has proposed an emergency operations center on 15 acres of the Fairview Developmental Center site. The remaining FDC acreage, which is approximately 100 acres, would be planned for a residential community by the city as a separate effort, and we do intend to begin our public visioning meetings for that master planning effort this fall. In the way of background, the state COC project consists of 4 major components. It's a single-story building, approximately 35,000 square feet in size, a 20,000 square foot warehouse, a helicopter pad, and also a 120-foot tall communications tower. There are other improvements proposed at the site, including landscaping, fencing, parking, roadway improvements, et cetera, and the construction timeline identified by the state is approximately 37 months. I do want to note that in a recent meeting, the state indicated verbally that the helipad would not be included in the final project. However, the city has not received written confirmation of that intent as yet. The state's project is subject to the California Environmental Quality Act's environmental review process, and the purpose of that process is to provide the public with information regarding the project's environmental impacts and for the decision makers making a decision on this project to review and consider that information before they decide. The state decided that based on the potential environmental impacts, that an environmental impact report was required. I won't go through this background process in detail, but essentially the state started out with a notice of preparation back in March. They held scoping meeting sessions to discuss the content of the forthcoming EIR, and ultimately that public comment period closed back in April. The city did submit a comment letter at that time requesting specific issues and concerns be addressed in the state's EIR when it was released.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Why don't we just, in the interest of time, we've got a number of slides in this deck. They've all been handed out to us.
Okay.
Why don't we just take a few minutes and read through it, and if we have any questions about them, we can pose them to you, and then we can move on to public comment.
Sounds fine.
Okay.
I think we've all read the staff's draft letter also.
Yeah, we've received the stats.
Is there anything
draft
different
letter.
in this packet than what was presented in the agenda report for the staff letter?
No, this is very reflective of what's in the letter and what's in the agenda report.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't have any questions.
I'm just flipping through it real quick. I think you're, okay. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, these are just all the headings of the staff letter. Okay. I'm good. Council, do you have any comments or questions at this time before we open up public comment? Okay, in terms of public comment, those that wish to speak on it, I'm not sure I see a lot of people in the crowd, but if there's anybody on Zoom, we are going to oppose this. That's in various ways, including this response. So you don't need to convince us to do that. But if you have any comments about the letter that was submitted in the staff report, this would be the time to make those comments. Opening up public comment, I don't see anybody in the chambers. Is there anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Phone number ending in 613.
613, you have the floor.
Yes. So I'm glad to hear that you're going to oppose this. I'm curious if Measure K does not allow us to oppose this, because it's pretty easy to manipulate a council by getting people to be elected and put into office where this could move through. And you know, it's after midnight. When are the residents going to hear about this? You know, the comments at the NOC meeting that I watched on the Costa Mesa brief was, we have 100,000 plus residents. No one knew about this. The only way I knew about it was someone went and handed out flyers, kind of like I did when I handed out flyers about the permit parking program. But no one knows about this. You know, I'm the only one commenting. Me. That's it. I hope that this thing is moved forward. I hope that you put up signs everywhere. I hope that our lawyer can make sure that passing of Measure K does not override the use of Measure Y and changing the zoning of a property. I don't know how the thing lines up, and I hope we didn't shoot ourselves in the foot. But yeah, can we please make this the very first item heard, like during 6 p.m. where people can get off of work and get to show up, because things like this get to happen at 8 a.m. on a Tuesday morning where people that are trying to make a living can't show up. So I would love to see a pushback, you know. And right now, the city doesn't push back from the state. And I don't think that the state really gives this city much credit, because we roll over and we haven't shown our teeth. And if we did show our teeth and we did show our grit and we did show that we are a city that is Costa Mesa, you know, they would back off. But I hope that a big public outreach is made by the city. You know, this is much more important than Measure K. When you spend our money to sell us out, spend our money to stop this, you know. And again, I am glad to hear that you guys are opposing this, but I don't think you can stop it. So good luck with that. And
All right. Peace. Anybody else?
Yes, Cynthia McDonald, please.
Thank you for staying with us, Cynthia. You have the floor.
Yeah, it's a late night. I'm actually up in beautiful Ventura County,
All right.
home of the SOAR initiative, a slow growth initiative that the voters back in 2016 extended to the year 2050. And the planning of the city's up here. New construction still happening, along with parks, bike lanes, walking paths, preservation of historical downtowns, and most importantly, open space. So I'm glad to see the city is making an effort to push back on the state, on the EOC, which is an important project that will impact not only Costa Mesa, but our neighboring cities. What concerns me, however, are two things. First, in the EIR, there is a list of current projects in the city that might have a cumulative impact on the city should the EOC be built here. I found the project on Victoria and Placentia interesting, as it's long overdue, but there is a glaring omission. Where is One Metro West? Has that project been withdrawn? If not, the EIR needs to be corrected. Secondly, with respect to visioning of FDC, I request that the city do more than the outreach that you did with Fairview Park. Tonight, you made committee appointments. This was an opportunity to form an advisory committee and make appointments to it. Ventura has a 20-member advisory committee for its general plan update. Why can't Costa Mesa residents feel invited to participate in planning efforts? Don't let this be another lost opportunity to be transparent and engage the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Your letter was excellent, Cynthia, and have fun in Ventura.
And call in user 3, please.
Call in user 3. You have the floor.
I agree with the past two speakers that are speaking about this. That fiasco that the state called a meeting was not full of, it's full of questions. It wasn't full of any answers. It was an environment that you couldn't see the screen. It was really a total waste of everybody's time. And talk about time, where are our representatives of the state? Where's Senator Dave Min? Why can't he be involved in what's going on with the state? Where's Cotty? Where's Supervisor Foley? Where are these people? This is an important issue. They can't leave it all on the shoulders and we just sit back and we feel like, oh, well, it's state property. We have no input anywhere. Obviously there is input and there are things that can change. And there's things that we have no idea that are going around. Mather location up north, that's a total different situation. They're next to an Air Force base, next to a freeway, in a totally commercial area. A much larger as well. But here, I mean, if an emergency arises, you're going to have cars coming through and true emergency, 24 hours a day from the emergency center through people that are sleeping and traffic and whatnot. This just doesn't seem like it's a viable solution. They said in their report that Tustin was actually their first choice. Well, you know what? I think we need to make that happen. And I think we need Min, Foley, Cotty, and a couple of those other ones to get involved in this and start wheeling dealing so that we have an adequate emergency center, just not in Costa Mesa and not in Fairview.
Thank you. Close public comment. Councilmember Gameros, you got there first. What's your motion?
Even file.
Okay, is that sufficient or you need some type of approval?
We need an authorization to
All right.
Finalize the letter.
Try again.
I'd like to make a motion to receive and file.
No, try again.
Say,
You need to make another motion. Make a motion to
Authorize staff.
authorize her to send it, yeah.
yes,
Do you understand what the motion is?
yes.
Does the city clerk understand the motion?
Yes, authorize the city manager or designee to finalize the letter incorporating council feedback and submit the letter to the state.
Is that the motion? Is that the
Second.
motion? Councilmember Gamero, is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
good.
I think I said yes.
Second, I know, I can't hear. Okay, so that's good.
Second. Do you want me to second that?
Anybody want to speak to the motion? No? Well, I just have, no, just kidding. Call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds, please. Oh, and Mayor Stevens.
Sorry.
Is your button not working?
Oh, my goodness. Okay, I thought I did already.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, nobody go anywhere. We're going to end the meeting or
Mr. Mayor?
yeah.
Before we close the meeting out, I want staff to bring back either a guideline or an ordinance to make meetings go faster. So I'd like us to, when we do presentations, not go back up and down from the dais. And I'd like us to perhaps implement timers on council comments to expedite the process for meetings. Just because we're here at 1, at 2, at 12:40, and I think part of the burden falls on us not being efficient as well. So
No photos?
no, like when we do the presentations, we don't go up and down the stairs for each item. We stay down.
Oh.
And then for council comments, we have a timer. So we're also timed like the public.
Yeah, we'll
is-
talk about it. We'll talk about it. I'm open to all those I'm open to suggestions from anybody. Okay?
I would just say that the mayor runs the meeting, not staff. So.
Yeah, yeah. I'm open to everybody's suggestions. Okay, but now, how about it? We're gonna adjourn the meeting in honor and memory of Richard Kohler, known as Scoop. Scoop was an amazing news photographer in the early 70s and covered Costa Mesa crime news. We're very sorry that he passed away, and his family and friends are in our thoughts and prayers. And the meeting is adjourned in his honor and memory.